The LFO do close out that first round, which means they're going to maintain their momentum from map 1.
That C4 missing its mark by a couple of inches will inevitably cost Kanga a round that could have been theirs, and LFO will continue on their momentum from map 1. Of course, LFO cannot afford to drop a single map from here on out. Kanga on the other end, on the other hand rather, and they're still looking for their first map win. That first round, probably not the best way to start things off, but there's still a long way to go.
Really came down to that missed C4. I mean, Kanga had done a great job of being patient and allowing LFO to push in. I mean, they did give them a lot of map control a bit too quick there, such as the piano. But if that C4 hit the mark, that round really could have changed. So really just unfortunate placement there from Spruce. LFO are really on the hunt here. It was a strong attacking start from them.
Kitchen, of course, will be the second site. Sometimes teams will opt to go to reading second, but Kanga seemingly comfortable playing inside of Kitchen. Probably expecting them to play quite fluidly here and maybe try and retain above control. There are some barricades going up, in fact. Kanga maybe looking to try and slow down this attack. Leb, definitely someone to watch this round. I know for sure that he's been doing a lot of off-site roaming, particularly on Cafe. Normally playing the likes of Jaeger, but on this occasion it will be Mozzie.
Bomb located by attackers.
And I guess on the topic of Jaeger, Kanga actually electing not to bring a single projectile denial, despite bringing both Jaeger and Wamai in the previous round.
And on the topic of Leb too, I mean, he's had a pretty good season for Kanga considering how they've played. He's had probably some of the more consistent performances on that roster. And on Cafe, he's had some great matches. That Okami one in particular, he had a huge clutch to force overtime. So definitely keep an eye out for him as LFO progressed straight in through here. Again, this is probably the side effect of not having that projectile denial that you were talking about. It meant that they could easily clear Bakery and just push straight through. Nobody was playing there, but it wouldn't have been too much effort for them. And I think that's a critical area here because Nasty's going to be able to make this hole so quick. They're going to have half the round to be able to deal with this plant.
Hills will get the first pick through that hole. That's Campo, who has been shut down. Poor start here for Kanga, as Nasty will now Maverick the bottom of the wall. Reinforcement taken off. Wall will be opened, in fact, by Boats with the C4. It nets him one kill and a second. That's a big play from Boats. Off the back of that wall being opened by Nasty. The refrag not there from LFO, and that's a pretty sloppy way to convert some control on towards site.
He is just not watching that two-way hole. Spruce gets a knife kill onto Sogs, probably not even watching anything at all. And this angle from this Maestro, what is that? That's just nasty. Novakes is the one responsible for that. He does know exactly where this player is from LFO. Shots coming out. Angmo does get one, makes it a 3 versus 2. A little bit more possible here. Actually, that's a 2 versus 2, guys. Definitely doable for LFO with 50 seconds to go.
Boats with some ants in his pants, over peaking, will be taken down. As you mentioned, it's a 2v2. Mims on the board as well, so this is very, very dangerous for Kanga. That unorthodox shield position could pose some problems, but Mims gets his double. And now it's left all up to that Maestro. Mims in a one-on-one. Pre-fires the angle, hits the shot, and Mims! This man is an absolute machine. It's Mims' take on Kanga, and again, Mims will come out on top.
Just shows that it doesn't matter who you kill on LFO. If Mims is still up, then they are still in this game. I am just shaking my head. I can't believe the performance that he's putting in so far is just astounding. And now LFO are up 2-0 on their attack half. They're looking pretty good. That was close for Kanga. They had a solid man advantage. I think it was 4 versus 2 at one stage there. Wow, LFO just dug deep and brought it back.
I want to know what Mims had for breakfast. That man is untouchable at the moment. Absolutely ridiculous. He should not have won that by any stretch. But he did, and LFO will now have the 2-0 lead. Momentum well and truly in their favour, still continuing on that streak from Coastline. It's effectively 4 rounds straight for them in the series, and Kanga not really getting a look in at the moment.
I know it's only 2 rounds, but Mims hasn't even died on this map. Like, I don't know, man. See whether he can continue this this effort, and not only this map, but of course if LFO continue to form here, they'll get the 2 wins they need. They will face Ferox on Thursday, so I'm keen to see whether Mims and LFO can back this up continuously to secure that playoff spot. Really is going to be a sight to see.
Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
Kanga investing some utility in Cocktail that will try to prevent LFO from gaining vertical control. Boats is there to provide some ADS devices, and Leb playing Goyo will offer some protection with those Vulcan shields. Campo as well with some new jammers, so the prep is there for Kanga. The question is, will LFO be able to derail this round like they've derailed so many others?
A bomb has been located.
Kanga's going to need to hold tight there into Cocktail. Really, really important map control for this objective. I think LFO make light work of entry in towards Cigar. Lots of drones going in through Bar, which means that Kanga is soon going to be under a bit of pressure there. Mims on the Capital, I mean, not only is that a great fragging operator, just the utility usage is so lethal, so dangerous. The way it can be used. Haven't seen a whole lot of effect from that yet, but it's something that Kanga will have to keep an eye on, and maybe they should be picking more Wamai if they identify that Capital is a high pick rate right now for LFO.
Mims looking to try and get that first pick. Of course, went absolutely massive on Coastline if he missed it. Managed to get 2 aces over the course of what was a pretty short game in the end, only 10 rounds. Angman, meanwhile, he's trying to pressure from the other side. He's on the eastern side here, as Leb will find that pick, but LFO will use that as a trigger to now push forward. Nasty as well has the blowtorch to create some additional angles, but he himself will be taken off the board. Campo from below gets that C4 kill. And with a minute left, LFO looking like they might not win this round. Another C4. Does create a vertical hole. Shots rain out from Mims, but he doesn't find that pick. This is, I must say, this is still a little bit scary. Mims on the board, Sogs as well, roaming around. I wouldn't put it past them to maybe win this round.
No, it's not over till it's over, so we'll see what they can do. 40 seconds to go. Mims still alive. I think that's a pretty important thing to point out at this stage. Just getting some great intel here into what positions are being played on site. Mims does light up another through the rafters. Not able to get the pick though, and all of a sudden the time has whittled away. Really going to be tough for them to be able to get this plant down.
Mims really struggling here. Sogs being lit up by that Vulcan shield as well. Mims falls off the balcony. Has to spray down the barricade. His position revealed. There's a player above, and surely even Mims won't be able to win this one. He doesn't. Kanga will take around number 3.
Much better there from Kanga. Beautiful team play from below, just denying vertically the push across in Bar from LFO. And that worked out as best as it could have, really. Brought it down to that 5 versus 2, and it's never looked any different. Is Kanga going to rotate back to Kitchen, which we saw very close. It was that 1v1 that Mims did win in round number 2.
Of course, keep in mind, last time Kanga defended this site, they didn't bring a Jaeger or a Mai for that matter. And they're actually going to bring both this round. So we might see Kanga be a little bit more aggressive here inside of Bakery. Alpha on the last occasion gained control of that site, or that part of the map, rather quite quickly, quite swiftly. And then were able to eventually, albeit very closely, convert that to some site presence. enthralling to see if Kanga actually get quite aggressive inside a bakery, but they have actually reinforced off the common rotates and maybe they'll play a bit more default in towards site.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Here having a bit of a run upstairs yet again. Use those pests to try and slow down the clear from LFO, but they didn't really buy into it too much. I mean, a lot of their push last time was horizontally through bakery. That was a massive side effect of the fact they had zero presence there. Nothing to deny projectiles, nobody actually playing there just to deny space for a little while. So in order for what Leb's doing right now to work, they need that presence.
Leb and Spruce again, the two members for Kanga playing off-site. LFO may need to clear them as Hills on the sledge will likely try to get presence above. In fact, he's going all the way to the roof alongside Sogs, so we could see a full top-down clear here from LFO.
Where those pests are going to be helpful from Leb. They could potentially deny either a drone completely or just
Bomb located by
create a new
attackers.
path for that drone to take. And it might burn some time, it might not. LFO definitely taking longer at least to obtain map control and put more pressure onto Kanga at this stage compared to the last time we saw them attack Kitchen.
That round timer quickly ticking down. Almost edging towards the halfway point of this action phase, and in the real control that LFO have is the top floor. Actually, they do have nice control inside the bakery. Couldn't quite tell if the wall was soft. I think it may be. Yes, it definitely is. Spruce meanwhile gets Sogs. So Kanga do have the man advantage.
This is finally going to open up an actual rotatable hole there. A little bit risky is the sledge being already soft, and there's a lot of Kanga players looking at it. They have managed to get it done, and now there's a lot of presence here from LFO in this bakery prep area. They're worried about holes above, no one actually playing there at this stage. In the final minute mark here, they don't have enough control there to flush out these Kanga positions. There's a lot of chance of denial here on the end of Kanga. It'd be a pretty tough finish here for LFO.
That deep shield as well, causing a lot of issues as they can't clear it. Cavitail bolts will come out and actually shut down that angle. That's a pretty good play. It is countered though by gas canister, forcing them through prep. LFO now need to try and get the plant down with 30 seconds left. Hills above to try and cover. There's gas grenades continuing to cause problems here. Nasty pushes deep though. Still being lit up by yet another gas grenade. That's perfectly played denial by Kanga as Campo secures that kill, and it's now left in a 3-on-5. Spruce finds one as well, and surely Kanga will be able to close out this round. They have all the intel, all of the utility, and LFO don't have the time. The diffuser is collected, and Angmo will try to stick it on a slither of HP. Mims left to cover it. Surely he won't win, and he won't. Leb will swing the angle and get the kill. In fact, actually, maybe he was above. I am not entirely sure.
Either way, LFO lose that round. Kanga, that's 2 in a row for them now. We got a game, guys. They evened it out. They looked like they were just out of it in those first 2 rounds, but this has looked pretty good. That last one in particular was beautifully played by Kanga. Nice and patient on site, and even the roamers never really overextended. So this is looking a little tough here for LFO, and again, they need to win this map.
I really like that shield setup that Kanga have had deep in towards freezer or near in front of the freezer. LFO were aware of it, but
Defenders, protect your
didn't
bombs from
really do a
being
great job
by
in trying to
attackers.
clear it or nullify that angle. I mean, we did see smoke grenades late in the round from the Cavitail bolt. But I mean, it just wasn't quite enough, and LFO with a lack of time and a lack of resources really struggled to get that plant down successfully. I felt so sorry for Nasty. He tried to plant it
Bomb located by attackers.
what felt like 2 or 3 times, and every single one of those he was met by gas grenades. That was really rough for him. Definitely do have a match in our hands now though, and this is where the pressure starts to mount for LFO, isn't it? Because they can't afford to lose a map. more rounds that slip away, the closer that becomes a reality.
That's exactly right, and it's going to start coming back into their minds. I mean, when you've got momentum and you're rolling, you feel like you're ahead in the game, you don't think about that as much. But when it starts to feel like your opponent is getting the top of you, you start to think about the stakes again. You start thinking, boys, if we lose this, we're not going to make playoffs. And that can go two ways. That can motivate a team, but sometimes that can just be what buries you. So we're going to find that out with LFO in this map right now, because Kanga are fighting back. And if LFO roll over, then their playoffs chances are done.
A bomb has been located.
LFO looking to try and find some early ground. Mims enters below quite aggressively. Leb there to greet him potentially later in the round. He's playing inside of reading. This could be an early engagement. Both players seemingly aware that the other is there. Based on Mims's form, you definitely have to back him into this gunfight if it does ensue. Mims is trying to gain control of reading so that he can get vertical. If Novegas comes to assist, Mims could find himself in a little bit of trouble here.
He's definitely getting himself a little trapped here. His drone causing a lot of problems. Very much been spotted out, but hey, he's burned a lot of time. Down to a minute 30 mark. They haven't been able to do anything with that information. Mims is patiently holding this angle. Leb crosses past it. Not punished just yet. This could end up being, again, some big pressure adding onto LFO.
Oh, Mims. He gets shut down by Campo from above. Slugs are unable to find Leb yet below. This round is really looking like it's going to be Kangas at the moment. LFO, only a minute on the board and not a lot to work with. They are getting this wall open, or at least attempting to. But even that's proving quite difficult. LFO could find themselves having to filter in towards site in the final 45 seconds.
I think they're just looking for line of sight there through that backstore wall, but regardless, wherever they're trying to push for this plan is just not looking good and not looking clean at least. They've made a small little rotate hole there right next to the trash bags or the drink serving trolley. Maybe that's where they're going to get the plan down, but there's still so much denial available for Kanga. Lots of bodies up. LFO going for this plant. They've got to try and stick this. The gas comes out. Not going to deny in time, in fact, guys. Plant goes down.
Nasty will die eventually. Oh, Hills gets taken down. Campo, he's found himself a quad this round and he could well defuse the bomb. Where's Angmo? That's the question. He's actually above. This could be absolutely massive if Angmo can deny the plant. He pre-fires the angle and gets the kill. Angmo surely can win this. This is such a hard spot to clear. No one can get on the roof. Angmo can just sit here and quick peek, and he finds one more. That's the double kill. And now Boats needs to try and find the pick, but I don't think he's going to be able to do it. Angmo will surely be able to hold on to this round. And Kanga, they were so close to being able to bring this one back. But Angmo from the Scarlet will spoil the party. He gets taken down, but it doesn't mean anything. LFO will take the round by disarming the bomb.
Oh, and Kanga had everything there to be able to win that round. So much denial. They had 5 players alive and only one of them had a flicker of health taken off them. Yet they could not deny that plant in time. That gas grenade just not coming quick enough. That is unfortunate for Kanga, but the victors will always capitalize on those mistakes, and that is LFO at this stage. Coming into the last round of the half, guys, LFO could be looking at a 4-2 advantage again in this first half, which definitely sets them poised to take the map.
Look, I'm just happy that we finally saw an attacker hold that plant from the skylight on Cafe. There have been a couple of occasions so far this season in 6 Masters where teams have gotten the plant down. No one's been on the skylight, and then the site's been retaken. So, very well played there by LFO. A little bit sketch, but Agmo played that incredibly well at the end there and was able to waste a lot of time. Moving on though, it's time for the final round of the half. I mean, if Kanga win this round, it would make for a very spicy second half.
I think it's a bit of a different story to Coastline as well. Kanga aren't playing terribly on Cafe. In fact, I
Insertion.
really feel like they're playing better here on Cafe than they are on
5
Coastline,
seconds left.
or did on Coastline, I should say. LFO just managed to be getting these rounds. I mean, Mim's got that 1v1 clutch in round number 2 on Kitchen. And there was just a couple of windows where Kanga should have had that last round, but it just slipped away. Failure to secure those rounds with the advantage is costing Kanga right now.
Again, we're going to see
Attackers
Kanga
dropping
holding
diffuser.
Cocktail to try and delay time and
Attackers recover the diffuser.
force LFO to expend utility. Does appear as if LFO will play into that and head to the top floor as many teams normally would. Try and gain some map control.
Bomb located by attackers.
They're not taking too much time here to take Piano, which is
Device ready.
a great start from LFO. Last time they really struggled to take across Bar and towards Cocktail. You might remember some fantastic vertical team play from Kanga. Getting C4 kills and a couple of shots through the rafters just really dismantled LFO. See what they've got up their sleeve to be able to counter that this time.
Sog sends out a grenade towards White Stairs, but that doesn't really find its target. Mims is playing IQ from above, trying to work out where some of this utility has been placed. Again, time is working against the attackers, as it so often is. Halfway point in the round has been passed, and LFO need to try and convert some control above, try and pressure in towards side. Boats has been flushed out. Well played there by LFO, but the wide swing picks up one, led with the C4, finds another. Hills super low from that as well. And now it's a 3-on-5.
Again, great play from Kanga. Some good teamwork there to secure that double kill. And LFO have taken across now to Cocktail. There's about a minute to go. And start to put a bit of pressure on side. But you can see Kanga have actually rotated generally away from these holes now. They're not going to be trying to contest those. And that means that LFO are going to be spending a lot of time to drone it out, try and get some picks through the holes, get some form of site control. It's not going to leave them much time at all for a plant. Hills looks like he's about to be in engagement, but he hasn't got much health. And actually, he's just going to die. Boats sneaks up on him from the bottom of white. 5 versus 2 guards, 30 seconds. It's not looking too good for LFO on this round.
Oh, that's a C4. Sogs will be downed, and now it's Nasty left in a 1-on-5. We've seen a couple of aces so far this evening, but this one is looking quite unlikely. He will actually end up picking up Sogs, so it's a 2-on-5. But again, this round surely is Kanga's. The diffuser is dropped. Campo with the final kill, and it's flawless for Kanga to end out the half. This one is looking like it's going to be incredibly close. I'm not sure what Campo's shooting there, but he definitely saw him.
I agree. This looks like it is going to be a close finish. Kanga are actually playing quite well. LFO, they really lacked adaptation in that round, man. Like, it felt so much like the first reading dining that we saw from Kanga, which was in round 3, where they just got all those kills from vertical and great pressure from White Stairs. It was basically the same. LFO didn't add a lot of additional pressure onto those positions to enable them to get more success. So I think if Kanga can keep this up through their attack half, oh boy, that's going to be a lot of pressure on the LFO, and they're really in for a fight.
Definitely think Kanga have read into the kitchen site choice here, because Spruce actually 6-picked off Buck onto Sledge. Buck often picks when trying to clear out Cocktail, for example, if they are defending the 3rd floor or even extending whilst holding the 2nd. Potentially Spruce has read into that. Jumped onto the Sledge, which will, of course, give him grenades alongside the Sledgehammer. Make him quite dangerous from above if LFO aren't holding that.
10 seconds left.
This site for Kanga was actually their...
5 seconds to go.
Well, it's 50-50 for them. They held it twice. And they almost won it on that first one. That was the Mims 1v1 clutch. So we'll see whether it's a more successful one for LFO. See how they are planning to hold. They also look like they're really not putting a lot of pressure into Bakery. Oh no, that's not correct actually. Angmo is going to be playing in there. They've got to rotate through that Bakery wall. So that means they are looking to hold this a little more aggressively, and that castle does facilitate that.
Nasty on the castle, of course, using that operator in particular to help shut down any angles in towards site. And that's going to be critical late round. Early round, though, it looks like Kango are going to go for a full top-down take. That's in contrast to how we saw LFO try to take site from Bakery. We haven't quite seen this approach so far this evening, and I guess Kango will either hero it or show us why they shouldn't have attempted it.
Dan Clear is taking a bit of time here, but Kenga have made their way to the second floor, which has no presence from LFO at this stage. So they can try and do some vertical pressure here, which will probably be Spruce on this sledge. As we see him move towards mining. Looks like is exactly what his plan's going to be, but LFO are looking to contest that. That pre-fire almost
Imagine
the
that
mark.
here. Could you imagine being Spruce
That would be tilting.
and then being hit by that? Oh, and a C4. Oh my. Spruce is dancing on his tiptoes at the moment, trying not to be hit by anything at the moment. Does scathe away in the meantime, but that was looking a little bit sketch. Grenade will be sent out and find to pick onto Hills, who was already low. So that's a great start for Kanga, but I mean, Raven, we only have a minute left. This round going by quite quickly.
That's the thing about that top-down clear. It does take quite a lot of time to obtain some good map control. Really relies on you getting these picks vertically. So Spruce has found one. He's cut this rotated Bakery. This should be another easy kill, so to speak, for Kanga. This nade could be what ends it, but no, that Magnet catches it. So it still survives, but he is pinched, and out of nowhere, Kanga are looking poised to take this round, guys.
I mean, the only pick for Kanga so far was actually a team kill. No Vagues popping Camper in the back of the head. Moving it all up to Mims now in a 1v4. If there's one player you want left on your team for this scenario, it's Mims. But even this is looking quite challenging, and he can't even get the first pick. No Vagues with the ACOG will outduel him, and Kanga will successfully take their first attack.
Again, that pressure has to be creeping up on LFO. And now down on the scoreline, Kanga are continuing to fight. And LFO are looking to weaken a bit. They really crumbled in that round. And let's not forget, the final round that we saw from Kanga's defense was also flawless. So in the last 2 rounds, we haven't really seen a kill from LFO. Because the only death on Kanga just then was a team kill, right?
Yeah. Wow. Of course, LFO, the more rounds they let slip, the closer they are to losing a map. And if they lose a map, they pretty much can't make the playoffs. They can't make the top 4 heading into tonight. They're 7th. They're a long way off. They need to be winning every single map to be a chance. Losing to Kanga here, that's their season done. And they'd be losing to the team that hasn't won a map yet. They definitely don't want to be in that position, and that's why that pressure is starting to creep in. I think they need to try and find some comfort in the fact that they're on Cafe defense. Surely they can muster something here. Try and get a couple rounds under their belt. Try and close this one out before that disaster scenario occurs.
5 seconds left.
As we've been saying, on the flip side, Kanga, they're searching for their only map win in 6 Masters. They're not playing for playoffs, they're playing for pride, so to speak. But they also have the opportunity to really mess up the playoff run for any team ahead of them. And that just so happens to be LFO. And when you don't have much to lose, that can be really dangerous to play against. On top of that, LFO look like they haven't changed up a massive amount with this defense. Just a little bit more presence off-site is probably the main factor here.
Maybe trying to nullify any of that vertical control that will come out from Kangaroos. Not really too many members sitting directly on site. Heels on the top floor, definitely someone to watch. He's a player. It does have a history of popping off, but So far, Cafe is currently going 2 and 7, having a little bit of a struggle. If he can go big this round and gain some momentum, this could be massive for him and his team. He may be missed drone, but no, the drone flicks. His position revealed. Hills will make his way down the hatch. That almost ended poorly, but in the end it does. Campo is there to shut down that rotate, and that's massive. He finds another as well on the rotate. What are LFO doing? They're falling apart. Campo finds the double, and they're on the back foot now, heading into the rest of this round.
They're just getting lost in this pursuit of making something happen. Sometimes that's just not what you need to do. In the pursuit of making something happen, sometimes you're just throwing it away. And that was just a little over-aggressive, I'd say, from LFO. We could be talking about it completely differently, though, right? Like, if Hills actually got the kill onto Leb, it might have worked out a bit different. But at the end of the day, even the extra aggression there from the Sogs just to try and re-peek straight away into reading really didn't work out. To be down 2 men with a minute to go under this pressure, I think that's a tough position to be for LFO.
Minute left on the board. Spruce from above tries to find a pick, but will miss. Vex does have the diffuser. He's rotating towards Freezer. He, of course, is playing Thermite, and he'll be able to use an exothermic charge on that Freezer ball, gain an additional entry point. No one will be contesting that, and he finds the opening. Mims is there ready with the bullet holes to spray them down, and that's a gunfight, but no Vex doesn't die. Mims does eventually die, though, to Campo, who finds he's triple for the round, and Angmo's now in a powerful position to flank, but it could be too late. Nasty holds on for one. Flashes are being sent out, and he won't be blinded.
15 seconds left.
Tries to peek for a second. Angmo finds one, and maybe LFO can bring this back, but the entry from the Vegas is strong, and now Angmo is left in a 1-on-3, but Kanga will shut him down.
3 rounds consecutively in the bank of Kanga means that they are up a solid advantage now. 5-3 is the scoreline. 2 rounds away for Kanga, not only for getting their first and only dub in 6 Masters, but 2 rounds away for Kanga to be putting the nail in the coffin of LFO's playoff chances.
Man. Starting to feel a bit bad now for writing Kanga off completely on this second map. Because, of course, keep in mind, this is LFO's map pick. You would expect them to be even stronger on this map than they were on Coastline. That hasn't been the case so far. Still a long way to go, though.
Attackers need to locate.
I'm going to need to find 2 more rounds consecutively to take the map. I mean, if that's the case, we could well see a reverse sweep 7-3 in favor of Kanga, but
Attackers have located a bomb.
I don't know. I'm waiting for something to click here from LFO. Haven't quite been working for them yet, but I'm sure if they can get this round convincingly, then the cogs will start turning and should be able to change their fortune.
See what they can do. They're in a difficult position here.
10
In the
seconds left.
middle of difficulty lies opportunity, and this is their chance. I mean, you want to talk about opportunity.
5 seconds
They
left.
have an opportunity to make playoffs of 6 Masters. As the team that came through Open Quad,
Is to defuse the bomb.
this is the time to step up. I had a great first map, and right now I'm just seeing them struggle to adapt to Kanga, and they're letting Kanga play their game, which, I mean, we haven't seen a lot of in the entire season. So really big pressure here on LFO.
And I mean, time and time again throughout the season when Kanga has looked strong here and there, most of the time it has felt like their opponent has been overextending and outplaying themselves. And I mean, so far LFO feel like they are playing that way at the moment. Kanga, again, not doing anything too crazy. Holding rotates and flushing out defenders quite generically, really. LFO maybe trying to be a little bit too fancy, a little bit too aggressive. Just giving them picks and not really giving their team a fighting chance.
On top of that, they also made the risky choice to repeat bomb site. Right? They went kitchen twice in a row, which isn't always the norm. And I mean, there's no acceptable good or bad for that. But if you're going to repeat bomb site, you want to be so sure that you know what you need to fix, because it is a bit riskier, so to speak. we haven't seen their bar cocktail hold, and that means neither is Kanga. This is fresh in their minds. And right now, half the round is burned away, and they don't have piano control. They don't have cigar control. So that is actually quite good for LFO at this stage of the round.
C4 from Sogs at the top of red. Won't find its pick, but Mims has been taken down by Campo. Sogs is in a pretty powerful position here to maybe clear off Novakes, who's now opening up that red wall to his left. He goes across the doorway here. Could find himself in trouble, but Sogs drops the hatch, is droned, and will be forced to rotate. Control of Lounge now basically given to Kanga. Nasty. Now with a minute to go, needs to try and hold off Pixel.
It's pretty important here, and also Novakes, he's going to be trying to open this backstore wall, and actually no, he's using it to get in towards trash bags, which is hard right here of his position. This is quite the common plant spot for a lot of teams, and this means that Kanga are pretty set up here to potentially get a plant down. Campo does have a great line of sight here in towards backstore and washroom. One right around the corner that he might be able to catch the corner of, not quite. It's going to push deep through bar, and this is going to be a bit of a banger final end to this round, Guz.
Campo pounces and finds his double for the round and a triple. He's going off here. Now it's up to Nasty to try and defend it, but he himself will be taken out. And now it's Sogs left in a 3-on-1 post plant. Kanga, they have someone on the roof. This round basically unwinnable for LFO, and Kanga will take it. They're on match point, Raven. They could well get their very first win of 6 Masters.
Oh boy, they might just do it, guys. And I mean, they've been in these positions, they've had match points before, and they haven't been able to secure it. It could be another heartbreaking overtime loss for Kanga. But quite frankly, with their form, the way they're playing in this map right now, and the way LFO is playing, I really feel like they've got this. I don't want to jinx them. Too late, to be honest. I just said it. But we'll see. And look, LFO going back to kitchen, which they have had 0 success on right now.
3 attacks straight on Cafe. Definitely nothing to be snuffed at whatsoever. And 3 convincing rounds at that. LFO feeling the most pressure they probably have all season. If they lose this next round, if they lose any of the next 3 rounds, they cannot make the playoffs. They cannot make the top 4. They need to win this map to be a chance. This is high stakes for them. Many at the start of this season wrote them off. No one thought they'd ever be in a position for playoffs, but here we are. It's crunch time for them. They have to win 3 rounds straight. It's definitely an uphill battle here for LFO.
Going up. 10 seconds remaining.
Love to see what they've got in store. I mean, they've attempted this twice now, and both times Kanga has basically ran over the top of them. For them to go here again, you'd hope got something a little bit better up their sleeves. And again, they chose this map. They chose to be here right now, and they aren't really showing a whole lot out of it. You know, guys like this, if you told me that this was Kanga's map pick and that Coastline was LFO's, I'd be 100% convinced by that.
Yeah.
Bomb located by attackers.
Definitely agree with you on that one. As it looks like LFO going for a more traditional hold here on site. Foregoing the heavy roam that they've attempted previously. That may well be the play. That might be the change that they need.
A bomb has been located.
There's good time management from Kanga on this top-down push. Campo already in second floor. They did manage to catch 2 rotating last time, and that's not the play from LFO in this instance. All 5 of them on the first floor. Mims is really the only one that's far away from site there in Bakery, and I mean, that's not far at all. He's already gone back to prep, as no one is pushing him. Maybe he's going to go on a bit of a run, peeking down towards red. But that means Kanga have got free reign of vertical control.
Spruce gets to work with the sledgehammer. He'll use a grenade to clear off this electricity. May well clear the hatch. No, it won't. So there's still an electro claw on the hatch. Ash's breaching charge will be used to clear that, in fact. And that will allow Novakes to get the hatch if he so desires.
440 sledging being done by Spruce yet again. He needs to be able to find some picks here because a big part of this is getting vertical control. And if you don't get picks or you don't work these positions well enough on site, then all this time commitment's for naught. Really important here. Sog's got tagged up. Not going. That C4 is very threatening in that position. They're just waiting for the right time. Exothermic Breach has gone off. Not sure if that was Hatch or even Freezer. Kanga are really looming over the top of LFO on site now.
45 seconds and Spruce will get the first pick. Campo drops the hatch aggressively and could find a couple more. Currently going 14 and 7 in this round, and that's another for the bank. That's Hills taken down. It's a 3-on-5 in favor of Kanga, and Campo just keeps shutting them down one after another, and now Mims is left in a 1 versus 5. Kanga on the edge of winning their very first map, and they will finally convert it with a flawless round. It took them the whole season, but they finally managed to do it. And Leb is absolutely loving it.
They did it. And yes, I'm sure Leb is going to lap this up. And you know what? Some of us might call this the House of Xenox, but I think right now it's the House of Kanga. They've got the dub in 6 Masters at the last hurdle.
Ecstasy for Kanga, but LFO now very unlikely to make the playoffs, and that is a very, very rough scenario for them. The night started off so great, such a great performance on Coastline, but then on Cafe, their map pick, things just did not go their way.
No, I mean, like, Kanga's attack half told the story of that map. I think it's fair to say they absolutely ran over the top of LFO in that second half. I'm not sure what happened there. They went missing and just never got it back, whether it was the pressure getting the better of them or not.
Living started in 2013 after we lost a very good man in the name of Dwayne Lally to a mental illness. They say death by suicide affects 115 people, but you can't even put a number on it. The ripple effect that the loss of one life had on thousands of people far outweighed what I've ever experienced in my entire life.
I'd received a call saying he'd gone missing. I was driving around the whole of the Gold Coast looking for him. I had no idea where to find him.
Dwayne was an avid boxing man, very talented. Life of the party, very charismatic, extremely passionate.
Loving, loyal, he was very cheeky.
Mental illness is costing many people their lives every single day. While I'm sitting here speaking, people are taking their life, and it's because there's people suffering in silence.
1 in 5 people suffer from some form of mental illness, and suicide's the leading cause of death between the ages of 15 and 44.
You can look for things like not getting out of bed of a morning, being socially disconnected, loss of appetite, change in mood, change in behaviour, lack of self-esteem.
Dwayne suffered from depression and bipolar for a number of years, and the stigma kept him quiet. So we wanted to turn that negative into a positive, and if the shoe was on the other foot, I'm sure Dwayne would have done the same. We're just doing what he would have done.
Hi, my name's Dan Price. I don't know where I'd be if I didn't connect with Livin, but I certainly wouldn't be as well as I am today. I was suicidal and tried to take my life on the 4th of December 2014. I was very lucky to survive. I didn't want people to know that I was struggling because of the stigmas around mental illness.
We noticed that there were plenty of great service providers in this country, but all too common people weren't seeking help because of this stigma. So we wanted to bridge that gap.
As males, we're extremely tough. We want to be the tough people, the ones that have all the answers, the ones that don't want to admit our vulnerabilities and our weaknesses.
You might not have the answers, but if you can offer support and just listen to them, that could be what they need in that moment of time.
I was an alpha male and a popular guy, and I didn't want people to think I was weak, and that's why I love the message that Livin presents, which is it ain't weak to speak.
We go all around the country, businesses, sporting clubs, teaching people that it ain't weak to speak. What we're really doing is educating them in how to speak, where to speak, and then we're educating people on how to listen and how to look for these warning signs, because without one, you can't really have the other. It's all about being honest and open. If something's off, just ask them.
That's what Livin's all about, taking that stigma away and giving people hope, help, connection, and giving them the confidence to speak up and seek the help when they need it and when they deserve it.
We believe with education comes understanding, with understanding comes acceptance, and with acceptance comes hope.
I want to change the way the world understands, perceives and interprets mental health. Let's change the dynamics in which this is looked at. For far too long it's been a stigma. We're going to make this a dinner table conversation, the same way that we'd put our hand up and run for help if we had a broken leg.
Don't be afraid to have those, hard-hitting, confronting conversations, because it could save a life.
I'm the happiest I've ever been in my life, and living has been instrumental in changing my life for the better.
If in doubt, reach out, because there's a lot of people out there that want to help and support you making that change to get back on track to start living again.
Welcome on in, ladies and gentlemen. It's Playday 5 for the Oceanic Nationals. We are well and truly now at the busy end of the season. Only 3 Playdays remaining, of course, including today. My name is Oceanic. Joining me today is the lovely Guz, who's apparently standing today, and it looks like you... it looks like you're having a ball over there. Yeah, I wish I could stand as well. Yeah, definitely should be a banger. I mean, looking at the lineups when I was seeing the teams before, during the pre-show when we were off air, and I just couldn't have asked really for a better couple of games to be played tonight. We've got 4 games, of course, tonight, as apparently Cars has just gone into the darkness.
My mic wasn't working, so I tried to refresh, and now I'm in the dark. So. maybe this is the curse of standing up. I shouldn't have stood up.
You should not have been standing up. But look, guys, we've got some absolutely amazing games to go tonight. But of course, before we get into those, let's look at the standings, which currently at the moment, Pittsburgh Knights are the only undefeated team. 4 matches played, 4 wins, and 12 points so far in the back pocket. Just quickly behind them is Wildcard and Noble, 3-1 so far. Really, guys, the top 3 right now, the 3 that we think could probably win the whole thing.
100%. It's really there's sort of like 3 battles is probably the best way I would describe the standings at the moment. You've got the Knights, Wildcard, Noble in the top 3. Then we break that down to Ferox, Okami, Elevate fighting out in the mid-table. And then it's really a battle between Rhythm and LFO, who's going to finish 7th or 8th at the moment. That's what we're expecting. That said, though, as I mentioned, tonight will be pivotal, I think, in shaping up how these standings will form at the back end of the season.
Let's go have a look at the schedule for today and get you a look at these juicy games. Of course, kickstarting it off, Noble Akami, which ironically, guys, probably the matchup we don't expect as much to happen from. But after that, Ferox Elevate will kickstart what is going to be a night of 50-50s.
Oh, so many good matches tonight. If I had to take my pick, probably LFO Rhythm for me is going to be the one that's going to be probably the most competitive and the most hard fought. Might not be the best siege we're going to see tonight. That's probably going to go down to Wildcard and the Pittsburgh Knights. But either way, I think it's still going to be a really good evening. All of these matches across the board have their own unique storylines, which we're keen to track.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, LFO Rhythm, I guess, is also the bottom, the battle of the bottom teams, unfortunately. And it's kind of like the last hurrah as well between those 2 teams in particular. Whoever wins that matchup will at least still have a lifeline to try and make the playoffs. The loser is mathematically eliminated from playoffs, and they will be in the bottom 2. They will go to that relegation. So a big game between LFO and Rhythm, despite the fact it's on the bottom end of the standings. And then, of course, it's going to go and flip to the top end of the standings to close off the night. Wildcard versus Pittsburgh Knights, which it feels kind of like Pittsburgh right now are still contending against wildcard, despite the fact that Pittsburgh are the ones who are undefeated. This feels like Guz potentially a final hurdle. You get over wildcard, and I guess you can be considered the best team.
100%. I am just mid fixing my webcam. So do you want to ramble on about the first game, and I'll be back in like an absolute jiffy. How about that?
This is payback for last week, isn't it? I feel like you were going to stitch me up. You've now gone and stitched me up. But look, I could talk about wildcard nights and all these matchups probably for a good hour if I really wanted to have a bit of a yarn. But wildcard, of course, they did drop a match against Noble about 2 weeks ago, roughly. So they'll be looking to, of course, want to restamp their authority as the best team in the region. They didn't drop a single map in 6 Masters. We're back, and you've gone from the dark to the light. I love to see it, guys. You're just the man of extremes.
The light bulb has gone off in my head. It's just we'll see. We'll talk about this later. But the big brain predictions, the light bulb has definitely gone off for tonight. Trust me.
Definitely, and obviously our predictions as well is going to be the sort of talking point tonight, because there's a big split on 3 out of the 4 matchups. Let's go and have a look, of course, at our first matchup tonight. Noble, Akami. We have a look at the Noble lineup, which they are rolling pretty good, except for the fact they did lose to Knights in what was the top of the table clash on Playday 4. Besides losing that, everything else has been pretty good.
Yeah, the best way to probably describe their loss to the Knights is just a little bit of a bump in what has been a relatively smooth road for them. I mean, coming into this season, we did expect them to do well. I think they've probably reached that benchmark, but I think it's up to them to prove themselves in these last few weeks. Can they actually build some meaningful momentum into the playoffs? We saw them struggle in the playoffs last season, so I think they'll be looking to try and build into that, and that probably starts here. We're now in that second half of the season, so there's no better time.
Have a look at their opponents for tonight, which is going to be Akami, who have unfortunately struggled, not able to replicate their performance from 6 Masters thus far. But a win here tonight against Noble could certainly set them up for a chance. In saying that, though, it's a very slim chance at that in terms of being able to repeat 6 Masters. Right now, for Akami, they play Noble, then they play Pittsburgh, then they play wildcard. That's their final 3 matches. So this is really their best chance to pick up a win, you'd think, for the remainder of the season.
Yeah, and I can't really believe we're saying that. Akami were a team heading into this. We were almost locking in top 2, top 3. Now that's basically off the cards unless they pull off a miracle in these last few weeks. They're on a weird trajectory at the moment. It felt like when Specker jumped in this season that he would be that spark that they needed. Maybe he's not been performing as well as the team's needed. I'm not too sure. It's felt like a group effort in terms of the whole group is letting each other down a little bit. But yeah. I mean, if they can bring the goods tonight and play as well as we know that Okami can play, then Noble might find themselves in a little bit of trouble.
Well, hopefully they can stand up as tall as you're currently standing, Guz. That would be the ideal situation for Akami. Speaking of, though, coming up next, map vetoes. What are we thinking here in this matchup between Noble and Akami? I would imagine for Noble's sake, they might want to just keep things a bit simple here against Akami, not try and send them to a map where Akami could maybe spring a surprise on them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably expecting to see the holy trinity of ANZ, as we've now coined the term. So that's Clubhouse, Villa, and Cafe. That's probably where we're expected to go. That said, we have seen both of these teams play Oregon, and we know that Oregon is starting to phase itself in, particularly on an international scale. A lot of the EU teams, NA teams, playing a lot of Oregon, so we might see that trend continue here in Oceania.
It's been they played actually 4 maps out of their first 4 games so far for Noble. So obviously they've got a pretty decent map pool as we do get into the map vetoes right now. Not a surprise. I don't even know if we've seen theme parks so far at all for the season, but Oregon again. And for me and you in particular, guys, this is our 3rd map of Oregon in a row, because we finished off Playday 3 last week with 2 matches of Oregon, and now I guess we're going to start Playday 5 here with a match on Oregon as well. I think this is okay, though, especially for Noble. They've got a bit of exposure onto it. I think Akami did play 1. They did. They beat LFO on Oregon. So both teams have had a small amount of exposure, at least here in Oceanic Nationals, now on Oregon. This is not as if we're in like week 1 or week 2 where we'd be sitting back surprised. Obviously, the Band-Aid was firmly ripped off last week in terms of Oregon finally being introduced. Yeah,
I mean, the best way we can probably benchmark these 2 teams heading to this map is the fact that they've played it once this season. And funnily enough, it was against the same opponent. It was against LFO. Okami, it was a 7-4 in their favor. Noble, a 7-5. So if you just want to look at it purely from a statistics point of view, Okami have a very, very slight advantage, but let's be honest, that means basically nothing. Noble's still favorites heading into this one, and Oregon, I'm sure, will be an interesting map. The question really is, for me, is going to be how much is Noble willing to reveal to win this match? Because surely they're hiding some stuff for playoffs.
Yeah, potentially. And of course, Oregon, though, in my eyes, probably a very defensive-sided map when it comes to basement, but then things like kids, 50-50, right? Well, from what we've seen so far in Oregon, and that's where it'll probably come down to it, which I think Noble will then probably have what it takes to dispatch Okami. You would hope so. Let's have a look at the predictions, though. I mean, I've already kind of given away what I think it's going to be. I think Noble should be able to take it out, but the Snowball expert panel all believing it's going to be Noble, except for the man in last place. Now, there's a reason why that man is in last place right now, Gus.
Yeah, I mean, the numbers don't lie. Obviously, Ducky's trying to salvage something and he has to vote against everyone this late in the season. But yeah, look, Noble, they're favorites. Doesn't mean by any stretch of the imagination that if Okami don't show up, they can't win this map. I really want to stress that. Okami, they have some really good players on that team. It just hasn't been connecting so far this season, whereas Noble, despite maybe not having as much experience necessarily across the board, have been a lot more cohesive, especially with President jumping on as well. So yes, Noble favorites, but Okami aren't it's not going to necessarily be the biggest miracle of 2020 if Okami somehow managed to win this.
Yeah, and look, I agree with this, actually. I think if you are Ducky, you are on 8 points right now in terms of the predictions. Sure, why not? Have a gander and see whether or not Okami can pull off a big upset, which in my eyes, it still very much would be. But as you're saying, it's not exactly a total calamity if it does happen, right? So there's a chance. If Okami of old sort of show up and you know, the likes of Ippy style and codes really bring that form that we saw from Six Masters, there's very well a chance they could potentially upset Noble. I did, of course, last time out, we were on the broadcast say that Noble wouldn't lose a map. Well, then they did. The very next Playday, they dropped a pretty big one against Knights, of course. Noble looking to rectify that one loss and get back into the winners column here on Oregon. Playday 5 about to kick off. This is essentially the appetizer for what's surely going to be a very exciting night of Siege.
Indeed it will. Noble, they're on the defense. They get the first ban. Thatcher off the board. That is an insta-ban on almost every single match that Noble have played in recent time. In fact, the only time they changed that up was a couple of sledge bans, but I don't think they want to really nerf Nico heading into this one. So probably a wise decision. Okami following that up with a Nomad. So of course that's going to decrease the frequency in which these teams can flank on the defense. And Okami are notorious for playing quite fluid on their defense. So expect to see them roaming around the map quite a bit. Wamai taken off the board there as well by Okami. We expect to see at least one projectile denial taken off the board, and Wamai, of course, is quite strong in that regard. Valkyrie, the last one to round things off. A little bit of intel gathering will be taken off the board here for the defense. I'm not sure. Actually, that is a good point to bring up. Echo is now in quarantine, cannot be played by these teams. So we're not going to see any Echo bans from these teams because Echo cannot be selected. So just keep that in mind.
Yep. Trying to think back to the matches of Oregon that we saw last week. I don't recall much Echo though. I mean, you might have a better memory than I do. Definitely wasn't a staple.
No. Echo's a little bit weird. It's a little bit of a niche pick. I mean, we do see it a little bit when it is on the board, but like I said, we're not going to see it at all now, so probably not going to have a massive impact on this game.
So we head down to basement first though, guys. This is very much the perennial must win if you're defense. Really, I think from the 2 matches of Oregon we saw, we only saw the defensive team lose basement once. It was like a 90-something% win rate. It was insane. Speaking of percentages though, the community vote, very, very close between Noble and Okami LFO, 52% to 48%. Maybe some voters in there with Six Masters more in mind than, say, Oceanic Nationals, which, of course, I mean, if we just base everything off Oceanic Nationals, guys, it's certainly one-sided to Noble. But, yeah, you know, Six Masters wasn't that long ago. Okami still got a great lineup. Spec has been amazing. And as we've kind of touched on, there's certainly all the chance in the world for Okami to still win this matchup. It's not going to be easy. But if they're going to get off to a good start, winning this basement round would set the tone for Okami.
100% the point that I was going to make. If Okami are going to be any chance of winning this map, they need to stack rounds on this attack. We've seen it time and time again. Teams struggle here in Oceania to get those attacking round wins on the board, even when they actually do eventually win the map.
Oh,
So that's a good start. Won't be massively impactful. Wamai already placing those banshees around the map, so at least that utility will be down and can be soaked later. And basement is a really difficult objective still to attack, even if you do have that one-man advantage.
Bomb located
did you
by
say
attackers.
Wamai?
Did I? Malusi is what I meant.
It's okay. We all make mistakes, guys.
They look very similar, the logos. And I was thinking because Malusi got banned. So there you go.
You mean Wamai got banned?
Wamai got banned.
You're off to a great start, guys. Great start.
That's right. That's my one
point-
mistake. That's my one mistake off the board, and that's Fisho's one mistake off the board for the night. So there we go. We
Yeah.
get it out the way.
One thing I wanted to bring up though was it's President just spotting a member of Akami that's Ippy style is now taken very low. We saw a lot of 4v5s actually happen where the attacking team, especially on these basement sites last week, did get that early pick, but it didn't really bring too much into fruition in terms of winning the round. Because typically by the end of the round, you kind of still just have the attackers funnel in and the defenders can easily pick off one or two. So one-man advantage right now for Akami, not the be end all. But if they can get a second one, certainly opens things up.
Nico getting aggro, still trying to hold on to Pillar as much as they can. Noble, unfortunately, having to forfeit it quite early into this round. And Akami now with over a minute to be able to work around the site. Of course, Ace can open up that wall as well with the summer breaching charges. Still shoot in hand after the first is thrown. Ippy style gets one back, and a great nade from Joker will drop Prez as well. So it's a 2-on-5. Noble really struggling here to kick things off on Ori.
It's only first round though, Ducky. I know you're watching. Don't get your hopes up too much. And saying that, this is the perfect start right now for Akami. Basement attack, 2-4 to their advantage. Still a lot of work to do, but the fuser is now planted. 42 seconds on the time. Dirtbay able to just swing through that wall, gets Ippy style, now pushes on, looking for a second one. And provided Dirtbay can find one more here, might just even up the round. It's unfortunate. It's unsuccessful for Dirtbay and co. And Akami do open up with a very strong round win down in basement.
Ooh, that would have been really close. Had that super shorty actually connected and done enough damage there on to Jack Dad. But even envisioning a scenario where Noble were able to even bring that back, probably not a whole lot of time to hit that counter defuse. And even still, they'll be a little bit concerned at just how much control and dominance that Okami did have in the early stages of that round. 2 picks gone unanswered. In fact, it was 3, leaving it in that 2-on-5. So Noble, they go, hey, maybe we'll mix things up, head upstairs, not going to reattempt basement. And to me, that's probably the right play because Okami were exceptionally strong that round.
It definitely seemed like Akami had strat there to open things up.
Protect your bombs from being
Certainly wouldn't have been a surprise to have basement as the opening round. Now we go to Kids and Storms though. And this is where I like to say it's 50-50. It's certainly a lot more open. If Akami have won the basement round, well, I kind of predicted they would lose it, and I would have then said coming into this round, guys, this is where you can pick up your round wins. And kind of really as the attacking team, this is where you do need to actually pick up 1 or 2 rounds on your attacking half. But provided that Akami have at least picked up 1 basement round already, it does mean it's kind of 1 less that they do need to achieve here. But this could certainly set the tone. A 2-0 start here in the attack for Akami would be just palpable.
100% would be very, very scary. Interesting setup here inside of Armory. Nico electing to reinforce the hatch. Mute jammer placed there as well. So I believe the purpose behind that would be so it can't be destroyed below by a Habana with the X-Kairos. Fortunately for Noble, they don't really have to worry about that because it's only the Ace who needs to use 2 Selmas, and of course the Maverick who won't even be able to reach the hatch below, I don't believe. So that should be a nice stronghold. We don't often see teams hold Armory incredibly heavily. So that might throw a spanner in the works for Okami if they try and gain map control from that eastern side.
Bomb located by attackers.
I like the Goyo shield, the Vulcan shield's placement as well. And, you know, President can sort of just hold, watch down through Attic. And then eventually if Akami do push onto this site, pretty easy to just blow up the shield, fall back into Kids. This is going to be the interesting part, though. Molosca's roam down basement. Of course, from basement, you can go from one side of the map to the other on Oregon, so really can at least roam quite effectively. You think that with this sort of site, kids, Storms, if Molosca can find one roaming around, it's just going to set the tone for the round, particularly. Minute 40 remaining.
I like this confidence from Noble. They know that historically this season, Okami have been solo entering on the attack. The likes of Specker frequently adopting that mindset, that strategy. Yes, it hasn't paid off in this round, but that said, it has wasted almost half the round already. They've only just drained out Milo now, I believe. Yes, that is confirmed. And Cutie drops his head. So there we go. That's a 5-on-4. A really nice pick for Milo. And with a minute to go, Okami can't really afford to try and hunt down this roamer now.
I don't actually know if they did drone out Milo initially. Unfortunately, by the time it was pinged, Cutie was already dead. So opening frag to Molosca onto Cutie. That's sort of at least +1 there for the roamer. 50 seconds remaining here in the second round. Joker, though, with the nade. I think Fisher Kai was going to be eliminated by Epistyle anyway. Had a bit of help in doing so. And now makes it a 4 versus 4 with 40 seconds remaining. And Okami is starting to push in. Jack Dad with the elimination onto Milo. Nico holding close with the shotgun, though. Obviously can be very impactful. President there with the crossfire potentially too. Derpay getting involved. Jack Dad, first shot didn't quite connect as well as Nico would have liked. The second one did, though. Joker finding a double elsewhere. But Nico's the solo remaining after losing the remainder of his teammates, and Okami up 2-0. This is the perfect start.
A little bit of an eyebrow raiser here for Noble. Strong attacks from Okami. Despite that stronghold that they had inside of Armory, Noble was still taken out. It was a fantastic nade to drop, I believe, Fisher Guy playing in that position. So maybe not enough projectile denial, or it was burnt. Didn't quite get to see, but it was a clean take. And then, unfortunately, the roamers that did waste a significant amount of time weren't able to actually get back towards site. We didn't quite see, but I'm assuming they were just cut off on the rotates. There's only 2 staircases back towards the site, so it shouldn't be too much trouble, even without that Nomad off the board, to cut those off. Clean from Okami so far. Noble back downstairs. It's time to start mixing something up. Time to start bringing something fresh to the board, or they could find themselves in a little bit of trouble. I'd say if Noble lose this round,
oh yeah,
oh that's a headache.
Oh yeah, definitely. You lose basement 2 times in your defending half, and don't actually know if there would be much of a way back. Of course, it's all on the provisions that Okami kind of do the job themselves on their own defense, right? So you can never sort of get too ahead of yourselves. But this is the sort of map where, you know, we're looking at these rounds that you would think Noble would have won the first basement round. Okay, kids, Storms, whatever. It's kind of 50-50. You can give the attacking team those, and it's not the end of the world. You lose the second basement round, though, along with the fact that you didn't win that 50-50 kids, Storms battle. And it's staring down the battle with 3-0 halfway through the first half. It's not a good start. But I think Noble's probably the kind of team that can adjust on the fly. You know, you lose that first basement round, it's like, okay, where did we go wrong? Positioning wise, did we sort of peek corners we shouldn't have? Did we open up the wrong holes? Play it just that little bit differently, play a bit more defensively, force Okami to funnel in, because it didn't even ever get to that sort of point where you had to, say, funnel in through Freezer, for instance, and then you're just kind of a sitting duck for the defense. See what Okami do this round, though. Do they have a second sort of strat for basement? Noble going to be able to lock them out and get really what is a much-needed round win.
Milo again on the roam, top of the white stairs on this occasion, so he'll be lurking in towards dorms, trying to disrupt any players that, again, might be slowly entering. But there has been a stark contrast in Okami's playstyle compared to these other Playdays, where they're actually not feeding their opponent by solo entering. Instead, they're a bit more cohesive and a little bit more patient when they're trying to find these early picks. Oh my word, Derpay almost taken out as he will successfully strike that drone down. Looking like it will be a full blue take here from Okami, so util will be critical.
Minute and a half, still a lot of drones left as well for Okami. As I say that, I think one was just eliminated. But This is not so bad. Specker can now push in as well onto Fisher, guy who just cannot get going right now in this matchup. There's at least a kill back for Nico without being refragged, which was exactly what Ipistar was looking for there, peeking it at the exact same time. Unsuccessful though on to Nico. It makes it 4 versus 4. Minute to go. Ipistar just going to drone around and see what it can find, but that's going to be eliminated quickly as well. Not too many drones left now for Akami. A minute left on the clock. So all of a sudden, utility's a lot lower. Ipistar just looking for someone to stick their butt out, and that's exactly what's happened here. President just having a few bullets whiz by. Did take a bit of damage. But this is exactly what you want from a basement defense for Noble, forcing Akami now sort of from one direction, and it's exactly what's happening. Ipistar does get Dirtbay though, 2 versus 2, and suddenly Joker with a quick double onto Moloska and Dirtbay. Nico's now down as a solo for Noble. This has gone horribly wrong, guys.
Nico still does have a C4 in hand, so he can try and play plant. And our Joker, as you mentioned, on a slither of HP as well. Not sure how much intel Okami will have in towards site, so they may not know if Nico has repositioned. His last known position was when he placed that mirror on the wall, and now they're just going to creep down the hallway, stack together, try and refrag this out. They don't know where Nico is, and Nico, playing it so smart, will just play patiently, wait to try and time these picks the best that he can. C4 heads out. Will it find its mark? No. May have been shot in the air. Either way, it didn't do any damage, and Joker can swing wide, clean him up. That is 3 straight for Okami. My, oh my.
Okay, now you can get excited, Ducky. Now you can get excited. 3-0? 2 basement wins? Oh, this is disaster for Noble. I mean, you want to sort of, I guess, say that there's still a lot of rounds to be played here. This was a nice little entry from Specker after getting the concussion onto Fisher guy, who just feels like can't really get into the game right now. It was the turning point, though, Joker getting that double. That changed it around in favor of Akami towards the back end of that round, because it certainly, at one point, was 4 versus 2. In favor of Noble in the clinches, and yet couldn't quite execute down the stretch. Now they're going to go basement again. Their 3rd attempt now down in basement, which has typically got a high win rate, high success chance for the teams on the defense. And they're struggling here against Akami, who, I mean, as we sort of said in the pre-show, they are fighting for what feels like their last good chance of finding, you know, a win and to secure, because if they do win this, guys, they do secure playoffs.
100%. Really fighting hard. And the one thing reflecting on that last round that I was going to praise Noble for was their control of Pillar. Of course, that position at the bottom of the stage stairs or the main stairs, whichever you wish to call them, over towards this northern side of the map. It was a 4v2, and I was almost just about to call it as a Noble round win. And then, as you mentioned, Joker just out of nowhere with that 3-speed Mav, popped off, finds 2, and then they clutch it up in the end. So I think that round was well played by Noble. A little bit of a throw towards the end, considering the strong positions that they did have. So I don't know what they're going to change up this round. Maybe be a little bit more aggressive. We've already seen the attic hatch pop some reinforcements as well. So maybe they're going to try and facilitate an even more aggressive roam. And it looks like we'll be present again, holding the meeting hatch and the castle as well on the roam.
Yeah, I was thinking that as well. Maybe a bit more first floor presence from Noble, taking the risks to get the reward, but even Moloska up onto that 2nd floor. So there's only 2 down in the basement right now, which is Nico and Fisher guy. Provided you probably only need 2 at this point down there anyway. So certainly Noble changing up their tactics a little bit here in this 3rd attempt now on basement. And when does it get to the point though where if this becomes 4-0, I'm going to be honest, I don't see a way back for Noble. They have to win this round. It's getting to that critical point now where you've got to, at the very least, get 2 rounds from these remaining 3.5. Knowing full well that, you know, Akami on their own defense should very well be able to secure basement. At this point, I don't even know anymore. I don't know, guys.
The good thing for Noble in this round is that Okami have played into this defense, and the defense themselves haven't lost any members. So that's wasted already half the round, and President, Moloska, Derpe, they can all fall back now towards site if they wish. Their job is probably being done. I'd say that that is a tick in the box here for Noble. That said, though, once that above control is completely forfeited, then the round starts to open up, and we can see Specker getting aggressive towards blue. I'm not sure if anyone from the defense was aware of that. Either way, though, he does fall back. Players spraying through. They're trying to find that first pick, and it will be Nico on top in this one.
And Nico takes out Specker just on the minute mark as well for this 4th round now, the matchup. Noble have taken a bit of damage, but for the most part, still very much intact. Joker with a 7-0-0 start for this matchup. Feels like the Joker of old. Kind of bank on Joker finding a kill or 2 here. Noble just needs to sort of hold their positions. Wait. Have those crossfires set up. Jack Dad will eliminate President. Well, utility going to be thrown out from Joker here towards Boiler. Just wants to clear that barbed wire. Moloska is still over in Freezer. Nico finds a double. Now he's got 3 in total for the round. But a 4 versus 2 is what we saw from Noble earlier on, and they weren't able to finish it off with the round win. Is it going to be the same here? Still, though, 10 seconds remaining. It's not ideal. Ipistyle going to get shot down from that corridor. Nico finds 4 in the round, and Noble in the 4th round finally are on the board.
So much cleaner from Noble. They again established that roam. They fell off it. No one got picked off. That was the critical thing. They could then fall back to site, set up really powerful crossfires. We know that that basement objective is really difficult to push late round, particularly if you don't have a man advantage, and especially if you are at the man disadvantage. We could see Noble just playing so passively. You had Milo in Freezer. The nade, unfortunately, didn't take him out. You had a couple of players in the objective itself, one holding the long hallway as well. So no matter where Okami tried to enter late round there, it's going to be very, very tough unless Noble lost their ones. So a lot better on the defense. And look, I still think that they need to win the next 2. Letting Okami get 4 or more on the attack is still pretty scary.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs
No, I
as they
definitely
can.
agree with you. I think 2, you can kind of at least give yourself still a chance on the switch. 3, certainly more ideal. Obviously, it's going to come down to winning kitchen dining, and then after that, kids dorms. Which, I mean, look, 3-3 is not that horrible on Oregon. It's really not. And provided that Noble can step up on their own attack, maybe pinch a basement round. If they can pinch one basement round, then they're right back in it in terms of being able to lead this. But the thing that I love the most, more than anything, is that, you know, when we sort of set the tone for Playday 5, this was the game we kind of glanced over a little bit, both here on tonight and also on the reload as well. It was kind of said that the other 3 games are just so tantalizing that we kind of feel like Noble should get the job done against Akami. But credit to Akami, they've thoroughly shown up right now in this first half. Can they capitalize even further? We go to kitchen dining this round though, guys. We don't see a lot of it. It's certainly more of the ugly duckling of Oregon. Obviously basement, kids and dorms are the 2 main sites.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Keen to see how Okami try to approach this
Attackers have
objective.
recovered their diffuser.
Probably one they haven't played as much as the other 2 primary
Attackers
sites,
have
being
dropped the bomb
basement and
diffuser.
dorms. Maybe they'll try and rely a little bit more on their gun skill and go frag heavy, or maybe they'll try and play a little bit more heavy in terms of utility. Either way, they will be dealing with a lot of different variables across the map. Again, Noble roaming quite heavily, trying to find that solo entry.
I like
But again, Okami just aren't feeding them that. So I get the impression that Noble maybe need to be a little bit safer on this roam, maybe not commit to it as hard, because I don't think they've found a pick yet from it, albeit it was 1 Milo earlier, but it didn't really count for a whole lot.
Yeah, no, but I agree. But at the same time, I also think you've got to still hold these positions. I mean, Fisher Guy can just drop down from kids anyway, right? So that gives you a little bit of presence on that 3rd floor. You've got Moloska roaming down in basement. So you can kind of have all 3 levels. At least that verticality can be denied for Akami from Noble. So Fisher Guy, though, as soon as he's droned out, probably will feel the pressure and just drop down, you would assume. But kids is probably a decent position to still hold because it's right on top of kitchen.
Yeah,
Might be dining.
It's a position that we do see held by some teams that B gets
It is
the first
kitchen.
pick. So that now puts Fisher in a very dangerous position. Does he commit? Does he find his first pick on this map, or does he fall down? He doesn't have an option now. Specker pushes deep, but he does find the pick. Fisher, so strong on that shotgun, is eventually traded out. So it will be a 2-on-4 Okami with the man advantage.
Was a decent little sort of reposition from Fisher Guy to kickstart that. Nico just Going to take a gamble with the C4. Not going to pay off, though. Just feels like this round has just slipped away from Noble very quickly. We talk about the 20-second meta. That felt like the 1-minute meta just went bang in a brief second of time for Okami. 30 seconds remaining, though, still. Site needs to be taken. Concussion onto Nico. He just wants to swing that, have a bit of a peek. Unsuccessful. There was a nade as well thrown in. Half health Nico. Expecting to find someone. Headshot onto Ippy Star. Now makes it a 2 versus 3. Knows one's above, but also going to get pushed in by Joker, who is just leading the charge right now for Okami. Very much a large part as to why they're doing so well in this matchup. Derpe, the solo on the Maestro. And 1 versus 3 against Cutie, Jack Dad, and Joker.
This is going to be very tough. Vert control to Okami. A couple of players in sight as well. And Derpe can spray as much as he wants, but I don't think he'll be able to find all 3. He's a hair's breadth away from dropping. Decides to rotate. Not sure if there'll be a drone there to monitor this position. And he is, as I mentioned, forced to go above. So even if he finds this pick, he's not going to have a whole lot of time to work with. And there we go. Cutie swings wide. Closes things out here for Okami. 5 rounds in, this has been the Okami show through and through.
Oh, I'm just going to be honest right now. Noble are making me look very, very silly, guys. Very, very silly.
Same.
For the, well, me more so than you, for the words that I said last week where I thought they were going to go undefeated for the remainder of the season. It didn't happen. As I said, decent little reposition from Fisher Guy there, but was still caught nonetheless. Nico getting involved, but you can see the pressure above, and then Joker swings in as well anyway, so it just feels like Noble are a mess right now. It kind of almost seems like they've fallen for the trap of going to Oregon against the Okami, who just seem better suited for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit difficult again without too much history to go off as to whether or not this was a poor map pick. I mean, as I mentioned earlier, Okami with the 1 round, I guess, differential heading into this one on this map against LFO. Both of these teams having played that opponent on this map. So maybe a little bit questionable. I don't think Noble would have expected to go that far against LFO. It was a 7-5, so maybe that was a little bit of a warning sign. And Okami, of course, would have had the VOD to look at if they wanted to target this map. And maybe that's what they've done, because it feels like Noble are being picked apart at the moment and don't really have a response.
Yeah. And just, you know, you mentioned we don't have a lot to go off, but going back to just last week, you know, Noble were here on Oregon. They played LFO 7-5, and it was a relatively close affair back and forth. And I think at the time we were both a bit surprised that, you know, LFO were keeping up with Noble for the most part. And we kind of just put it down to, okay, that was at that point the first time we had seen Oregon, and that maybe was a reason for it. And the fact that this is now, you know, Noble's second to go on Oregon, I don't know if they want to return here after the way that this has played out so far. 1-4. I did say they would have to, at the very least, find 2 rounds. He can still get that. It is still achievable. If it does go down to 1-5, though, it's all but over. You would think it would have to be a heroic comeback from Noble. They would have to do a lot of things right on their own attack. And despite how good Noble have been this season, I don't know if they would have what it takes to do so.
Derpe with the first pick, so that's Maverick taken off the board. A nice one there for Noble. That's one of the 2 hard breaches taken out, but of course Jack Daddy's still up with the ace, can get a lot of damage done. Nico, of course, on the mute can deny those Selma charges, so hopefully Noble can hold on here. It's going to be very difficult for Okami now to push dorms, and maybe even impossible to push games as well if that wall's muted. And there we go. They're just going to send it in towards site. They know that they can't get the wall open. They push nice and deep. Retrade the first pick out. Might be able to pick Specker back up in the process, but Derpe, in fact, will drop him with the impact grenade as the picks keep coming through. It's a 3-on-2. Jack Daddy still trying to find a window of opportunity to get that diffuser down, but Derpe says, no, that's a triple for me. And Ippy Styles now left in the 1-on-3. Finds one onto Prez. Winnable. This is a 1-on-2, but he is low on HP. No diffuser in hand. There might be some vert below, but no. He picks up the diffuser, makes his way in towards Kids, and he's going to try and stick the bombs down.
And Nico and Derpe both on this first floor. Nico's so close. Now just spotted the last second. Does get him. Whew. The skin of his teeth. Nico at least gets Ippy style. Derpe was close by anyway. and a much needed round win. And you know, I think you really coined it perfectly when you said losing Joker there was disastrous for Okami in that attacking round. And not only that, but the fact that it was the Maverick, but also Joker, who's just been sort of at the forefront of a lot of the the killing spree that we've seen from Okami so far. So you've lost the player who's playing the best, and you've lost a very important operator. And I think actually they made the right decision just sending it in. I think that was the right call, rather than just loitering around outside and what do we do? When do we do it? They just went in, tried to catch Noble off guard, which, I mean, it was very messy, but for the most part, it could have been successful. It very much could have been successful, guys. It was that messy that it could have gone really either way there.
You had to say it, didn't you? Well, 4-2. Okami with the lead. They've attacked in the first half of Oregon. Can't believe we're really in this position, but we are. And probably safe to say that if Joker wasn't taken out early in that last round, it could well have been a 5-1 in Okami's favor. Now, the pressure is on Noble to show up. What do they have on the attack to try and disrupt this difficult defense that will be established? It's basement first. We know statistically, very, very difficult for the attackers to get round wins. But with that said, Okami actually managed to pick up a round here in their attack. If they win this, Noble, and then can have a successful Dorms attack, well, then we're even. So I think that's the goal that they'll be trying to reach. Try and reach that 4-4, try and even out that scoreline a little bit.
Yeah, I think right now for Okami, they just basically have to win basement. Like literally just bank on basement, and from here they've already got the 4 rounds. They can definitely get to 6. The question is, can they get 3 basements? Can they? I think they can.
3.5. It would depend on if they lose this. If they lose this,
yeah, they have to win this one. Yeah,
if they lose,
yeah.
then win, then Noble pop off. I think they can then defend it for like the last round of regulation. That's some quick math, which might be wrong. But, that's why I didn't want to get into that conversation, because we all know that my math is terrible.
Well, I think that the biggest takeaway though is just how important this round is, really.
Yeah.
If Noble can pinch this one early, it almost offsets what Okami was able to do by getting that very opening basement round where they made it 1-0. So let's see what Noble's got. They haven't looked like themselves in this matchup. I mean, Fisher guy who week 1 MVP, 1-4-5 is just struggling to get involved.
Very different attack here from Noble to what we saw from Okami. They're not pushing blue, I don't believe, on this occasion. Instead, focusing on these hatches, and maybe we'll rotate towards a laundry-centric push. So that's, of course, the opposite side of the objective to where that Kaede is holding pillar. We're also, interestingly enough, seeing Gridlock on the board, an operator that doesn't get a lot of love these days, but with that Nomad taken out, any little bit of flank watch against Okami will be very useful because they love to roam. That said, though, they've actually turtled down on this objective, and maybe Noble weren't expecting that, so we'll have to see how they try and approach the execute.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the Gridlock's going to now have much influence here in this particular round. Maybe as you kind of alluding to, was expecting Okami to have one try and come down from like second floor or something and pinch them in potentially. But as you said, it's going to be a turtle from Okami, which I actually agree with this. I think, and from what we saw last week, this is typically when we saw defensive teams win basement 90% of the time, was just sort of forcing, you know, teams through laundry or forcing them through freezer and just making it so difficult to push through. Keep everything else locked up, force them either freezer or laundry, and just hold those angles, make them get funneled in. Fisher guy dead already as well, just cannot get involved. President finds one back though, at least for Noble, makes it 4 versus 4. Nico can't be standing there for too much longer, buddy. Almost taken down a half health. Does have Derpe close by as well, pushing through laundry. He's going to go out, try and just deny that bit of vision. Nico, though, how about that? Just takes out Cutie. Don't worry about the smoke. Just take the hand off. Now pushing over to the shield. Derpe gets the headshot onto Specker. And this could be the round now for Noble to get back into this matchup. Never mind, I've gone too early. It's over. What?
Oh, I really, really thought that off the back of Nico and Derp initiating that push through Laundry, that would facilitate and take the pressure off the push that was coming in through Freezer, but that just wasn't the case. Ippy style went massive in that round, flicked a switch, got aggressive, shut them down, and got that final pick. Noble. Oh, it looks so close for them, but unfortunately they don't steal the round. I guess now they will be able to hopefully get the next 2 rounds. That's going to now be their next objective. They've got to win above and then win either meeting or dining, but that is half a nail in the coffin, I would say, and it's really up to Akami to just nail it that little bit further and head themselves to match point.
Ducky right now just stroking his cat, you know, like that evil mastermind from Austin Powers.
Yeah.
Like he knew all along that this was what was going to happen.
You must have seen the script.
Clearly, yeah. 2-5 though. I mean, I think we can both agree that we both thought Akami could win, and if they were to have won, would have been something like overtime. 7-5 maybe, but right now, guys, this has been a stomp. Both on the scoreboard and in the rounds. Okay, yeah, there's been a couple of close rounds, but for the most part, Akami have just looked the better team, and Joker's been popping off.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, it raises a little bit of a question mark as to why Okami were struggling earlier in the season and whether or not those wrongs have been righted tonight and that's why they're playing better, or is it more so maybe Noble having a little bit of a rough night? Again, it's difficult to tell. We're not in the comms. We don't see every player's point of view at all times or anything too crazy like that, but it has felt to me just on the surface value that Noble have been probably playing a little bit too much into their opponent, if that makes sense. We saw a lot of roaming on the defense. Okami didn't solo entry. We've seen them on the attack. We've seen Okami actually play quite passive. Okami on the defense play quite passive. Noble, they're bringing the flank watch, but no one's actually flanking. So it felt like Noble have brought all these tricks to the table, but Okami aren't playing into them, which of course just has led them to falling flat on their feet, really, or flat on their face.
Welcome back. We just got a quick rehost there, and maybe for Noble, they can now just sort of discuss and go over a few things, because obviously it's not going well here on Oregon. And I almost feel bad that we didn't hype this match as much as it now has turned out to be. In saying that, it is actually quite one-sided, which we thought it would be, but just for the other team. 2-5 right now on Oregon. Noble have got a lot of work to do, and as we've sort of been just quickly discussing, it's pretty much almost must win now on dorms, right? You lose on dorms, and then essentially at that point it's match point, knowing full well the Kami will at least have, you know, another round or two on basement. It's going to be so difficult, and that's sort of where the damage was done the most. Losing 2 rounds down in basement. You take those 2 rounds, guys, and it's 4-3 to Noble, right? Now I don't like saying that sort of in this hypothetical world, but like when we look at how strong basement typically has been so far from what we've seen in Oceanic Nationals, you do give those rounds back over to Noble, and suddenly it's a very different ball game. So that was where really this best of series so far has been won and lost.
Yeah, and talking about those first 2 rounds and linking that back to sort of the conversation I was having before the rehost, is it Noble playing really poorly or Okami playing quite well? And it was really a tale of 2 stories again on those 2 rounds. So the first one we saw Okami, they were playing really strong in that round and shutting down the roam. Noble just had no answer. We flipped that onto the second attempt from Noble. They had really nice control of Pillar with like 40 seconds, I think it was, to go, maybe a little bit more. 4v2. I was about to call the round was theirs. I threw it to you, thought, hey, round's over, right? There's no way that Okami are going to be able to frag us out. Then Joker, out of nowhere, finds 2. Noble caught sleeping, and unfortunately they couldn't close it out in that post plant. So still in the context of the season, it's difficult to say which of these teams will necessarily perform better in the long term, but just honing in on this matchup itself, like if Okami don't close it out here, it's a choke at this point, right? 5-2 up, defense, Oregon, like they've got all the pieces to the puzzle lined up to them. They've just got to move them like a tiny little bit and it should align.
What does this say now for Okami? Of course, they're going to have their 3rd win of the season. That's going to get them locked up for playoffs, but you know, still their final 2 matches, Pittsburgh Knights, wildcard. It doesn't get any harder than that. In saying that, you know, they've kind of put Noble to the sword here, and if they can bring the Okami of old, they, I guess, could potentially take it up to Knights in wildcard.
That's the thing, right? It's an 8-team league format. 6 teams make it to the playoffs. So maybe if you don't have the greatest start to the season, if you can really kick into that gear at the back end of the season, carry that into the playoffs and have good form, then maybe Okami will be an actual danger to being one of those top 2, top 3 teams and then head into the Oceanic Major. So again, it's difficult to tell. The last 2 weeks, as you mentioned, incredibly challenging for Okami. That's going to give us the gauge as to whether or not they are actually here to have an impact. If they struggle against Wildcard and the Knights, probably have to draw a line through them. But then that also draws a line through Noble, right? Because Noble, we would say, are on a similar level to those 2 teams. So look,
Yeah,
a lot of storylines
or
really
are they?
developing from this. Yeah, well, exactly. That I would have had a tick next to Noble heading into tonight. Yeah, top 3, lock it in. Now that's probably changing to a little bit of a question mark because this has been a questionable performance from them.
Yeah, sort of just looking forward ahead for Noble, though, they do have Rhythm for Playday 6, and then they've got Elevate for Playday 7. If they win those 2, provided they lose this, then they'll be on 5. So you would still probably say it's very likely Noble have done enough thus far that they should end up in the top 3, but it'll most likely be closer to 3rd, for instance. 2-5, though, what can they do? Can they even turn this around? You know, I say what can they do, but can they even do it?
Well, of course, mathematically they can, but it's going to be a mental game. I think it's going to be very, very challenging. Again, like I said, attacking on Oregon at this round disadvantage, it's tough. And I know players, they always come on the interviews and say, we play every round like it's 0-0, we don't think about it too much. But I think surely in this matchup, it's lingering a little bit. Maybe this rehost will help Noble. It's either going to go 2 ways. This rehost, they're either going to reset, 0-0, fresh mindset, come out strong. Or maybe they're having a little bit of a tussle, you know, having a little bit of that mental clouding in the back of their mind, and they're contemplating how has this happened, you know, and not bouncing off each other very well. So hopefully for their sake, they've been able to actually properly reset. If they don't, this map it's over. It'll be a 7-2, but
yeah, I tend to agree with you there. And look, I probably think it's going to be over regardless. I don't know if it's going to be 7-2. I don't know you weren't saying that, but even finding, you know, around here on Kids, which is the site we are going to be on when we do eventually get back into this, I don't even know if they're going to be able to do that. At best, maybe they get Kids and maybe one of the kitchen dinings, if something. Maybe they can make it 7-4. From here, 7-5 would be the dream, but it's.
Well, if we want to break down the objectives, right? So they're going to be defending top 4 this round. So that would, if Noble go well, 3-5. Then they'll have to head. They're probably going to go to dining, you would assume, or they might reattempt dorms. Either way, Noble then 4-5, let's say. Then Okami can go back down to basement. It's the 3-round rotation. But they're likely going to win that Okami, which then gives them that match point pressure to build back onto Noble. So I think regardless of how many rounds Noble can mount, if they do mount the next 2, they're probably going to find themselves against that match point inevitably anyway. So it's a big uphill battle.
Yeah, it's a huge uphill battle. And it obviously has big repercussions for the remainder of the season. It's a tough one for Noble. They're going to be at a map deficit, by the way, if they do lose this. That's crazy. A map deficit. It was something that was brought up that, you know, prior to them even losing to Pittsburgh, they didn't have a strong map differential. Now, I don't think because of the nature of this tournament, I don't think the map differential will play too much of a part. It could, but I think it's like all it does to me, guys, is it just sort of highlights who's winning their games strongly and who's not, who's just sort of just getting over the line. And maybe in the earlier part of the season, that's what was happening to Noble. Maybe they were just getting over the line, and now they're losing a few games that they might have won in the first week or 2.
Time will tell as we are back into the server. 2-5 as we stand in favor, of course, of Okami. They find themselves on the defense
10
in
seconds
this
left before
second
insertion.
half. Maybe we're going to see a little bit more of a roam here. We see Jack Daddy
5 seconds
prepping
to go.
the barricade over towards dining. Nico, fortunately, able to hide that drone. Of course, that drone there actually can see if the players do rotate over towards small tower, so they can clear that quite quickly. They'll know now that Jack Daddy has run back over towards kitchen, so if they want to try and push that, they can. Doesn't look like they will, though. Big tower going to be the point of attack here for Noble. Of course, they do have They do not actually have a Mav on the board. So that is definitely quite interesting. So maybe the Waldenar will be a really key factor in how Okami can try and slow down this attack.
I think the gridlock here as well in this round is going to be more impactful, where you would kind of hope. A bit more of a roam potential for Okami. So Resident and the gridlock might actually be able to have a bit more of a use in this round. That's this position as well for Impistol at the Addict, and then pushing from there towards Kids. Now, does have that little hole made so can fall back into Kids, but it's not as if it's because it's got the reinforcement on one half of it. It's not then something that potentially Noble can just sort of rush through either. So good little position for Okami here, looking to get match point and to surprise everyone except for Ducky. Although to surprise everyone as well, except for the community vote as well, had them at 48%, guys. They were onto something as well.
Minute 30 now into the round. There has been some progress made by Noble. So they've opened the game's wall. That's obviously one key wall that you do want to get opened. I don't think they've made progress towards Storms. Actually, they have. So this is a really good early round here for Noble, despite not having the Mav on the board. They've actually been quite successful in opening up the routes that they need to. Now it's really up to them to try and get that timing down pat, establish those pre-execute positions, and then actually pull it off. So far, so good here for the attacking camp, but there's still a minute to go. Still a long time in this round for Noble to slip up.
Oh, could be still a minute to go for Okami to slip up potentially.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to be biased. I was talking up Noble, so I got to balance it out.
25 seconds though, and I think it's going to be most likely that last second push in from Noble. Resident just taking a big chunk of damage somewhere on the map. As you said though, well positioned right now for Noble to now just sort of make that push in. 20 seconds remaining. Veloska making that one last little rotate towards the site. 20 seconds remaining. President's low. This is now go time for Noble, but it's going to be jacked out. He finds that opening frag on a Nico.
Good one back there from Fusho, but Specker to get one back as well. 3 on 4. Good position still from Noble, but Okami are just mowing them down. It's Milo left with the job all in his hands, but Specker goes big. Okami take the round, and I think it's probably callable, this map, I would say. Pretty confident.
Yeah.
Surely Okami have got it, you would think. Match point.
It's just sort of wondering where it all went wrong there in that last round for Noble as well, because they had enough time on the clock. They had about a minute or so, and they were in a decent position. But after that point in time, they didn't do much with it. Couldn't find a pick. To the credit, though, of Okami, well positioned, and they didn't give really an inch to Noble. They didn't give them a peek. They weren't, you know, any risky plays, because they don't need to do any of those risky plays. They're up now 2-6. They can just sit back and just sort of, as you kind of said, wait for Noble to make a mistake. I don't think necessarily Noble sort of made any mistakes there, but just a good, clean defensive round from Okami. Maybe Noble actually had to take more risks in that round earlier on.
Yeah, I think once they got the walls open, maybe they could have gotten a little bit risky to try and find that opening pick. It's always difficult to execute in the 5-on-5 on that objective. So it was a little bit of a coin flip in the sense that it could have gone either way in that late stage of the round, despite such a good early round there from Noble. It didn't really count for a whole lot because Okami then just fell back towards side, repositioned, played safe, and just held on as best they could. So, I mean, yeah, 2-6 now. Noble will need to win 4 rounds straight to head this one to OT, and honestly, I just don't think they have it in them. It's been a very rough match for them.
Yeah, it's been a disaster for Noble. Really, everything that could go wrong went wrong. They didn't win any of the 50-50 battles. They got demolished down in basement. I think even just the first opening 2 rounds, it just felt like a blitzkrieg. Like Okami just came out of nowhere and shocked them a bit. You know, Noble down in basement in that first opening round maybe just thought it would happen just based off of the usual defensive win rate of defense on basement here in Oregon, but This is now where Noble do have to act like it's 0-0 in a way and just forget about the scoreboard, try and take it one round at a time, try and get back into this. The good news for Noble is that by losing this, it doesn't really probably do that much for them in terms of the season as a whole. It most likely means top 2 is probably out of the picture, and they'll have to settle with 3rd and the seeding ramifications based off that. It's not obviously locked up or anything, but that's probably now the likely spot. Whereas now for Akami, they are definitely not going down to the bottom 2, which at one point maybe could have been looming. You lose this, then you got Knights and Wildcard. They would have been stuck on 2 wins. Now they've got 3.
Similar setup and approach here in this round. Both the attack and the defense. We see Cutie inside of Kids, fulfilling that role that Fisher guy had for Noble and trying to hold this position as long as possible. Does have the support of Ippy Style as well, but I believe that he has been thrown out. Oh, Ippy Style manages to drop Fisher, is traded out in the end. Fisher, I believe, will be able to be picked up, so not a bad net result there for Noble.
At the start, it feels like I was going to say 1 kill at a time, 1 round at a time, 1 footstep at a time. Minute remaining in this round.
Good control above here for Noble. That said, though, oh, well, just as I was going to talk about Cutie maybe from below, he is shut down. Jack Daddy, though, that's what I was going to talk about. He is looming inside of Attic. If Noble aren't aware of this, he is going to do some big damage. Sprays down a player inside of Kids. That reveals his position. Surely will be traded out and is. That's unfortunate there from Jack Dad. Probably could have been a little bit more disciplined with the trigger. Specker, though, manages to find 2. This could be an Okami round.
To be fair to Jack Dad, though, and we were just sitting here a round ago saying maybe you got to take more risks. Although in that case, didn't quite have as much information. And as you said, as soon as you start shooting from that attic position, you've given away your own position. Well, that's going to be, though, a quick little mop up from Fisher Guy and Derpe. Noble on the board for what feels like it's been a lifetime.
Yeah, and I don't want to discredit Noble for playing that round well, but in the grand scheme of this matchup, yes, that round keeps them alive, but it does feel like it's delaying the inevitable. We'll head back down to basement now to unlock for Okami. This is the test. If Noble win this round, there's a glimmer of hope that maybe they can pull off some sort of upset. Of course, if they lose it, then they're gone. So it's completely gone. But yeah, I don't know.
But this is the thing, though. Let's say, hypothetically, that Noble win this round. Do you just stick on basement all the way to OT if you are Okami?
I would give it a second try, and then you can go back to top floor. Yeah, I would believe that would be the mindset.
Defenders, protect your bombs from
Depending on how badly they get beaten, if they do lose. I'd say if Noble win it quite confidently, and it's not off the back of like a crazy rush or anything like that, we might see them switch it up, but time will tell.
Time will tell, and obviously this first round is obviously going to have to be the indicator as to whether or not that question is then asked later on. But this is the nature of win 1 at a time, win 1 round at a time. You win this 4-6, just puts that little bit of doubt into the minds of Akami, because then they're going to sit back and be like, well, do we go basement again? And obviously you would think that you would, because you'd have 1 extra chance, even if you then lose, say, the next round, then it's still only 5-6. You've still got that match point. And that's when, of course, when the real doubt would be put into the mind for Akami. So for Noble, it kind of just feels like, I know that Akami on match point, guys, but you win 2 rounds, and while they're still down 5-6, it just feels like it's anyone's game at that point.
Yeah, and just quickly, I want to highlight Cutie there early in that round, actually taking down 2 key drones. We talked about this earlier. Those drones can help make that or facilitate that push towards small tower a lot faster, because you know it's cleared. Now, Noble, if they want to push it, will probably have to re-drone it. We can see Prez now droning in Nico and Moloska. And if these drones get taken out, then that's 4 already taken off the board from the pool of 10. Doesn't look like that will be the case, but nonetheless, this is wasting time for Noble. So that small little play from Cutie of taking the drones out, quite big in this round.
There's still a lot of time, though. If Noble just sort of picking up the pace here, they'll be fine. They won't have to worry too much. Not the end of the world. It's nice. It's certainly something you would want if you are Akami. Cutie's just going to go back down now, and I do believe that's all 5 members of Akami down to the basement, which it worked out really well for them last time, and the way they just sort of set this up is just try and funnel in through Laundry, Freezer, for instance, as well. And typically, if you do it that way...
Wait till you see this angle. Wait till you see this angle. You can actually peek inside of Laundry through that table. You can sort of peek in towards the right. Watch the rotate there between the site and Laundry, like the bot Laundry stairs where Nico's positioned. So keep an eye out for that. They might use that later in the round if they go for this Laundry-esque push, because they didn't push blue last time and it doesn't look like they will on this occasion.
And it's interesting that, though, because Akami were the ones who did push through blue on their attacks, and that was successful twice as well. Which, though, typically this push that we're seeing from Noble, whether it be Freeze or Laundry, it could be the eventual Laundry push. Jack that. Oh, this is going to just be so close. Fisher Guy will take out Specker. Jack that didn't quite get that match up at the stairs and now wins it against President. Quickly makes it 4 versus 4. Although Jack Dad is tagged up very low. Cutie in the kill feed finds one. That's the diffuser down as well. What's Dope doing? Yeah. And this has gone horribly wrong for Noble, not just in this round, guys, but for the entire map. Akami, unless Nico pulls off the 1v4, have pulled off a massive win here.
Akami now just sitting on the diffuser. They know they have the man advantage, and Nico, when they need to Hail Mary it in towards the side, he lights himself up with the nade, and that's probably a reflection of how this night has gone. It's been a little bit of a disaster for Akami. What a great performance from the boys in the end. Noble back to the drawing board for them here in Oregon.
All right, Ducky. All right, that's one. You get one. That's all, though. He's sitting there wondering, this is it. This is the comeback. This is his comeback. But no, massive performance from Akami, 7-3, and it just felt like the Akami of old, didn't it? It felt like the Akami we saw from 6 Masters, and for Noble, I'm gonna be honest, guys, it felt like the Noble from 6 Masters playoffs.
Oh, gee, a bit rough, but to be honest, you're probably not wrong. That was wow. We spoke about this a little bit off camera before the broadcast. I was expecting this to probably be a blowout in favor of Noble, or a close matchup if Okami did edge out in the end, but it was a 7-3 in the end, so I was completely off. The experts were completely off as well, except for Ducky, who is probably going to at me on Twitter within the next, like, whenever the stream delay catches up, so I'm waiting for that. Yeah, very disappointing for Noble. I think we can probably put a line through Oregon for the rest of the season from them. It was a close one against LFO where they edged out 7-5. They've just been demolished 3-7 by Okami, so at least that's something they can take away from this, that they need to improve on Oregon. Yeah, definitely. And look, I think I sort of touched on that performance against LFO, that 7-5, and at that point, right, to give it some context, LFO were really shaky, like really shaky, and they were probably seasonally at their worst at that point, and yet they took it right up to Noble, the Noble team that hadn't dropped a map, the Noble team that was firing on all cylinders, and yet ultimately the Noble team that barely scraped across the line 7-5, and now their second go on Oregon, they do lose, and they lose quite badly as well to Akami. I mean, there's losing guys, and then there's going down 7-3 against a team you're kind of expected to beat. So maybe there's a bit of soul searching for the final 2 Playdays a little bit for Noble heading into the playoffs, so that they don't have a repeat of 6 Masters. And quite honestly, the sort of stigma that follows this team is that can't get it done at the clutch end of the season. And I mean, this actually spices up Friday night quite a bit, because they will be taking on Rhythm, and that's a match where we would have thought preseason and even heading into before tonight, that's an instant lock-in for Noble. That's an easy win. Is it an easy win now? That's the question. Will they have any issues? If they do have issues against Rhythm, if they drop a map against Rhythm, then boy, oh boy, that really opens up the playoffs. Yeah, it certainly does. Now, of course, we've got our interviews that are immediately coming up right now. We're going to get straight into it. It's Centus is happy. I'm once again asking for your, what was the financial support? I didn't see the
Yes. Once again, asking for financial support. As always, we're still looking for an orc.
every time. I love it. I love the hustle, and I love the performance as well. I was saying on the broadcast, it felt like it was the Akami of old, the Akami of Six Masters is back. Just your thoughts. I just want your thoughts on that.
Best of one still suck. I think Noble would have done better in a best of 3. So would have we in the last few weeks. I don't know. I'm very happy with the performance today. Oregon is definitely one of our better maps, as you could see. I'm just happy that we are finally back at communicating again, doing it right, doing our shit as we're supposed to, and not just jerking around as we did some other time.
Yeah, I guess I'll lead on from that question. Let's talk about Oregon a little bit. Is that 1, a map that you did try and target, and 2, were you actually surprised that Noble let it slip through?
We planned it. Like, we had the idea of playing it against Noble basically since the beginning of the season. We expected them to pick it, to be honest, because I believe them to be a decent team on it, even though their performance against LFO didn't really show it that much. But it's one of those maps that fits their playstyle very well. I'm not surprised at all that they let it through. And yeah, I'm just very happy that it got through and that we were able to show how good our Oregon is. And now it's probably going to be, besides Team Park, the constant ban from every team. So I guess.
Mathematically, you guys are now in the playoffs since you've secured your 3rd win. Obviously, seeding is typically something you want to look at from here. But looking at your final 2 matchups now, just moving a little bit to the future, Pittsburgh Knights, of course, who are still undefeated, and then Wild Card. What's sort of is there any sort of goals going into those? Obviously, you want to win, but is there any maybe wanting to try certain strategies or keep strategies hidden now that you've got playoffs locked up?
Obviously, we have some stuff prepared for both of those matchups. The good thing is that we're playing the better teams in quotation marks, because I don't want to talk any other team, but at the end of the season. And so we have way more time to prepare. We have the time to watch their matches, to watch them all through the season, how they're performing on which map, what are they doing, how they're playing on certain maps, etc. And so it just gives us the chance to do our best job, prepare for it properly, like we just did for Noble. And I don't know, I think playing the stronger maps at the end of the season just gives us that much more of a boost, that we're able to actually perform and that we can show how good we actually are, not how we performed, for example, in the last weeks.
Yeah, and of course, just before I let you go, still looking for that org, aren't you?
Yes, we're still looking for an orc. If you own an orc, or if you know an orc that maybe might be looking to siege, tag them on Twitter, let them know we're looking for one. And I love you all. Thank you so much for the support, everybody in chat and everybody all the time, the DMs we're getting. It's so nice of you. Thank you, everybody, so much.
Well, thank you for coming on, Santos, elegant man, for an elegant interview after an elegant win. Best of luck heading into the playoffs.
Thanks.
Certainly a lot happier this week because for Santos and for Akami, because as we sort of spoke about on the Reload podcast and obviously a little bit at the start of today, it certainly was seeming like they might drop their 3 final matches and go 2-5 on the season, which is not great. But now that they've got that 3rd win, doesn't really matter probably too much where they finish in terms of the standings, as long as they're not in the bottom 2, which now can't happen.
Yeah, I mean, I would have really liked Centus's sunglasses earlier when I was getting absolutely beamed on by the lights. That would have been quite helpful. But in all seriousness, despite they can drop these maps, yada yada yada, they also need to test themselves against these top teams and give us an indication, give themselves an indication. Are we actually a serious threat, or are we just making up the numbers? Because at the end of the day, 6 teams, they're not all going to be at that same elite level. So it's time for Akami now to really step up and continue this form into those playoffs.
Well, our next interviewee is a man that when I last spoke to him, I wouldn't say promised me, but definitely gave me his word that they were going to remain undefeated. Since then, Nico, unfortunately, you guys have now dropped 2 games in a row, which is, towards the back end of the season, not the best time to be doing so. But just, I guess, a thought here. This is a very different loss to Pittsburgh in a sense. Akami had been struggling a little bit this season. Great team, though. And obviously, you guys would have been prepared for that. But going into Oregon, do you kind of regret that decision now?
I
I wouldn't say fully, but you know, 2 7-3s in a row. We're all about consistency here at Noble GG. But really, it wasn't anything negatively inherently bad or anything like that with the team on Oregon. It was just we were definitely missing that something. So
Yeah, and I guess I just want to delve a little bit deeper into sort of your approach and how you played out this map. It almost felt like we could have switched the names around and it would have made sense in the playstyle. And what I mean by that is on your defense, for example, a lot of roaming. That's quite Okami styled. And on the attack, we saw some pretty aggressive stuff as well. And Okami not roaming. Was that sort of something you planned heading into this one? And did that maybe shoot yourselves in the foot a little bit?
I wouldn't say that. Like, the preparation for Okami was obviously left open quite wide with, like, we're not exactly counter-stratting in any regards, but a lot of things definitely caught us off guard that, like, where miscoms will absolutely be just absolutely crumble us.
The last one before I let you go there, just looking a little bit to the future here. You've got Rhythm, you've got Elevate, two teams that, while maybe results in terms of wins aren't there, they're both playing some pretty good Siege right now. What's sort of the goal to close out the season with 2 games remaining?
Well, I won't let the 2 last losses ruin our confidence, because you go into every game confident, expecting to win, ready to win. So we will come back and we'll get the 2 dubs.
What I like to hear. Well, hopefully this time you can get the 2 dubs. Unfortunately, bad luck tonight, but best of luck on Friday and best of luck heading into the playoffs.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Obviously, confidence has to remain for Noble. They can't be dropping their heads off the back of now 2 losses in a row, which is very unfortunate for them. Both 7-3, at least as Nico said, consistently doing bad. They'd rather do consistently good.
Yeah, and the key takeaway for me from that interview was the response to my question, were they maybe trying to play a little bit too much into Okami? And it seems like maybe that wasn't the case. And that follows the trend of a lot of teams focusing internally as opposed to focusing more of their efforts on other teams and counter-stratting. So maybe it's just a case of what Noble are bringing to the table on Oregon just isn't that strong, regardless of who they're playing against. So maybe there needs to be some changes made there. Who knows? We'll just have to wait and see, and maybe play it later in the season or in the future, what they do end up changing, or if they change anything, because we now have that point of comparison.
Well, that was meant to be the appetizer, and it certainly was. Big result. Kami taking down Noble. We go to the break. When we come back, we've still got 3 huge matchups to follow. Ferox and Elevate on the other side.
developing a blind ambition. Fire it up, ignite it. I don't wanna fight it no more. I wanna see where this can go. I'm done with playing around, I know it, yeah. You've nothing to lose, you're lost in the night. You're feeling alright, feeling alright. My eyes are on you, and yours are on mine. We're feeling just fine, just let it go. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Everybody's on that, gonna do it like this, yeah, we never look back. Got the bodies on tap, put the body on it, get it crummy on it. Got me on the right track, yeah, you got me on it. Gonna do it like this, cause that's the way we want it. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Gonna do it like this, yeah, we never look back.
Well, Playday 5 has already given us a bit of excitement, and there's more to come. Ferox and Elevate, very, very close to heading into that matchup. Welcome back. Of course, Gus is still very much standing tall, strong, proud. I love it. I love to see you happy. And what a game we had, obviously, between Noble and Akami. Akami proving victorious 7-3 on Oregon. And as you said, probably the last time we will see Noble on Oregon.
And it might be the last time we actually see Okami on Oregon as well, as Centis sort of alluded to, of course, their coach. That's probably going to be insta-banned against them for the rest of the season and maybe leading into the playoffs as well. But nonetheless, a great performance for Okami, and that really boosts their trajectory in this back end of the season.
Yeah, it certainly does. Let's, though, of course, move on. Next matchup, it's now Ferox versus Elevate, and we'll have a look at the Ferox lineup coming into this. Of course, started lineup led by Oda, that one Greek boy. We all know the fans are in chat. Nazgul's been very impressive as well in his debut for Ferox this season of Oceanic Nationals, and Shade had a very tremendous week last week. I almost actually gave him some votes there for the MVP. Was close to getting votes from me, didn't quite in the end, but definitely improvement there. Sushi and Todd, of course, have been great. Coach, well, I mean, NA, how good's that as a coach?
Yeah, North America, of course. No, the sense for not applicable because I don't have a coach, unfortunately. And one thing I do want to bring up about this roster is maybe their consistency or lack thereof. It's been a little bit of an up and down season, a couple of wins, a couple of losses. So they're looking to solidify that tonight. And they'll be up against an opponent that is of a pretty similar skill level. So it should be very, very close.
Potentially, yeah. It's loss, win, potentially loss with Ferox. We'll see if they can change that tune. Elevate lineup.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Bang. It's like a magic spell. Here it is. Led by Sinix, or I don't know. It's like kind of like, it'd be like Xenox, right? But if Xenox had two ends. Hotshot, of course, the new young Hotshot who had a fabulous week in the second week for Hotshot after what was a bit of a lackluster debut. I think it was fair to say. Certainly impressed last week. Didge, God Legion, worthy, vast. I mean, unfortunately, they did get kind of belted 7-2 to Wildcard, but it was a pretty good win against Akami 7-3 in Playday 3, which now, after seeing sort of Akami tonight, maybe we can read a bit more into that win.
Again, another team, 2 wins, 2 losses. That means that both Elevate and Ferox very, very closely matched. As you mentioned last week, their performance against Okami on Clubhouse, very, very strong. It was a 7-3, but then unfortunately they took a roll of the dice, headed Wildcard over to Consulate on the Friday night, and they probably regret that. They played a little bit too much into Wildcard's hands, as Vast said. In fact, on the reload last night, it just didn't quite go the way that they would have liked. I do respect them 100% for taking that gamble. It was probably the right thing to do against the likes of Wildcard. It's a shame it didn't pay off, but at the end of the day, we probably weren't expecting them to win it necessarily anyway. So, you know, they would have learnt a lot from that match. That's the key thing. They would have learnt a hell of a lot from taking on Wildcard, who are in their prime.
Loss, win-win, loss. So, I guess in terms of the patterns, then we're all pretty much set up for a Ferox loss and an Elevate win if we go off the way that the pattern is shaping up. Maps, though, are we going to see Oregon again, potentially for the 4th time in a row, but for me and you guys in particular?
Maybe. I mean, Elevate haven't played it yet. Ferox have played it once. The most likely map we probably going to see would be a Clubhouse, because both of these teams performed quite well on it historically and recently as well. And of course, we know Oceanic, that the home of Clubhouse, or maybe it's the home of Oregon now. We don't know. This could be our 4th map together on Oregon, so we'll have to wait and see.
At this point, I'm all on board train Oregon, and I feel like we could be heading there once again, and why not? Maybe we could have the entire night. Let's go and have a look and see where we will be heading. The fact that I haven't seen Oregon yet makes me...
Yes,
oh, there it
Ferox,
is.
woo!
Oh,
Let's go.
Ferox.
And I was right.
They
That's Clubhouse.
They had the opportunity to send us to Oregon again, but it's Clubhouse, which... I believe this is actually only the second time yourself and myself have casted it since the very opening matchup between Rhythm and Akami, which opened up Oceanic Nationals. But for Ferox, they got that choice, right? Because they were able to ban second. They had the choice between Oregon and Clubhouse. Is that a bit of a surprise, do you think, sending it to Clubhouse instead of Oregon for Ferox?
Well, I mean, Ferox, they took on PK on Oregon. They lost 5-7. So maybe
That's not
you could
bad.
argue that's actually, that's a pretty good performance against one of the top teams. That said, though, they also 7-3'd Rhythm on Clubhouse, so maybe they're just feeling nice and confident off the back of that. I will say, I watched that game. Rhythm didn't play very well. You know, going to be honest, they didn't play great, so maybe a little bit of a false sense of security potentially here for Ferox, but I do think that they are strong on this map nonetheless, so it'll be a good contest.
Yeah, to close that out, though, Elevate also 7-3'd Akami on Clubhouse. So both teams really sort of coming off the back of 7-3s in their favor heading onto Clubhouse. So it makes it really, really tight between who is going to win this matchup. The Snowball expert predictions, which currently Ducky got a big win in the last one. Oh
Elevate,
my
let's go.
goodness.
Oh, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling
If
it.
it was Ducky in the last matchup between Noble and Akami as the solo vote, who ended up being correct, it's now my good friend here, Guz, who's gone with Elevate.
I can't believe no one picked
cannot
Elevate. No one else picked Elevate. I am actually
Wow.
quite surprised. I thought it was going to be a 3-4 split, but I guess not.
Now, this is intriguing because I also thought this would be very much 50-50 in terms of this prediction. Wow. I actually ended up going Ferox, thinking I was going to be one of 2 or 3 that would have gone Ferox, which kind of just says a lot right now. Maybe everyone's got the same idea, the big brain of Ducky. But look, ultimately, Ferox have definitely been improved this season. And I think there's a large reason for why we're seeing those votes going in their favor. But we're going to put the big, giant asterisk, and obviously you've already kind of done it yourself by voting Elevate. This is 50-50. This is very much... We don't actually know who's going to win this. That's all I know. That's what I do know. We don't know who's going to win it, but what we do know is we're heading to Clubhouse. We know the map. We know where we're going. We know the 2 teams. And we know this surely is going to be an exciting affair between Ferox and Elevate. Both teams, guys, looking to secure a place in the playoffs. Whoever wins this goes to 3 wins, and they're locked in.
Clubhouse. We love this map in OCE, and it strikes once again straight into the ban phase. Elevate on the defense, of course, so they will get the first ban. Maverick off the board. Nothing too surprising. They're incredibly powerful on the hard breach and makes it increasingly difficult to attack the likes of the CC wall, the jacuzzi wall, and the hatches around the map. Let's see what the second one will be. It's actually a Monty from Ferox. I like that. We saw Vast, and in fact, we talked to Vast about this. His pushes on the Monty through con, quite powerful, facilitating that aggression that they like to have against some of these teams and trying to take it up to them. So really, really good ban there, I feel, from Ferox. Elevate now have the last ban, as we see Valk taken off the board, and I'm guessing this will be some sort of breach denial. No, it's actually going to be Mirror. So there we go.
Yeah, obviously, you kind of touched on it, but we did have Vast on the reload and sort of went through one of the plays we saw from Elevate with the Monty, and, well, I guess a bit of a target ban there potentially. And as you kind of sort of put it out there, was mostly that con push where we saw the Monty being utilized more than anything. So, I mean, it's not like it's something that's used every single round, for instance, but it could potentially maybe net you a win or 2 here or there. We're going to go head down to basement first, Church and Arsenal. It is going to be Elevate on the defense, Ferox on the attack. And I got no idea. I'm not going to lie. I feel like these 2 teams right now are matched very evenly
Defenders
And I know that I voted
being
Ferox.
confused by attackers.
And even though obviously I can't change my vote now, guys, but I do kind of sense that Elevate maybe have they turned a corner potentially. I know they lost to Wildcard. Okay, big whoop. It happens. Everyone loses to Wildcard, but they have looked better in recent weeks.
Super keen to see the community poll. I feel like it'll probably edge out in favor of Elevate. And I mean, the community wasn't right in the last one, right? I think it was 48% were in favor of Akami. That was still a lot closer than we expected. And boom, there we go. Let's go Elevate. I mean, I'm not biased, but
10
the
seconds
community's
remaining.
got my back. So that's always a nice little confidence boost because we all know that the
5 seconds
community
left.
knows a lot more than these
Wow.
self-proclaimed experts. If you would.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
No, look, I 72% maybe is a very wide swing in favor of Elevate.
Nah.
But I mean, it's not
Elevate.
it's not
Elevate
necessarily
7-2.
wrong.
Elevate 7-2. Just lock it in
7-2?
right now. Yeah,
What? Jeez.
yeah. Based off the poll, just the poll.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised because we've kind of built up these matches, not just this one, but even the two more to follow after this. Is, you know, they're meant to be close, they're meant to be exciting. These teams are all evenly matched, yada yada yada. And then who knows? We just have an Elevate 7-2 blowout against Ferox, and then I'll be in the interview asking the question to Ferox, hey, should have you gone to Oregon?
Of course, it is basement. Castle on the board, and Elevate will commit to the SSG Rome. Looks like it'll be dismantled though by Ferox, who are attacking from above down to below. So they're doing a top-down take, and they'll try and clear that utility along the way and tick off those tasks on the checklist. God Legion here, a little bit of a wild card. He's on the top of these cash stairs. He could be a big disruption to Ferox, who are on the other side of the map. But for the meantime, he's going to play quite patiently as the rest of his team will just sit inside and brace for the push that is about to come through.
We saw Akami against Noble opening a couple of rounds on Oregon for their attack, and they just sort of blitzed Noble. And I wouldn't say caught them by surprise, but certainly were aggressive. They were at the forefront. They were the ones trying to make a play. Nice little cheeky peek from top red from God Legion. Goes straight back down. It now sort of feels like for Ferox, for instance, they have to be the aggressors here. Now, for the most part, they should be able to get over towards Kitchen. Taking their time, though. In fact, a minute. And I don't think they've even got anyone over in Kitchen yet. So they might have to actually have a bit of a different approach to this round. This is looking pretty good for Elevate.
Yeah, 100%. So far, this is a tick in the box for Elevate. Only a minute to go, and now Ferox are only starting to work at the site. The first of those hatches gets tricked, but Oda finds that first pick there on to Didge. Of course, I believe he would have been impact tricking it there on the Elysian. We'll be able to get that hatch open now, I would imagine. Plenty of time to work with. It's really whether or not Elevate really establish those crossfires. They have 30 seconds to do so, so it won't be impossible for them to win this round from here. It's incredibly difficult still to attack basement.
Yeah, and they haven't got much time either. So even though they're at a disadvantage now, Elevate in terms of the numbers, they're going to be at an advantage when Ferox all start just dropping down and running in one by one, or as a big giant group. Both ones not really ideal. I mean, they're all still up in Kitchen now. They've lost Todd to Hot Shot. Nice free frag here for Elevate. Oda just watching, waiting to see who's going to peek on in, but Worthy literally just sitting there watching them drop down the hatch. And that's sort of what I was trying to say, was that when you've got 20 seconds left and you've got no sort of foothold in basement, you're just going to end up all just dropping down one by one. Not ideal for Ferox. Good start for Elevate.
And the scary thing for me in that round for Ferox is the fact that from what we saw, or from what I remember at least, because my memory is admittedly pretty terrible, there was only one actual physical roamer for the majority of that round for Elevate. It was God Legion. Other side of the map, Ferox took their time clearing that map, and that's rightly so. You want to take your time. You don't want to lose that early pick because, of course, that stuffs you for the rest of the round. But even still, they need to quicken that up a little bit, be a little bit more snappy, because they only had, what, a minute to work with? I think it was then down to 45 seconds by the time the armory hatch was open, and nothing else was actually done at any other point around the map or any other pressure to displace Elevate on site. So that was an Elevate round through and through for me. It'd be a different story, though, here on this next objective, because it, of course, is a little bit difficult to execute a roam, and you can't really deny the CC wall forever unless you're doing a really extreme hold downstairs, which is tough.
Wow.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Ferox not really too impactful in that opening round, but Cash, CCTV, certainly more approachable for them, and just keen to watch Hotshot tonight. Poor week 1, great week 2. Seems like no in between from the new player for Elevate. Were they just gonna crouch around in Garage, not holding up at Rafters just yet, but may eventually take that position. So it seems like Kennel's wall, or CC wall, whatever you want to call it, going to be the main play here for Ferox.
Salma's getting to work, opening up the CC wall, and that'll cut off the rotate inside of the site for Elevate, but it's the biggest in the world. As I mentioned, this wall inevitably will be open, and it's how you deal with that. You need control over towards Garage and the top of Cash stairs, which Elevate still do have. And that wall actually denied there by Vast. That's huge. That really fortifies his position now, and unless he gets pressured from below or he overpeaks too much, he should be able to hold this for a long time. It's going to be very difficult for Ferox to clear.
I saw like at least 2 ADSs as well there up on the Rafters. May have been 3. And as you said, just solidifying Vast's positions up on Rafters, minute 40 seconds remaining. And again, it's almost similar to that first round where Elevate just seemingly just looks so comfortable here on the defense. Ferox not really landing a blow early on during these early portions. And what can they do? Maybe try and rotate, come in through Con, try and put a bit of pressure on from a second angle. They can't just literally bank on this Kennel's wall only. They have to have a secondary route in.
100%. We saw in the last round they struggled with only 1 point of entry, and if they do the same, they'll probably fall into a similar trap. Oda down below could pose a risk. Not sure if he has any nades in hand. If he does, he could be able to maybe find an opening pick that his team needs. He does have 2 in the pocket, so that's a good sign here for Ferox, but they are still yet to really get a whole lot done. That's Todd inside of site, denied at default, and Vast is still just sitting in Garage position. No one's cleared it.
I don't know if they droned out Vast. Bit of an intriguing play from Todd nonetheless. Now they've kind of push in and check up onto Rafters. I mean, they would have assumed obviously someone was up there, but not sure why Todd went blazing in. Shade found 2, but Elevate just clean up the kill feed now. It's only Oda that remains. 1 versus 3 over towards Red. Stairs, and this is another horrible round for Ferox, and it's not a good start here on Clubhouse.
10 seconds on the board. Oda with no nades left in hand needs to find 3. He's not going to be able to, so this is really just for padding the stats. It's going to be Elevate taking the first 2 rounds here, 2 clean rounds at that. And for me, the key part of that round was Vast. Playing the Kaid, he denied the wall when they tried to, when the attackers tried to throw an X-Kairos or shoot an X-Kairos pallet onto it to clear him from that position. It was unsuccessful. And then we saw late round, they just completely ignored him, forgot he was there. I don't know what happened when Todd rushed in, but either way, he was impactful. They couldn't trade it out. Even the Zofia late round, nothing you could really do. That's such a hard angle when you are shooting so high with Vast, of course, with that high ground. So that was a really key play there from the IGL of Elevate. And I mean, that's a good start. If they can win 3 rounds straight, then what do Ferox win? What side are Ferox going to be able to find that first round win on?
Well, it's hard to, though. It's not really like the end of the world here for Ferox. This is a very different circumstance to what we saw in Oregon earlier on in the night between Noble and Akami, with, you know, Akami winning those attacking rounds on what was definitely more defensive-sided sites like Basement on Oregon, for instance. And you just think that this is a good start for Elevate. They're winning these sites, but it's the way they're winning it that's definitely more impressive, more so than just the fact that they're up 2-0 right now. Ferox just don't look like they've got much of a plan. And I know that's not the case, but it's just the way it's looking right now. That's the eye test. And I just, even in that last round in particular, guys, you know, the way they were sort of set up, they were looking for picks when maybe they should have been looking for better positions, better entryways, and try and open things up a bit more, rather than just, say, having players sitting in positions looking for a pick.
Well, our attention, of course, now transfers over to bedroom and gym. It looks like it's an extension of some sort by Elevate over towards Cash. Nothing unusual in that regard. In fact, there's nothing really unusual across the board. There is a single reinforcement between the sites. Sometimes we see teams just do full footholes on that wall there, so maybe that's just to provide a bit of extra protection deep inside of sight where Hotshot's playing, who also has the shield on the bed to protect that position. In the meantime though, Ferox, they're making quick work of the Jacuzzi wall. And no one from Elevate deciding to contest it on this occasion. They didn't bring the operators to do so, so of course they can't. But an interesting decision nonetheless to allow them to open the wall so quickly.
Well, the thing is it much of a threat to really allow them to have that wall open if you're going to have 2-3 players sort of watching that area of the map? And what it might do is just sort of play into the minds of Ferox that they can... I mean, look, I literally see 3 people over in Jacuzzi wall right now that... Again, we saw it in the first 2 rounds. If they're just going to keep pushing in from one area, this is playing right into the hands of Elevate. Can they go and put more pressure elsewhere? Can they try and get an entryway through Con, for instance? Shade does find an opening pick onto Vast. That's certainly ideal, but doesn't mean that the round is just going to fall into their hands. So we saw it on the first opening round. In fact, on Basement, Church and Arsenal, they found an opening frag and still struggled. What I will say, though, is in terms of time management, this is a little bit better from Ferox.
You can see that all of it, Elevate's attention has been directed to this wall. So if there's any sort of weakness for this defense, it would be approaching from a different location, even if it's just a single attacker to disrupt this attention of Elevate, which is purely focused on that Jacuzzi wall. And I mean, that push could come out from Oda if he decides to drop the hatch, but I believe his position is known by Digital and is. So that's going to be very risky if he attempts it. He'll probably have to time it with the rest of the execute if he wants to pull it off, and he will fall off. Probably the percentage decision there.
Well, it's just taking at least a set of eyes away from Jacuzzi wall. Stitch is more focused on where Oda is, for instance. And one has snuck in, though. It is Nazgul now into the bathroom. Shade has found a second kill this round, which is going to really open things up. Nazgul should get that elimination onto Godledge. A quick second one. Nice swing out of Baths onto Worthy. And in the blink of an eye, Ferox have won this round pretty convincingly. Could even be flawless by the end of it. Digital, though, will get Nazgul. A second, a third, almost. Oda, though, not going to be shot down that easily. And Ferox are on the board.
Still a little bit concerning there from the attack. It was quite one-dimensional, but I mean, it's really up to Elevate in that instance to hold strong and not give away free picks, and we saw that. We saw 2 picks in the early phase of that execution, or even pre-execution, if you don't really want to count the solo enter from Nazgul, that weren't traded out. And when you're put in that position, what's the rest of the team going to do? On an objective like Gym and Bedroom, that ability to trade is quite critical. It's a very, very exposed site to just sit in. And we saw that when they tried to retake it, when they tried to hold strong, they were just outgunned in the end. So well played by Ferox. Again, maybe a little bit one-dimensional for my liking, but I can't be critical if they do take the round.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs.
No, but I agree, and it's what we were sort of speaking about throughout that round. While they were operating probably better time-wise, you know, we saw in the very opening round here, and it's probably a good point to sort of talk about it too, because we do go back to Basement, but there was 45 seconds left on the clock until they started really dealing with, you know, opening up Kitchen, which is just bizarre that it took them that long. It was certainly better in that last round in time management, and because of that, they were able to find a few picks and maybe Elevate, to their point, shouldn't have given them so much of a look in. Opened it up maybe too much and allowed them to get that Jacuzzi wall too easily, potentially. Either way, round is done. We move on to round 4. We've seen some good and some bad from both teams at the moment, but Elevate still certainly sure they have looked the better team so far over the first 3 rounds. If Ferox can take Church and Arsenal, though, and maybe in a more clean fashion, they might even just convert guys back over to believing in them.
Biggest change in this round for Elevate is no castle on the board, so we're not going to see Elevate commit to a roam, which to me is a little bit of an eyebrow raiser. I mean, I was quite critical of Ferox's take in that first round, and maybe that roam did bleed a lot of time for them. So maybe Elevate were aware that it was successful, but don't want to reattempt it, expecting Ferox to be a little bit more efficient. So if that's the mindset behind it, then good on them. It's probably a good decision in the end. And one thing I want to say while we have the time, it's a little bit off topic, but Can we make a truce not to make any elevate puns this entire cast? Like, don't say they're going to elevate their position or like, you know what I mean, right? Can we make that agreement? Or
I haven't done any of that yet.
I know. I'm not accusing you, but
Bomb located
I know you
by
want to.
attackers.
You will at some stage, so I'm getting in early. It's just a cheap pun. It's not even that
Those
good.
are some very wild accusations.
Oh well, I'm color. I've got to make the big calls, even if they're wrong.
Well, certainly going to be a lot quicker into kitchen this time around for Ferox. He opened up the hatch, and well, this is going to be at least better than that opening first round. But if it just comes down to that very one-dimensional attack and we see them just all drop down through the hatch, it's not going to pay off well for them. You don't have to be a genius to know that. They need to have some other entryways. It doesn't have to be dirt, but push in oil pit, for instance, something different.
It looked like Ferox are pressuring blue on this occasion. That's Nazgul using the concussion lifelines to disrupt the player at the blue generator, and this is already a lot more complex than their last attempt on this site. So I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. Nazgul decides to drop the oil pit, gets aggressive. God Legion is taken off the board, narrowly misses a second as well, and that's a really nice opening pick here for Ferox.
Yeah, and it opens up the site entirely now for Ferox as well. So not only do you get that pick over at blue from oil pit, but now you've also allowed potentially the other guys from the kitchen, for instance, to drop down and have a bit more of a chance. That's at least a nice deny, though. One traded back from Oda. 4-1-1. What an amazing start from Oda. Not much of a surprise. He's looking for the 5th kill. Finds it. It's a double in this particular round. 3 versus 2. Gonna shut down that Banshee. And Shade can now try and stick the plant here with 5 seconds left. Just trying to buy some time as Oda, but out of time. Didge has found 2 with the C4. Todd with the gun. The bullets also do the trick, but what a throw and what a round.
Wow, that was really Ferox's to lose. That was a big play there from Digital. Ferox did so many things right in that round. Nazgul got the opening pick onto God Legion, such a dangerous player, and as you mentioned, really opened up the site. They attempted the plants once. It was denied. Then Oda had to make a rush to try and make a play. Pulled it off in the end, but it did expose them for that secondary plant, unfortunately, as he was a little bit caught off guard, and Digital used that very small window while everyone was frantically running around to find those picks, hit that C4. And that is a massive confidence booster. I think for the people at home that don't know Digital, he's one of those players who's in comms just going absolutely berserk when stuff like that goes on. So the energy from Elevate now is going to be really strong. And I think they'll be able to use that for the rest of this defense.
Well, it's not looking good for Ferox, but they're not out of it yet. You kind of just got to brush that sort of match or that round aside. So, okay, fair enough. Well done, Didge. We can't allow you to do that again. That's the only reason why you guys won. We'll try again next time and it'll pay off. But right now for Ferox, 2 more rounds in the half. And ideally, you've got to find at least 1 more attacking round at minimum. Best case scenario, of course, 3-3 at the half in Clubhouse. That's not bad. 3-3 on Clubhouse, it's okay. If Ferox can make that happen, but right now, Elevate certainly have been the better team. God Legion hasn't even found a kill yet.
Yeah, that's exactly the point that I was about to bring up. We were talking a little bit about stats before in terms of Odoff and Ferox going quite strong. I believe it'd be, what, 5-1 now? 6-2, I believe now, if my math is on point, which it probably isn't. But the point that I want to make is that despite God Legion not performing well, Elevate are still doing well as a team. We've seen previously in the last season of Six Masters, God Legion didn't have the best season and the rest of the team suffered. So it's really key and really good to see that the rest of the team is stepping up, even if God Legion isn't popping off just yet.
This is going to be the critical one here, though, Vast. You know, last time we played TCTV Cash, they couldn't quite open up this wall. Vast was able to just sit on rafters and basically had essentially what was an impenetrable defense, you know, with the ADS on the rafters. You could just sit and watch Garage freely. They need to put a bit more pressure here onto rafters, try and force Vast away, or get the elimination. Either one, and then you can do a little bit more, and just potentially it seems like they are putting a bit more pressure here onto Garage.
Good signs here for Ferox as they are applying this pressure, but that pressure alone really only denies Vast from vaulting through the window and rotating back towards site late. So unless someone is pressuring from the breach, which will be difficult because the wall's electrified, or from the actual garage door to the bottom left of screen, which is a very difficult angle to hit. Vast is still pretty safe. This pressure is only minimal at the moment, unless someone makes a big play below, which might be the case. Vast does hear a play below. It's Sushi. Sushi needs to find this. If he does, Ferox will be in a great position to win the round, but it's going to be so challenging as Vast can just sit here and wait.
There's a minute left on the clock. If Sushi finds this frag, they can start to head in towards CC very quickly. Otherwise, if Oda and Sushi cannot deal with Vast, they're going to waste so much time. Nice little peek from Vast, and Sushi is eliminated. Oda from below, then one through the door. Vast gets a second on the Nazgul, looking for the third, and we'll get that triple kill from Rafters. Vast is insane. 6-0-1, and that's probably the round one. There's the quad. There's the ace from Vast. Flawless. And Elevate have just single-handedly been saved by Vast.
Oh my god, Vast. You can't do that to them. Oh my god. That is disgusting. And we mentioned that Ferox were probably doing a pretty good job early round to try and start dismantling that, but it felt like they got to the point where they were like, we need to get rid of him. Doesn't matter how many bodies it takes, we need to send it down to bot garage, try and clear him. Clearly, it just didn't work. Unfortunately for Nazgul, who was probably in the best position at the door to refrag it, he missed those shots. Vast able to capitalize, and I mean, traditionally, players like Ippy style come to mind for holding garage rafters, at least to me, but I mean, that's all changed now. The whole dynamic has changed. Vast on Kaid of all operators holding that position. That's insane.
It was sort of like it just wouldn't stop. You get the opening frag, like that's good. You know, you get the first one onto Sushi, and then kind of feel like almost job done, right? Like in a way, even just getting that one there is at least trading 1 for 1. You know, Oda starts spraying through the floor, almost gets that kill. One peeks through the door, and it's just like snap headshot, and then quickly pick onto Oda. There's the triple kill, and then apparently the quad and then the ace following up almost instantaneously after that. And it's just one of those sort of classic moments. Really, that round could just sort of go down in history for OCE Siege as one to watch back in a year or two. Just flawless from Vast, and 8-0-1. Didge is on 7-0-2. Those two have just been impeccable right now, and Ferox are, well, it's 1-4, and it just feels like Clubhouse is getting away from them.
The good thing for Ferox is that they won't need to clear Vast on that position anymore because there's not enough rounds left. This will be the last in the half. So we're going to see Bedroom and Gym to close it out, at least on Elevate's defense. Very similar approach here from Ferox. Early control of the Jacuzzi Balk, early control of the wall, and Shade will get that open swiftly. No one from Elevate, again, trying to deny that. So they're going to try and rely on their prowess towards site, try and hold firm, and most importantly, not give away those early cheap picks that they did last time.
Yeah, so this was, of course, Gym Bedroom, the round that Ferox were able to win, and it kind of now feels like it is a must-win again here. And unfortunately for Ferox, you would think Elevate will have just tweaked things slightly just to make sure that, as you said, they don't allow Ferox to have a bit of an easy round, because it really was ultimately a pretty easy round for Ferox. They didn't do much, it's just that Elevate kind of peeked a few angles they probably shouldn't have, got through the wall. I think this actually, bathroom wall was already opened by Elevate potentially. Or either way, Ferox opened it up, and then from there, the round just sort of fell over, literally fell over for Elevate. It's about looking roughly the same, maybe just a little slower, but roughly the same right now. It's the same idea. 3 over here. I just wonder, is Oda gonna go to that hatch again, try and take Digital away from that corridor?
Unless Fast is displaced in towards site, pushing through this breach will be so difficult. It's a crossfire between Hotshot and Vast. We know Vast is on fire. The second they enter in towards bathroom, surely they'll be shut down. I think, though, he might have initially missed those shots there onto Nazgul. That could prove costly. Hotshot in a very dangerous position, needs cover.
Yeah, Nazgul's in a bit of trouble here. Just kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. 45 seconds remaining. This is definitely not going the way Ferox would have wanted this round to go. Certainly not going the way that it was, or how it went the first time out on Gym Bedroom. Nazgul's low. Hotshot holding this angle. Nazgul's now eliminated, and I think this is basically round over already. They do get at least one over in Gym, but
Vast.
as they all just sort of trade out now, 2 versus 3, 25 seconds, a little bit of time here. Not over just yet. So you still have to go and pick up that diffuser. Node is eliminated by Digital, and the round is seemingly over. 15 seconds. Diffuser going to be picked up by Todd, pushing into Jim. Worthy just down below. Oh, that C4 should get the job done. No. Todd gets off, changes position, changes angle, but right into the sightlines of God, Legion, and Elevate. Make it a 1-5 in the half.
Boy, oh boy, my prediction is looking pretty damn good right now, not gonna lie. I mean, again, clubhouse defense, we don't want to read too much into it. These next couple of rounds, if there are more than a couple of rounds, will give us an indication as to whether or not Ferox are up to the standard they need to be at against an Elevate team that is looking very, very decisive at the moment. Good half from the boys in red.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm trying not to be too biased, but I'm not gonna lie, but I'm pretty happy with that first half for Elevate. It wasn't bad. It could have gone a lot worse.
I mean, what can I say though? What can I say right now? This is, you know, we tried to build tonight as the clash of evenness, the 50-50s, the either ways. Yeah, Ferox, definitely an improved Ferox from Six Masters. Elevate, as we sort of said, have built some recent form, and this just looked like a tantalizing matchup between, you know, two teams that are one win away from securing playoffs. I think we will definitely see both in the playoffs, guys, regardless of what happens here. But is this a bit of a dent for Ferox? The way that this is sort of transpiring as well, is this sort of just like, maybe they're not the real deal? Maybe they're not here yet.
Yeah, I mean, that's the question I had heading into tonight. Are Ferox genuinely a serious threat in Oceanic, in Oceania? And I mean, so far, a little bit dicey. We talked that they've gone 2-2 heading into tonight, and I mean, this map so far hasn't been overly convincing. Again, the next couple of rounds will give us a better indication as to whether or not they are that real deal. If they can somehow crawl this back, then yeah, I'd give it to them. They are the real deal. If they get stomped,
is this clash meant to be like a opposite of Monty, trying to just like block Con?
It's Sushi. Sushi loves the good clash. He plays it on a couple of maps. Don't know if he typically plays it bedroom side, but maybe expecting Elevate to push that side again, even though they don't have the Monty. So he's just there to delay a bit of time, I think.
Look, obviously we don't want to go too early, and now that we've switched on the halves, and you never know, Ferox can still bring this back now that they're on defense. But in terms of first half performance, there's definitely an A+ from Elevate, and probably a D- for Ferox. I wouldn't give it a total F.
I would give it an F. An F for Ferox. An F for Ferox.
All right.
Not for fail, for Ferox. But that would also give an E to Elevate, so that wouldn't really make sense, would it?
Sushi, at least with this clash, though, can get a decent amount of information con side, bedroom side, so it's certainly an intriguing tactic. It might just sort of throw a curveball to Elevate, who are definitely going to push in from that side. Has now moved at least from the bedroom doorway over to the cash doorway, which is definitely the safer option here. But yeah, a lot of information can be gained here. Minute 15 seconds, and then just kind of keep then falling back slowly as he feels overwhelmed. Well, that was over before it even began. What?
How did God Legion find those picks? I have no idea, but it's a 3-on-5 now. Elevate sticking to their guns, still going for this comp push. It doesn't matter if Ferox spam Monty off the board. We're going to push it anyway. I don't know. He shot him, I guess.
Do we have like a replay that can... I don't know.
Unfortunately, we probably don't.
Probably not, but yeah, that's... Wow, that's round defining, being able to take out that clash that easily, and somehow Nazgul as well, I think, just got almost collided at the same time. And it's basically now Con into cash is just free. I mean, basically everything's free. Now CCE potentially is free. One's just stuck over at top of red. This is essentially round over, and that's going to be match point. And how many times, guys, do you see a 6-1 comeback? It's not really something that happens a lot.
What the hell did Elevate have for breakfast? Mario, mate, they are playing like a completely different team to what we saw last season. This is beautiful Siege. I love the fact that on their first attack on this site, they went, hey, we're still going to push con side. Doesn't matter if we don't have Vast on the Monty. We'll still give it a crack, see what happens. And maybe it would have been a different story had the sledge of God Legion not gotten arguably a little bit lucky to find that collat. Might have, again, played out a little bit different. But hey, that's the storyline that was written. It was a 3-on-5, and from there, Elevate just so clean. That was such a great execute to watch. And now they're on match point, 6-1 up. This is very dangerous territory for Ferox.
Well, I'm just going to say now, I offer my apologies, my full apologies for saying that this was going to be close. And I've learnt my lesson now, guys, that I should never, ever anticipate a matchup being either close or one-sided anymore. I'm done. I've given up.
And your prediction might be wrong too, so you should probably just stop predicting.
Well, I'm not the only one who predicted Ferox.
Maybe you should also stop predicting. But I mean, you could flip that story from the first matchup, so it probably doesn't quite line up.
Look, all I know is now the community vote was spot on. You even said 7-2, and I kind of like
I know.
that.
That's what
I scoffed at
waiting.
it. You even said it in jest as well.
No.
Come on.
I was serious. What do you want about? 100%. I don't joke, Xenox. This is a serious esports broadcast. I don't joke.
Regardless, though, this is the worst performance for Ferox this season, isn't it?
Ooh, big call, but probably true so far. Unless they somehow get 3 or 4 rounds on the board, but it's looking unlikely.
Yeah. I mean, well, we've only had one 7-1 all season. That was Knights over LFO. The only 7-2 we had was Wildcard over Elevate. So it's definitely going to be Ferox's worst game of the season, and it's up there for just in general one of the more one-sided affairs. And you just have to wonder, was Oregon the play? Was Oregon where Ferox should have gone to? I mean, they took what's been a very strong Knights, 7-5 on Oregon. They played it well. Now you come over to Clubhouse instead, and we've just seen that Elevate have just been methodical in their approach here on both attack and defense.
Yeah, a little bit concerning for Ferox. I mean, they're not thinking about that now, but in the aftermath of this game, if they do end up losing, that's something that they need to very seriously consider. You can't be making those sorts of mistakes in the veto, or those sort of misplays in the veto if you would in a best-of-1 format. You just don't get another chance tonight. So unfortunate for them so far. Sushi, with that said, still holding the main stairs quite confidently here, providing a little bit of pressure onto Elevate, but they have been left now to open up the hatches as they please, and now they're going to try and deal with this clash as quickly as possible. Todd lit up as well of the screen. That Steve 4 doesn't hit the mark, so there's a bit of utility already expended by Ferox, and none of it doing a whole lot just yet.
Minute 20 seconds remaining. Todd's low. Sushi on the clash just being sort of maneuvered away. Into kitchen now. Still a bit of time. You'd like to be in here a little bit earlier, but now Digital can start to open up this floor a little bit. A bit of pressure in from above. Minute remaining. That drone's easily going to be spawned by from God Legion's drone eliminated.
Attackers have located a bomb.
What can Ferox do from here? I mean, mentally, just being down 6-1, it makes it very difficult to realistically sit there as a team and say, yeah, we can still win. Yeah, we can still come back. It's just so otherworldly unlikely. Of course, you've got to play it as one at a time. Worthy just being frustrated, though, by Sushi at the moment. 38 seconds remaining in the round.
Concerning thing again here for Ferox is they didn't deny the wall getting open, but Oda does get the first pick. A 4v5 attack on this site will be challenging, and that's a second there from Shade. So this is a really good round so far from Ferox, but the question is, can they hold on?
Well, it's definitely aiming, looking to be that way right now. Sushi's going to eliminate Vast, and well, Digital will probably concede this round. You may as well just go out in an electrifying manner. Never mind, Todd will do the job. And at the very least, for Ferox, they can avoid that, 7-1 humiliation. And now can they avoid 7-2? Then 7-3, make it at least a close affair.
Well, I mean, I very seriously did say a 7-2, so shaping up to be that way. It's going to be the question of what the Elevate have in this round to respond. They did look a lot more confident on the last upstairs attack. So if that translates over to gym and bedroom, we may see a similar result being, of course, a round win, and in this case, a map win. Similar lineup for Elevate to what we saw Ferox on approaching this site. They've got the double hard breach, ace thermite, the Thatcher as well to disrupt any of the denial that would be placed on the wall. And leading on from that, we're actually seeing the bandit brought out here. So Oda going to be playing that bandit, might be playing actively on that jacuzzi wall to deny it, waste a little bit more time. We didn't see Elevate play on it actively on their defense, but maybe the mindset for Ferox is now that they need to try and delay as long as possible.
Yeah. And then you just got to take it one at a time. That is the only approach you can realistically do here. If you are Ferox now, at the very least as well, knowing full well you're going to be on defense to close out the half and eventually come back and have a crack at just at least going out in a non-humiliating fashion. What I will say though is to advocate players' appearance on the reload, because Vast is 12-0-4. Clearly something worked last night.
It's probably all the tips. Probably all the tips that I gave. You know.
Yeah.
Really helpful. So clearly, of course.
It's not the tips that he gave us. No.
No. No. It was all the caster stack tips that I gave him, of course. But I mean, in all seriousness, you're right. He's been playing very well, and of course, being the IGL of the team, when a player in that leadership position is playing well, the rest of the team tends to feed off that. Have some confidence to play quite well too. So hopefully he can continue that here on the thermite, and I'll be looking to just close this one out.
Easier said than done. We'll be able to take out this Kennel's wall though pretty much with ease. No congestion from Ferox at all. 2 minutes. Timer's out from Hot Shot as well. What do Ferox do here though? Slow it down, play super passive defense, or do you have to take risks?
Sush.
Hot Shot does get Sushi.
Oh, that was such a misplay from Sush. I think he tried to C4 over the wall. I don't know if it was to find a pick or to take the Selmas off the wall, but he didn't achieve either, and then was unfortunately caught off guard when the breach did open. So that was really well played there from Hot Shot on the ace.
Maybe it was just both.
Yeah.
Whichever one it was going to be, either the Selmas or a player, was kind of going to be a decent pick with the C4. But well, this makes it a little bit more difficult now for Ferox because, well, you could just walk through Cash into Con. Legion already in there. Todd is below, and I think at this point now, especially since it's 3 versus 5, Todd has to try and find a pick back somewhere. Doesn't have to be an overly aggressive roam, but just needs to find something before Elevate start to close in on the site.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Oda finds one back. That's a nice start here, but he is low on HP. Should be traded out eventually. Todd is going to be that X factor. If he swings wide and finds God Legion, that could be the play, but I think he was scared off a little bit there. And this gives Elevate the opportunity to reset. It's a 2-on-4. They just need to close out the round. Ferox really caught on the back foot here. Should be shut down and will be. Elevate 7-2 on Clubhouse. What a game it was from them.
Man, it was very one-sided in the end after what we thought was going to be an exciting matchup between two teams that have, improved in the last couple of weeks. Two teams looking to find that third win in the season to secure playoffs. It's Elevate who have done just that, led by Vast, led by Digital. 23 kills between the two of them in 9 rounds. 7-2 to Elevate. A stomp, one-sided affair. And they are now heading to the playoffs. They can not have to worry at all about the bottom two.
Well, I mean, some of the experts might be thinking that was a little bit of an unexpected result, but obviously me and the community knew full well that that was going to be a 7-2 all along. So pretty happy with that performance. Elevate, if you want to get in my Twitter DMs, you can send me an Elevate shirt or something, because obviously I'm actually showing some love and support your way, whereas the rest of the experts just wrote you off from the start.
Firstly, we're not experts. We never claimed to be experts. The real experts are the community, because they voted 72% in favor of Elevate, and that was pretty much bang on in the end. So, disappointing though from Ferox. I mean, I definitely want to give all the plaudits to Elevate. They played exceptionally well, but Ferox just looked very disappointing. They didn't look like the Ferox that we were kind of starting to see form throughout the first 2 weeks of Oceanic Nationals. It was almost a little bit more like the Ferox of Six Masters a bit, where they could have those really down matches.
Yeah, and unfortunately for us, we didn't get to see a massive insight just due to the nature of how short the game was as to how strong or weak Ferox's defenses necessarily were. But the key takeaway for me from the Ferox attack was just the one-dimensional nature of it. And yes, they weren't completely one-dimensional. I'm not saying 5 of them were just running in a breach, for example, but there was often times where the majority of the team was facing a particular issue, whether it be jacuzzi wall, kitchen hatch, the list goes on. And the rest of the team, whether it be the 1 or 2 players that weren't in that main pack, weren't doing enough to disrupt Elevate. And that really enabled and only exemplified the confidence of those Elevate players like Vast, who were just able to sit comfortably where they were and just click heads for days. And when it gets to that point, it's very, very difficult to recover.
Yep. Let's get to the interviews, though, shall we? We'll kick it off with the happy boy Digital. Congratulations, mate. That was an exceptional team performance. Probably the best overall team performance from you guys this season of Oceanic Nationals.
I mean, yeah, it feels good again. I don't know. These, like, as always, when you win so comfortably, it's a good feeling. Of course, there's always little things that we're going to go back over, little issues. But no, yeah, all in all, feels good to get another dub.
Yeah, of course, we didn't get to see too many of your attacks, so I guess I'll hone in on the defense a little bit from you guys. What went right? I mean, you had Vast popping off. The rest of the team looked confident as well from your perspective. Just what went right or what went wrong, maybe, if there were some mistakes in that?
I don't know. We literally just played ourselves like that. I don't know, like we would just take round by round, to be honest. Like nothing they did sort of surprised us. I mean, we've scrimmed them in the past and we know what they sort of like and what they appreciate more in Clubhouse. I don't know why they banned Valk. I don't know. Yeah, they just played into us, I think. And that was, it was in sort of our favor. So I think our prep was good because nothing they did sort of surprised us. So therefore we just sort of played how we planned to and everything just went to plan, sort of. Yeah, feels good.
Without being too disrespectful, were you expecting a little bit more from Ferox tonight? Because 7-2 was extraordinarily one-sided in a matchup where, statistically this season, you guys are pretty similar in terms of stats across the board.
Yeah. I think they're yet to verse a lot of the informed teams. So I think their standings might not, but like, it might like filter out a little bit like towards the end of the season. But having said that, they're playing well. They're playing really good. So, yeah, I sort of did expect a little bit more, but I mean, those boys will regroup and sort of hit Friday and sort of come back with a better mindset. I'm sure it's just one of those days where we played better. Yeah.
It's also all about the playoffs, which you guys have now secured with your 3rd win of the season. So best of luck on Friday. And of course, Dan, looking forward ahead. Best of luck in the playoffs, mate.
Yes, sir. Thank you, boys. Cheers for the cast.
Yeah, I think probably, I didn't want it to seem sort of disrespectful for him to sit back and say like, oh, we expected Ferox to be better. But I mean, that was sort of what I was sort of getting out of that 7-2 was that Ferox probably could have played better. And I think, in the end, Digital slightly agreeing there.
Yeah, I think, again, it's because it's such a short season, it can be difficult to gauge where teams are exactly. So it's going to be these last 3 play days from after today where we see the team sort of filter out a little bit more, as Dig alluded to, heading into the playoffs, where we might have a little bit of a better form guide for these teams. It was an off night for Ferox, but I'm sure they'll regroup and they should be able to bounce back.
Yeah, I mean, but sort of just touching on that, he did mention that potentially Ferox haven't quite played some of the more informed teams, and maybe their standings aren't quite, indicative as to where they're actually at. But, they've played Noble, they've played Pittsburgh in those games, both 7-5s for Ferox, right? So they really did take it up to 2 top teams there. They beat Akami 7-3, although, to be honest, they beat Akami when they were quite poor compared to apparently the now in form Akami. And then of course they ended up dispatching Rhythm last week as well. So like maybe there's a bit of truth to that as well, I guess, from Digital. We, of course, though, got our second interview coming up. Unfortunately, not going to be as happy, which is Oda, though, the fan favorite. Welcome on in, buddy. Unfortunately, maybe not the interview we'd like to be having right now after what was a pretty tough loss.
Yeah, I don't know. Tonight didn't go to plan. You know, Digital popped off a bit. Like Elevate only win when Digital pops off, but yeah, I don't know. Us tonight just weren't going well.
Yeah, I mean, we could talk about maybe the map pick. Was Clubhouse a map that you did target? Did that throw you off guard a little bit, or is that where you expected to be heading?
No, we were expecting band phase weren't exactly to plan. We were expecting Club, but I guess yeah, they kind of countered really well, and played well against us.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit unfortunate. I don't want to throw you under the bus, but we don't have Sushi on the interview, who actually called me out last week, so I can't actually dig into him, which is a little bit unfortunate. But I mean, actually, you, Oda, you actually played pretty well for the most part. I didn't see the scoreboard at the end, or don't remember it, but you would have been one of the top performing players. Is it difficult maybe on a night where you're playing decently and the rest of the team is finding it a little bit hard? Is that a difficult dynamic to sort of deal with? Or?
Yeah, sometimes, but you know, I don't always pull my weight either, so you know, the boys really play well most weeks. It's today wasn't it.
Just sort of touching on the earlier question in regards to Clubhouse, and you guys obviously seemed pretty set on that. Was there, when it came down to Oregon or Clubhouse, was there any thought where it's like we could go to Oregon? Because you guys took Knights, who right now are probably the most informed team, 7-5 on Oregon. It was actually a pretty good affair. Potentially look to take them there. Was that ever a thought?
It was a thought. We did think, well, they have VODs on both maps, but I think we were just more comfortable in clubs, so that's why we took it over Oregon.
And last one before I let you go, and one I probably don't want to have asked, but just that 1v5 from Vast up in Rafters, what went wrong that round in particular?
Just the comms. I was asking what U2 was cleared in that, and then, I don't know, everyone just went gun up against him, and Vast just won his gunfights.
He certainly did, unfortunately. Well, you played well, though. You played really, really well, and it's been good to see not just yourself, but also Natschool really sort of solidifying yourselves at this top tier in the region. You both have been great. Pleasure to have you on. And just before I let you go, any shout-outs to your thousands of fans in chat?
Oh, I love the chat, man. I love seeing it every week. Everyone support me. It's good stuff.
It is good stuff. Keep it up, guys, in chat, and keep it up, Oda, for the rest of the season. You guys have still got 2 more games to play. You find 1 more win, and then you're definitely in the playoffs.
Yep. Cheers, boys.
Well, we got finally the fan favorite on the interview, guys. Just that the
I love
the
Oda.
wrong
I'm still
the wrong
savage he
time,
gets
probably. Look, for Ferox moving forward, they've got wildcard, unfortunately, on Friday. That's going to be very difficult. They close out the season against LFO. I did say, I believe, last week, guys, the clairvoyant that I am, that potentially the LFO Ferox match as the final match of the season could be essentially a decider between relegations and playoffs, so the winner of that game. And right now, it could shape up to be that way. And we'll know more eventually, because our next matchup is going to help determine that even further, because it's going to be LFO Rhythm on the other side of the break. So, I mean, that's perfectly aligned.
Yeah, like I said at the top of the evening tonight, the matches themselves will be very, very exciting to watch and develop some interesting storylines independent of one another. But when you sort of weave them together and think about the scope of the entire tournament, that's when it really starts to spice up. And oh, I can't wait to get back from this break. It's going to be nuts.
Well, we are going to head to that break. Unfortunately for Ferox, they ran into an Elevate wall. 7-2 on Clubhouse. When we come back on the other side, though, it's LFO versus Rhythm.
It beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 You bring me to
Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand. Just the motion of your hands. Travel like lanes. It's just enough, oh yeah. Just for you, just a man. Just a notion in the wind. We ain't gotta make plans. Fair enough, it's fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. And I know it feels like a light years in the making. Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Travel like
Seven 3, 7-2 is maybe a 7-1 on the cards. That would be certainly surprising for a night where we thought it was going to be close affair after close affair. Welcome back from the break. Elevate 7-2 over Ferox. Akami 7-3 over Noble. We now head into Alifo versus Rhythm. Two teams that unfortunately, guys, are down the very bottom of the standings, both 0 and 4, both looking for their first map win. And whoever can find that map win has a lifeline in terms of making playoffs. The loser of this match, they're done. They are going to head down to relegations.
And I'm glad you framed it in that way. Sometimes when you look at a match like this, you say last, second last, this is going to be a snore fest. This doesn't mean anything, but I think it's going to be the complete opposite. I think we're going to find that this is probably going to produce some of the most exciting siege of the night. It's going to be super scrappy, super exciting.
Don't say it.
I wasn't going to say super close. I wasn't actually going to say that. And now I forgot what I was going to say because I lost my train of thought. Hopefully I get my prediction right. That's all I'm here for, remember? So
that's all you're here for. I'm here for the teams. I'm here for the players. Let's go and have a look at the LFO lineup for this matchup. I think it's fair to say they've got one of the most enigmatic coaches. Enigma.
Gee, you've used that before, Xenox. You can't use it again.
Oh, I didn't realize. Has it not been enough time? Oh, well,
No.
It is what it is. Obviously, for LFO, you know, Nate's come into the lineup. Mims is still Mims. But for whatever reason, they just haven't been able to get a win on the board. To be fair, they've had the hardest first 4 games out of all of the teams. They've now probably got the easiest 3 games out of all of the teams. Not that it's going to be easy, but easier.
Yeah, and I'm going to play bad cop a little bit here. I don't think that you can necessarily make the excuse that you've had this record in this season because you've just faced more difficult, in quotation mark, teams. I would have liked to see them maybe pick up at least one map here or there. We saw them do it last season against some of these teams. So maybe the best of one just isn't quite working out for them. But nonetheless, their trajectory has gone from skyrocketing up to almost plummeting down and crashing back to earth, right? So this is the turnaround point for them. If they don't win tonight, then you've got to draw a line through them, surely, right? Like, it's over.
Yeah, well, it definitely will be. If they lose this, it's over. Let's look at their opponents, Rhythm, who, well, you know, you talk about skyrocketing up. It feels like this season that they themselves have been skyrocketing up from last to second. Technically, it's up. I don't know if it's, you know, too far that they would have liked, but the main takeaway this season for them has been their performance in game, not so much the standings, as I kind of keep reiterating that for them. You know, we saw Stick coming in and filling last week for Rhythm, doing a decent job. I would imagine Bouncin should be back this week, but ultimately this team, this roster, certainly looking better than Kanga in Six Masters.
100%. If there's any game that Rhythm are going to win, it's this one. If Bouncing's back in the team, I think last week he was having his wisdom teeth taken out or something, so hopefully he's recovered from that. He can jump back in and fill the shoes of Stick, who was a little bit maybe out of his depth, played well, again, especially considering the pressure that was on him, but having Bouncing back in will hopefully provide a little bit more stability to this team. Whether it'll be enough, we don't know. LFO historically have performed a lot better than Rhythm and have performed well against the good teams, but that hasn't continued this season, so they're not the same squad.
He's bounced back into the roster, which is good news for Rhythm. I had to.
Not even laughing. I'm not even laughing at that one. That was really bad.
Just a shake of the head. Map decisions here. Tonight, it feels like they've been super impactful. I mean, map decisions always impactful, right? For every matchup, but you know, we had the Oregon decision falling into the hands of Akami. What feels like the Clubhouse decision falling into the hands of Elevate. I mean, is it going to happen again here? Is Rhythm going to get sort of given a map by LFO that Rhythm won?
It's always really difficult to decide what map these teams are going to target because we don't have a good record for either of these teams. There's a lot of red in these results columns that I'm looking at, but if you want to look purely at just the maps that they've played, and
Coastline,
at least their competitiveness on them, Rhythm can probably rule out Oregon. LFO have played it a couple of times and haven't looked overly terrible. Coastline, I would not be surprised if LFO insta-ban that in return, or at least ban it eventually, because Rhythm have played it well. Yeah, so if Coastline or Oregon are one of the maps that makes it through tonight, I'd be very, very surprised. The other 5, I don't know, draw one out of the hat because I really have no idea.
I felt like we haven't gone to Cafe for a little while. Wouldn't be totally astray if we did head over to Cafe, but in terms of rhythm, it's been 2 Clubhouse and 2 Coastline this season. Do we see either one of those? Cafe is going to be with the first ban from LFO. Do LFO end up banning Coastline? No, they don't. In fact, it was Rhythm who ended up banning Coastline, and we do head to Clubhouse. So I was kind of making the point there that we've seen out of the 4 matches of Rhythm this season, 2 Clubhouse, 2 Coastline, and we do head to Clubhouse. Of course, LFO did have the decision between Oregon and Clubhouse. I think you made the point earlier that you didn't think that they would want to go to Oregon.
Based on face value, I'm looking at this, and LFO have won the ban phase. They left it up to Oregon and Clubhouse, 2 maps that LFO are pretty good at historically and both in recent form, at least, you know, considering that they haven't won a map yet. But I think the lesser of the 2 evils was probably Clubhouse. But you look at Clubhouse, right, and Rhythm have played it twice and lost 7-3 or 3-7 to Ferox, 3-7 to Okami. So I don't understand necessarily the thought process of Rhythm heading there, especially considering that LFO haven't played it at all this season. They have no VODs to go off. They don't know what LFO has been working on, and I'm sure they've been working really, really hard. So
the ban of Coastline, though, do they know something about LFO and Coastline that we don't? Is Coastline just like their secret map that they only play against Wildcard? Like, I'm not sure exactly why Rhythm banned out Coastline. I think that might be something I might want to ask at the end of this. Who knows, maybe they might come out as winners and I won't even bother. Predictions for this, though, of course, it's going to be surely 50-50. Last time out was the solo Guz. Who's solo this time?
Oh,
no
boy.
way! It's happened again!
Let's go. I am raking in the points tonight. I'm telling you, Rhythm. Look, I mean, I was pretty confident actually from Rhythm heading into this one.
What is everyone doing? I thought I was the only one throwing tonight with these kind of not off-meta picks, but just for those who've maybe only just joined in, our first matchup, Akami Noble, Ducky was the only one who chose Akami. He was successful. Now, last matchup, Ferox Elevate. This man here, Guz, was the only one to choose Elevate. He was successful, and now he once again is the only one to choose Rhythm. And I, on this point, may as well let's just wrap it up. He's won. Rhythm's gonna win.
Heading into this one, I thought it was going to be close, and I just sort of flipped a coin almost and went Rhythm. After this map veto, I am very scared for Rhythm. I think that LFO have honestly played them like a fiddle in this map phase.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
To be fair, I mean, again, the last 2 maps remaining, you've got Oregon and you've got Clubhouse. LFO good on both maps, and Rhythm are bad on Clubhouse. So I don't know. Maybe Rhythm will pull something out here. I hope they do, for my sake.
Well, you did vote for them. And look, honestly, Rhythm have been very, very impressive this season. They got up against, though, an LFO team searching and hoping for a win. They're looking for an AUG, but this time they're looking for a win.
Ooh, LFW? Can we call them that? Is that allowed? Probably not.
I think
we probably can't.
For this game, yeah,
we'll call it that for this game. I mean, it's the same for both teams. It's the same for both teams, though. We call them both LFW. Just you guys can fill in the rest of the gaps.
That is true. I think the snowball prediction, because you know where we'll know is the community vote once we see that when we get into the first round. Maverick going to be taken off the board early. I don't think we're going to see the Monty band out this time. Maybe Thatcher? No, it's going to be the Capital.
Cap. Yep. Pretty confident in those picks there on the attack. Nothing standing out as too crazy for me. The defense might spice it up a little bit. Again, remembering that Echo is perma-banned or insta-banned, however you want to frame it at the moment in comp play. So Valk will be taken off the board. So that means that the info gathering for the defense is dwindled a little bit. You'll have to rely on the Maestro if you want to bring that to the table. Mirror to close things out. Again, just solidifies that opinion. So nothing standing out to me really in the ban phase. I mean, maybe the Valk. I mean, Digital flagged that in the interview that he was a little bit perplexed as to why Ferox banned that out against them. So a little bit of a question maybe there.
Yeah, but it could be more so the matchup, I guess, specifically entailed to thinking Elevate wanted it. I don't know. Hard to look too much into it. We're going to start down at basement, though. That's what we do know. Rhythm are going to be defending on the attack. Of course, LFO. I feel like the conditions of winning this map for LFO comes down to Mims. If Mims balls off, pops off,
Attackers need to locate
they probably win this.
bombs.
But if Mims can get shut down by Rhythm, man, I still think, despite the fact, yeah, look at that, 53% Rhythm. The Community vote hasn't been, well, they actually technically were wrong, but 48% chose Akami, so that's close enough for what we thought was going to be a very one-sided Noble affair. So it says a lot. Certainly, at the very least, this is probably how we felt coming into it, especially prior to the map veto, guys. 50-50 split.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, I'm still scared for this map. If I see signs of weakness in the first couple of rounds here from Rhythm, then I'm probably going to call it pretty early that it's going to go in favor of LFO. As he did mention, that power player in Mims will be critical. He hasn't been as consistent this season as he was in stage 1 of Oceanic Nationals, when it was, of course, known as 6 Masters. So if he steps up, he's very, very dangerous to shut down. So it's important that he's kept on top of.
Visual roam, though. I like this from Drex, just for Rhythm to not, obviously the SSG roam, but it's obviously something that is typically successful, but it also does take that risk and that reward potentially on the side for Rhythm.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
2 minutes 20 on the board. Diffuser inside of Dirt Tunnel, so this is pretty spicy. Angmo heading that entry. It looks like the Vigil of Drex is ready and waiting. 2 players, in fact, ready and waiting. So this is a very risky strategy from LFO. They managed to make it in towards side, but get shut down. That's one. Kills. Can he hit the retrade? He does. More trades come through. It's a 3-on-4, but it is in favor of the defense. The diffuser was dropped by Noveix.
That's not bad, is it, really? You've got to be pretty happy with that one of your Rhythm. Diffuser on the ground. 2 dead for 1. It's a great start. Leb's going to get droned out here by Mims. You'd think would fall back and away. Still a minute and a half remaining. That was a very early push. So a lot of time to try and rectify things for Mims, Sogs, Nate. Man advantage, though, for Rhythm, and, well, probably soon to be time advantage as well by the end of it when it's all said and done. Mims is also extraordinarily low in terms of health. Now just beating around the bush in kitchen. Nate does find one onto boats, but immediately Leb is able to at least get one back and keep that advantage on the side of Rhythm. 2-3 now, rather than 3-4.
It is nice for LFO having Mims on the board, but so low on HP. A single bullet. Oh my goodness, he's almost already dead as it is. Oh! Mims shut down. They won't know that, of course. No points on the board, but that will confirm it. The final kill comes through from Bouncin, who is back on the roster this evening. That's Rhythm to take round number 1.
Yeah, good start. Obviously, you don't want to get too carried away with just the opening round. In saying that, right now, out of the matches that we've had tonight, the team that has won the opening round has gone on to win the entire thing. I mean, to be fair,
so are you calling it? Are you calling it already, Zach?
No.
You're not allowed to do that.
Whoa. I did not put words into my mouth. No, look, all I'm saying is it's a great start. And, you know, if you are the type that likes the dark arts where you fancy yourself, okay, early win on the board.
I mean, wasn't there the pattern in the last game for wins and losses for
Well,
Elevated Ferox, and that actually worked, right?
To the witchcraft, yeah.
We don't have that win-loss sort of pattern for this matchup because, again, a lot of owls in that results column.
No, well, that technically is a pattern in itself as well, right? It's just,
well, they can't both lose, so
yeah, that's true.
And
one will continue the pattern and one will move away from it. But we move over to CCTV and Cash with his second round. Nothing too surprising really on the side of LFO. Pretty standard setup. Having that Thatcher available as well is obviously going to really help out with Kennel's wall. Raptor probably, I think, especially after the last matchup we saw with Ferox and Elevate, something we want to sort of keep our eye on and see how Rhythm's going to play it here too on the defense, where, you know, Vast just made it his little home. I mean, it was like the most fortified Rafters setup that we've seen.
Yeah, it was. I wouldn't be too surprised if we see some more teams adopt that later in the season. Of course, these teams aren't going to. 1, because they haven't prepped for it, and 2, they wouldn't have been watching the last match anyway. So we're going to see a little bit more of a traditional hold. Wamai using those magnets to fortify that location. That said, one of the walls is electrified. A little bit of a callback to that Vast setup. in which it was double reinforced. So this one's a little bit more risky.
Well, the biggest difference, though, was that Vast was on the Kaid, so whereas Boritz is not obviously playing that Rafters position, but Nevaix is. Have they actually opened up Kennel's Wall yet? No, they do have to still unelectrify it. I do like this, though, from LFO pushing in through from Jacuzzi, so you can now get at least pressure on through Con. Something that Ferox really lacked, very one-dimensional was Ferox, and that really didn't allow them to get much on their attack. But even like this from Sogs on the sub roof as well, something that we didn't see from Ferox.
One thing to critique in this attack so far is probably the time management and the lack of actual disruption done on site. Yes, it isn't too one-dimensional, but not a whole lot has been done with a minute 30 to go. I guess Kennel's Wall has finally been opened, but that Con Wall is the next objective, and it is electrified, probably by an Electro Claw. So this is going to be challenging for LFO, who do need to try and pass this hurdle, otherwise they'll be filtered through the door, and Lev is ready and waiting to just mow them down.
And you would think that Nevaix as well will make it very difficult for Angmo to push through that Kennel's Wall, considering that Garage is completely safe. Just watch that angle looking into Kennel's Wall. But it is going to be that con push now for LFO. 45 seconds remaining. Time is certainly of the essence. Mims just watching into Cash. I can just see the feet.
I mean, there's only 30 seconds left, and I think Nate used his X-Kairos on the wall and it got electrified. I believe he pulled it off a second time. Not sure, though, if it's enough to actually be an entry point. So they might still be filtered through the door, which will be a very, very challenging attack. No, it actually is a crouch hole. So good result here for LFO, but only 15 seconds left now to capitalize this bounce and get the first.
Amo's going to go down, though, so no diffuser in hand. Well, that's flawless.
Gee whiz.
Never mind the 20-second meta. It's the 3-second meta right now from Rhythm, because that was just a slaughter fest. And in the end, despite the fact the way they were kind of setting up throughout the entirety of that, it still was actually quite one-dimensional. Instead of it through Kennels, it was more through Con.
The early round, the mid round, pretty good. The time management, though, left a little bit to be desired, especially when they tried to get that con wall open. It was being denied really, really effectively there by Rhythm. And despite the Thatcher being on the board, the EMPs didn't quite have the desired effect that they would have liked for LFO on the attack. They wasted a bit of time. There was one failed set of X-Kairos that went off. Then they had to wait for the second to go off. And once that all happened, amongst the confusion, they would have looked at the time and gone, oh, we've got 15 seconds left. We've got to send it in the side. We haven't really got a whole lot of intel, but we've got to send it. And the second they went to go forward, Rhythm just said, good night, off with your head. And there's nothing they could really do to respond. It was over in a heartbeat.
Gym Bedroom now for the third round. Great start for Rhythm, and definitely look the cleaner of the two teams right now. LFO, though, I mean, this is weird to say, but they still look better than Ferox's attacks, and I think it goes to kind of highlight just, I don't want to sort of dog on Ferox too much, but they really did have lackluster attacks. At least LFO had a couple of different look-ins, but regardless, I think as you really coined it perfectly, just time was their biggest issue. And that's something they're going to need to fix up here, and this is going to be an interesting sight. Imagine Jacuzzi Wall's going to be the play early on here for LFO, but I'd like to see them push in through Con. Maybe even first floor, try and roam up from the stairs.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Can't just do it. Just can't all just be one way though. Even opening up Kennel's Wall here is fine, but look at Bouncing and Leb's position.
Yeah, I think I'll agree with your statement that maybe their attacks are a little bit with Ferox. If they win this round, they need to win this round to actually establish some sort of control over this best of one. If they don't, then that means that Rhythm can just cycle back through their sides again, and this could blow out. So this is a very, very key round. And even maybe if LFA don't win it, they need to be at least looking competent, looking confident, and get it down to at least a close result in the end.
Yeah.
That last round was terrible, and the round before wasn't much better. So this is a point now where they really need to turn it around, switch on, and get themselves into this one.
More control here with Mims and Sogs on the sub roof, so they can get a bit of sight into CCTV eventually, and obviously you can look into gym bedroom from that position, so it can open up a few more opportunities with Sogs and Mims just sort of loitering around that position. Something. I know they got 2 over at Jacuzzi. And Nate, I would imagine, will eventually try and open up Kennel's wall. But again, it's that time issue, isn't it? Like, it's hard to believe, but we're down to a minute and a half already. And what have LFO really accomplished here? They've only now with the Salmas opening up Jacuzzi.
I mean, Mims wasted 2 grenades, and I don't think it cleared much. Maybe it cleared one piece of utility that we missed, but he missed the castle barricade on the second occasion. It still looked like there was maybe even a shield on the bed that he missed. So that is a waste. And of course, the fragging potential now taken away completely as well. A lot of drones off the board here as well for LFO. So many, in fact, 3, 4, 5, 6 drones taken out with a minute to go. I don't think they'll even be able to get the intel as to where these defenders are.
50 seconds remaining. Well, if they haven't got any intel now, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. Boats just sitting inside a con, expecting maybe a push in. Nate will find an opening frag, though. That should be on the east side. Leb just sitting down the stairs. Mims, though, has just walked in, and I don't think Leb was expecting it, and almost kind of reminiscent of the Ferox attack here on Gym Bedroom. It's literally identical. It's 5-1. They've just slowly walked in, and Rhythm have just capitulated. It's a flawless round, and I feel like I got deja vu from the last match right now.
Yeah, and it's difficult for me to say this without sounding biased, but to me that was a throw from Rhythm. As I said, so much utility was taken off the board in terms of drones. It would have been so difficult for LFO had Rhythm been able to just hold on for maybe 10-15 seconds longer for them to actually execute a clean push. That said, maybe the 4 drones remaining were in some godly positions that called out where these players were, but it did seem like Rhythm were just completely caught off guard on these crouch entries, which paid off. So I mean, it's not the worst round for Rhythm. LFO cannot rely on just solo crouch entering to find picks on site. That's not going to work for the next 3 rounds. So it's really important that they don't fall into this habit, or Rhythm are going to catch on and punish them.
Early days, though, of course. 2-1. And at least lifeline for LFO now. They're on the board. They've got their sort of feet planted firmly on the ground here on Clubhouse with a round win. Back down to Church Arsenal, which we're going to see another roam set up for Rhythm, which... I don't know, was it their execution in the first round, guys, or was it more just LFO falling by the wayside?
First round we're talking about?
Yeah.
Well, LFO tried something a little bit experimental, right? They tried to push through dirt. They had 2 players push in that location, and one of them with the diffuser. And without the rest of the team seemingly having much of an impact in the round, the call was made for those 2 to push in. They tried to trade it out, and it didn't pay off. So I think that was maybe a little bit of a pocket strat from LFO in that round. So don't expect nothing similar here in this one. But we might still see a little bit of pressure from that dirt location if they go for a more traditional take of, let's say, kitchen or even blue.
I think as well with that dirt position is you can make sure that you at least forcing someone to watch from Arsenal as well, especially when you've got such a roam heavy composition from Rhythm. I mean, Novax is the only one on site right now. Everyone else is, of course, scattered around. Bouncing and boats up on the second floor. Drex on the first floor. And Alpha obviously need to be careful of this in particular, because I think what this roam can really accomplish more than anything is that it just buys so much time that by the time LFOs they get to like kitchen, it's going to be like 40, 50 seconds left on the clock, for instance. Like, they're just not going to have much time. And I think that's the ultimate goal here for Rhythm, is try and capitalize on LFO's poor time management right now that we've seen in this series.
Minute pass, bouncing still top floor. Question really is, has he been cleared? That drone does give away his position, and now Bouncing needs to make the call. Does he try and hold, or does he try and rotate down? If he rotates down the main stairs, he'll probably get cut off. If he stays up, he might be able to find a pick. And I mean, talking about picks, Angmo taken off the board. That's one
diffuser
of only 2 hard breaches and diffuser. That's pretty big.
And yeah, I mean, I'm a little surprised to see Bouncing rotate all the way back to site. Would have thought maybe would want to try and keep an eye on that diffuser.
I mean, I'm surprised he made it back to site. They knew he was there and probably expected him to go main stairs, but no one was there to cut him off.
Minute 10 seconds remaining. Alpha basically made no ground at all. They don't even have the diffuser in hand. I think sometimes just that one pick can. Oh wow! Bye-bye, Nate.
GN. Minute to go now. Bounson finds one back. So it's a 2-on-5. Mims Hills left with it all to do. The two SAS operators. But yeah, I think it's basically round over. Not a whole lot you can do
It's this
now.
perceived pressure though. Like no one is literally watching this diffuser at all. And yet they haven't even been able to go pick it up. There's no one here. 40 seconds left. I mean, I understand obviously you need to be cautious, and you would think that typically you would probably think that the fuse is maybe being watched, making it difficult to pick up. But when there's only like 30 seconds left on the clock, is it that surprising they've fallen back to sight? Not really. Obviously in a 2 versus 5, there's not much you can really expect from Mims and Hills here. But again, Rhythm have just played this perfectly, and LFO's time management is going to let them down again. 10 seconds left.
It's going to take a throw, surely, for LFO to win this round, and they do trade it out in the end. A little bit messy, but the result expected. Round 4 goes the way of the defenders. LFO, yeah, wow. A lot went wrong in that round. For me, one, time management. Again, they're just taking so damn long to actually get anywhere near the site. 2, they found the rover, they droned the rover, and they didn't cut him off or pressure him. And Bounson could just literally walk down the stairs, and he was probably, you know, a little bit nervous about that, going down the stairs. There's a lot of angles where you can be cut off from, but literally no one contested him. And then 3, you had your ace with the diffuser get picked off. That one, maybe a little bit more forgivable, was probably a bit more unfortunate, but nonetheless made that round very, very tough, because recovering that diffuser off the back of the other 2 mistakes was very, very challenging indeed. So that's 3-1 now to Rhythm. We need to see something new from LFO. Get maybe one more round on the board at least.
Locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah, and this is sort of now where they can just cycle back through. They can get cash CCTV, make it 4-1. Okay, maybe LFO get Gym Bedroom again. Although from what we saw, I hate bringing it up constantly, but the similarities are just stark right now between the 2 matches, this one and the previous one. Because it was 4-1, and then the same thing happened. And then the second time we went Gym Bedroom, it made it 1-5. Ferox weren't able to get it again. Because really, the way they got it in the first case wasn't... It didn't really do much. It was just sort of a bit of a throw defensively from Elevate. And it was the same here from Rhythm, guys. So, I mean, I kind of feel like it's heading in the same direction. And that's bad news for LFO. Need to win this here on Cash CCTV. At least get that second round. And at the very least, if you win this in particular, then you set yourselves up at least for a chance to tie the first half.
And I mean, I feel like I've probably been a little bit too negative towards LFO. I mean, talking about Rhythm, for example, the fact that they are commanding this match, the pacing, the positioning, is a testament to them. We've never seen the roster play like this for God knows how long. It's we probably have to throw back to like Pro League Season 11 when they managed to take down Fnatic with like a totally different roster that way back when they actually sort of were demanding the other team to catch up to their pace and the way that they're playing. So the fact that they are dictating these terms is a really positive sign.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you. I mean, Rhythm's been the better team. It goes without saying. You know, there's always 2 ways to look at it. Do you just sit back and say, you know, LFO not playing at their best? Or right now, it kind of feels like I just think Rhythm's playing better. It's as simple as that. LFO, I mean, a 0-4 for a reason. Doesn't feel nice saying that, but, you know, they're not... This is not as if it's like, say, a Kami Noble, where you could maybe make a case for Noble not having played at their, you know, peak. Fair enough. If you want to make those excuses, you can. But in this case, I just think Rhythm are taking their in-game form that they've produced in Oceanic Nationals and applying it against the team that's closer to their level, and they're seeing the results of that.
Minute 30 now left on the board again. Just feels like Alpha haven't made a whole lot of progression towards site. That instead, they have good comm control and they can try and convert that into opening up the wall. Summer charge on the shield. That's actually really nice utility usage. Forces Leb back down towards the stairs, but he might roam below and play off a C4. Not sure whether the attackers are pressuring that location. So in the last 30 seconds, they've cleared some utility. They've gotten the wall open. That's really nice for LFO, but with no presence below, it could be very dangerous late round.
Opening frag though to Nate onto Novax. Tracks close. 55 seconds remaining. This has been better though from LFO, to be fair. They've been a bit quicker with their utility usage and opening up certain areas. They haven't cleared Leb though from rafters, and Drex is probably just going to find an easy frag at some point here. 40 seconds left. But they're in position now for that sort of 20-second push in at the last second. Where that can take place now. Angmo, though, does eliminate Boats. Bouncing going to come in through bedroom and just pincer them from behind. Diffuser goes down with him as well. Angmo's gone. Diffuser's down. 3-1. LFO have got the numbers here, but Diffuser went down the floor. They've only got 13 seconds left here. Drex needs to just stay alive. 2 versus 1. 1 is down as well, so it's Sogs in from behind. Not going to lose this. Yes, you are. LFO loses the round up to being up 3-1. Rhythm.
Oh, Drex. Man, what a clutch. That was insane. Oh. I went, oh no, when Bouncing came on screen because I knew what was going to happen. The flank watch just wasn't there from LFO. Drop that diffuser. That puts so much pressure on the last 3 players. What do? Do we try and find him? Do we frag him out? Do we try and get the diffuser? Oh, there's not much time. And they sort of all just ran around a bit like headless chickens. Drex was able to capitalize off the back of that. Super, super well played in the end. I thought the round was over then. I thought that would have gone the way of LFO, but oh, that round hurts. I think that round is probably going to hurt the most out of all the ones we've seen so far. And now it's a mental game for LFO. Can they bounce back from this, make it a 2-4, and keep themselves in this matchup?
I mean, bloody hell, I'm not going to lie. I mean, I said in the opening, coming back from the break, 7-3, 7-2, 7-1 maybe. Right now, it could very well shape up to be that way. LFO haven't really given me much to say, yeah, okay, just tweak a few things and they'll be right to go. I mean, even the round win that they did get was very reminiscent to the round win that Ferox got, which was just a bit of a capitulation by the defenders, which that's where you can say, guys, for instance, oh, if Rhythm just tweak up a bit here on Gym Bedroom, they should be fine to defend this a bit better. You can say that.
Attackers are moving out to locate
the one player that's had a big impact in these last 2 rounds is Bouncing, who's on screen now. And I can see some people maybe sitting back and watching these players and going, Bouncing's just a ranked star. He's just playing like he did in ranked or does in ranked. And look, maybe that's the case. I mean, those players were pretty crazy for the most part that he got away with them. But it's the fact that he was able to get away with them. I still don't understand how he wasn't spotted out on that first, cut off on the first flank on the previous round, and then the round before, the flank watch wasn't there. So again, I'm not taking anything away from Bouncing at the moment. This comes back to the point that Rhythm are setting the pace on this matchup. If Mims dies here, surely Rhythm can capitalize.
Could you imagine if Sogs also gets shot as well by Boats? I don't think Boats has the angle to get Sogs as well. Mims is brought back up. Oh, if he just hadn't been holding that, you'd think Boats probably wins it. Although it was a bit of a pre-fire. I think, yeah, it was a bit of a pre-fire from Sogs.
I like this from Rhythm, though. Vex on the Bandit, actually tricking the wall. Yes, there's a Thatcher on the board, makes it a little bit more challenging, but he knows that. He places it down, runs away, and this is wasting more and more and more time. They do drone it out, so that's good for LFO. Gains some intel as to what's actually denying the wall and how aggressive Novax is playing it. But in that time set, well, in that time frame, they haven't done anything, and he takes the charges off the wall. Oh, this is really frustrating to watch.
I don't think it matters, though. Does it really matter? Because it's not old that
but he can't clear them, which is the main thing. Because then he can use them when he goes back to bathroom. He has so many in the pocket to use. He'll probably go back to bathroom, reinforce that wall, bandit it off, and then this attack's just going to mean nothing if they get the wall open.
I mean, well, they get at least one side of this open.
Depends if he has a reinforcement in the pocket. I don't know if the team does.
That's a good start though for Rhythm. Minute left on the clock, but now that Jacuzzi wall is opened, LFO can slowly make their way in. Of course, Mims very low from that early engagement. Let's buy to Jim. Amo just trying to watch down that corridor. Oh, Nate's just been picked off by Lab. 3-5 now. And LFO just falling by the wayside here, one by one. Diffuser's on the floor. Angmo still up on Jacuzzi. Hills up on the roof. This is over. It's going to be 1-5. Unless maybe with 25 seconds, Angmo can have a sexy play of the season moment. Hills is down. And you just think that surely not from here.
It's like a miracle. Boats on the flank shuts it down. Wowee, 5-1 at the end of the half for Rhythm. That is very, very scary. Now, I'll backtrack a little bit on what I said there. Maybe reinforcing the bathroom was a little bit naive from me. It would have been very tough. But the fact is that still one of the walls was reinforced, and they still got caught in that little filter when they tried to vault in, and the rest of the team just not there to refrag, which is obviously a little bit disappointing. So,
well, you know what else is disappointing is LFO right now, because I put not just me, but all the other snowball predictors besides yourself put a bit of faith in them to turn their season around, because that was sort of the expectation, because they had built up expectation not going into Six Masters. They obviously didn't have much expectations going into Six Masters, but by the end of Six Masters, they did have expectations. And it almost feels like this season from LFO is what was maybe predicted from them in Six Masters.
Yeah, that is 100% what I was going to say. And now we have to sort of think about, why has this happened? What is going on for this to be allowed? And the one thing that I keep thinking about, and I'm pretty sure Nick has mentioned it in the interview, or it's been theory crafted by one of us, or Raven or Manic, is that heading into this season, all of the teams knew what they were coming up against. Whereas last season, LFO came out of nowhere basically, and were able to sort of pick up these maps where they could, because teams maybe didn't have enough data on them or enough VODs or enough experience against them. But now that the whole season's gone past, it was a longer season than this one as well. A lot of material has been gathered, and it doesn't feel like LFO have taken that next big step into this season to counter any of that intel that has been gathered on them.
I'm reloading.
And also, you know, mentioned at the start of this, I thought Mims was going to be a factor. If LFO was to do well, Mims was going to do well, and Mims is like 1-1-5. Even when, I guess, your proverbial best player is struggling, it doesn't really help. They will switch to the defense, but I'm going to be honest, it's hard to really try and sell this, to say that, oh yeah, just win a couple of rounds, they'll be fine. The way it's gone tonight, 7-3, 7-2, this could very well be the 7-1.
Well, it's a risky strat coming out here from LFO. They're dedicating to a heavy roam, which is a positive sign that they're still trying to play confidently. And I mean, maybe that's the play, but there is an opportunity here for Rhythm to just completely ignore this instead of hunting it down. That said, though, Leb is inside of bedroom and might be in an engagement with Sogs pretty soon. Both players just getting a feel for it. Sogs going out, forced to fall back. I'm not sure how much Rhythm will really dedicate to this. Maybe it's better off just trying to approach site and then cut these flankers off late round.
Yep. Take out a few drones and start to head back. What was that? Somehow, Hills wins that. I don't know how Bouncing doesn't kill Hills there.
Yeah, I looked at my spreadsheet for about 0.5 seconds and completely missed that. So there you go. That's the roam working out for LFO in this round. Tough one to come back now for Rhythm.
Yeah.
They're going to have to find these picks on site quickly, maybe trade it out, and then find the rest as they make their way back towards site. But that's easier said than done.
Well, at the very least, though, at least 7-1 isn't going to be a possibility now. Still a long way back for LFO, but we have seen these sort of comebacks this season. 5-1, for instance. Nice little pick up from Nevax onto Hills, just slowly peeking around the corner there. But they're down to 2 remaining. Sogs makes it 1 remaining. Sogs has got a triple kill this round, in fact, but we've seen it. We have seen it before. And with LFO switching to the defense, there is still plenty of chances for them to come back. And of course, I think it really comes down to the longer that they can keep match point from eventuating, the better for LFO. I mean, I know that sounds very easy to say, but that match point pressure, if it does eventuate, say 6-2 or 6-3, feels very different to say 5-3.
Still a tricky situation that LFO do find themselves in. Just looking back at that last game to get a little bit of a feel for how Ferox fared on their defense, and not really giving me a whole lot to work off here, but
No.
I'm still skeptical. I'm still very skeptical of LFO. They won basement, right? We're expecting teams to win basement on the defense. Up to these two sides. CCTV bedroom. Even if LFO defends CCTV, we need to see them win bedroom. If they don't win the first 3 sites and keep that match point away, they're going to crumble, in my opinion.
Bandit again for Sogs as well. Seems to be the pick. But I agree. This is where we're going to see whether or not there's legs to this story. If LFO can come back, they've got to be winning these rounds. I mean, well, obviously they're going to be winning every round, right? Goes without saying. But technically, if they do win every defense round, they'll actually win the map. But
yep,
they do need
that's
to...
some good math.
Yeah, thank you. They do need to be winning these, though, and that's the thing. And they need to be winning these for as long as possible. Now, if they can get it back to, say, 5-5, and then you drop one, like, either CCTV or, you know, you drop bedroom, sure, that's fine. That's kind of expected. You're going to lose one of those at the very least, but as long as they win basement, as long as they win CCTV, they'll be fine.
Of course, one thing again to reiterate that these.
Oh, he tried to. Has he got that successfully? He has.
Yes, that's really well played. What I was going to say is both of these teams are desperately seeking to win this map. If they don't, their season, we believe, will be done.
Oh, it definitely will be.
Circumstances. So this is a must-win for both of these teams. The pressure is on LFO at the moment to perform. They're expected to make the playoffs this season. Rhythm, maybe not as much. But that said, maybe having the lead, having the fear of choking can also lead to a little bit of pressure. So I think it's probably evenly distributed, or at least distributed to some regard to both of these teams.
I mean, certainly now, I'm going to be completely honest though. Now that we've seen a lot of games played out for Oceanic Nationals, I don't actually expect LFO to make playoffs anymore. I think the bottom 2 is probably fair play. That's the way it's sort of. It's not as if there's like, say, 2 teams that are just trying to avoid the bottom 2. As Nate finds a kill onto boats, bounce and just push it around through stockroom. Rhythm's just that team that I think we can both agree are in that rebuilding process where it's kind of expected for them to fall into the relegations, and that's the way it's going to be. Even if they do win this, I still don't have them coming out of the bottom 2, but they're putting a hell of a performance, and it's just a team that is getting better and better each game and each match and each week. Rex gets one back, 4 versus 3. Minute on the clock here for the CCTV cash defense from LFO, and it's going to be a garage push from Rhythm.
Risky. Novax with the diffuser in hand. We'll probably need to find a pick or 2. That player to the window. No, doesn't find the pick. There we go. 4v2 now. So it's Drexton Leb left to collect it with only
probably
35 seconds left. Yeah, this is probably the round, but again, maybe not too unexpected. It's really bedroom for me that is the big tester.
Yeah. I agree full well. Still, though, at the very least for LFO, they don't go down 7-2 the way that Ferox did on Clubhouse. It's now 3-5. There's certainly signs of life in this matchup. We could still, by the end of it, have that close affair like we thought it was going to be. It just started a little bit more one-sided than we thought it would. I anticipated that back and forth nature between these two. Instead, we had a great start from Rhythm. And just now for LFO, 2 in a row. Over to Gym Bedroom, and this is the big one, because I think, and you kind of said it actually in the first half, you win the first 3, you can just cycle back, right? So then you're going back to sites you've already won, sites you've already had success on. And this is going to be the tester now, because we've actually seen, not just in this matchup, but even the one prior, Gym Bedroom is the one that typically attackers win.
Yeah, I feel like in this matchup, it really could be that straw that breaks the camel's back sort of scenario where if they do lose this round, being LFO, very, very difficult to come back from that, because then they do have, I guess, a little bit of solace in the other 2 sites. That will then lead them to a 4-6 scoreline, but then they will be forced to win bedroom to keep themselves alive. If they don't win this site, that's the scenario that they will have to eventually win it, at least at some stage this evening. So
do we change the approach if LFO win this, make it 4-5? How much pressure then falls on the Rhythm? Because then at that point, it's sort of like, we got to go basement.
Yeah, tricky question. I think probably what I said earlier, there's probably a little bit more pressure on LFO to perform, considering their last season in 6 Masters compared to to Rhythm, who let's be honest, we're probably just making up the numbers a little bit. But they are in good form, so maybe there's a pressure on them to try and sustain that and grow it a little further as well. Either way, there's pressure on both teams, right? I don't think either of these teams are playing stress-free at the moment.
Of course, for Rhythm, they played Noble and Pittsburgh Knights as their last two opponents. They would have to win both of those to make playoffs. So kind of less riding on it for them, whereas Alifo play Elevate, the newly improved Elevate, I guess, and then Ferox, which is the newly disappointing Ferox. So really, if Alifo do win this, they've certainly got more of a hope of making playoffs than, say, Rhythm do if Rhythm win this. Alifo have got also the 5v4 advantage with Bouncing eliminated. 2 minutes, a lot of time to rectify things for Rhythm here, but Mims is well precedent on just holding this top right position.
Yeah, he has a couple of magnets, my magnets, to support himself in holding this position. I like this. It's quite aggressive from LFO. It's either going to pay off or it's going to really not bode well for him or bode well for him. He'll be taken out quite easily if that utility is sunk into. There we go. Shield taken down now by that grenade. He's forced back in towards Cash. It's going to be difficult to hold on to this. Angmo there is supporting him. Question is, when are Rhythm going to start moving? Only a minute 30 left.
And they're all coming in from one side. You can kind of see it here as well. Candles Garage. They needed to get Mims, and now that they've got Mims, they can start to push in a little bit more effectively. Someone eventually sort of subvert over to the sub roof and keep an eye on those windows looking into gym bedroom. Maybe. I don't know if all 4 people coming in through con's going to be the ultimate play here for Rhythm. They've got a minute to sort things out. Leb's up on top, may rotate over towards the hatch. Just see the way that Alifo have set up now, very defensive. Mims was sort of the front line. Leb is going to head over to this hatch. 40 seconds left in what is a very pivotal round.
Attackers are
What the
located.
players for their team. They do have one on the window though, and no Bates does
here we go.
find one in this round. This is where Alifo need to step up, but this is going to be a very difficult execute to fight back against. Angmo though, he does find that pick. It's a 3-on-3, plant going down. Is the coverage there? That's the question. The answer is
Wait,
no.
no.
It's a C4
Attackers
from
have
Nate.
recovered their diffuser. 15 seconds
I
left.
was just wondering why Boats stopped looking into the bathroom. And at the very second that Boats left, all of his teammates had perished.
Go.
1 versus 2, but no time. We'll, of course, go try and just stick this, but Alifo can't lose it from here. They cannot. It's 4-5. And we've cycled on through here for the defense. They head back down the basement, you would think.
Yep. Well, we're not going to see bar, so basement it will be.
Hey, look, we've seen some funny things tonight, okay? I just wanted to make sure I wasn't, like, saying it's 100%.
True. Nothing is 100%.
Exactly.
Except-
99.99.
Except Rhythm in this game, because I picked them. See? No
Well,
rebuttal,
Rhythm's got
no
some work.
rebuttal.
Rhythm's got some work to do right now, though.
Yeah, they do.
It's game on. It's really, thankfully, you know, in a night where we thought it was going to be a lot of close matches and a lot of fun siege, the one-sidedness is now evaporated, and we've got ourselves a game here. 2 teams looking to starve
Attackers
off
need to locate and defuse
relegations, at least for the time being, at minimum. Now that we head back down to Church and Arsenal, Alifo, you know, they've won the last 3 rounds in a row, so they've got a bit of that in-game form. And we'll see whether or not Rhythm can sort of just get back into their own in-game form a little bit here and stop them. Otherwise, 5-5, and it's game on. And if anything, Alifo then favored to probably continue to take this half, and then that would mean taking the entire match.
I mean, you look at the scoreboard and you think Rhythm have the upper hand here, but that's actually not really the case. There's only been 1 attacking round won in this match. Jim Bedroom in the first half, the 3rd round. Unfortunately, Rhythm didn't capitalize in this second half. They are yet to win that attack. So there's really 2 scenarios that are most likely going to happen here. Alifo win the remaining rounds in the half and they win the map. Or Rhythm will win a single attack and will go to overtime. Not sure what the starting size would be for overtime, but if you're on the attack, you're probably going to be in a little bit of trouble with it.
Yeah, and if that does happen, I mean, the next time that we go to Gym Bedroom, it would be 6-5 to Alifo. provided, of course, LFO win these rounds. So, and going back to sort of one of the topics we were speaking about, pretty much at the switching of the first half, was what LFO sort of not needed to do, but so much more, what could they give up? And we both kind of agreed it was sort of like, well, it comes down to CCTV, it comes down to gym bedroom. In this case, you win this round and it's like job done on basement. Job done there, then get the second job done on CCTV, and that puts you then in a position to actually win in gym bedroom. That's then your one lifeline that you could give up is the one that then would just send it to OT. So there's no real big ramifications there. So this has been a really big turnaround for LFO because they didn't give anything up in the first 2 rounds of this half. And you would expect them to win this round, and because of that, Rhythm's going to win it. We know it. It's been that sort of night of nights.
Well, we're halfway
Expect the unexpected.
Yeah, well, we're halfway through this round, and nothing unexpected has happened really as of yet. In fact, not a whole lot has happened. This position inside of the blue generator is very well fortified here by LFO. So the likes of Bouncin and the rest of Rhythm, if they try and decide to push it, that would be quite the challenge. I'm probably expecting Rhythm to go for a more traditional take of kitchen, blow out the hatch, and push that way. Maybe even try and get some control over towards Moto as a couple of players get it up. And that will be the case at the moment. Pretty stock standard, but with a minute to go now, they need to think about how they're going to shape up for this attack.
Leb's low. Drax taking a bit of damage as well. And yeah, I mean, as you said, it looks like it's going to be that stock standard kitchen play, which is going to feed right into the hands of LFO. They'll be quite happy with the way this is looking. You know, Mim's going to just watch this hatch and have a bit of backup. Now, this is where you need someone from Oil Pit, Blue sort of side, and it's exactly what Bouncin's going to be able to do here and find an early pick on to Nate. Now forced back up into Garage. 24 seconds left. Has to basically keep on the forefront. Has to keep the pressure on here. Die or win the trade. It's going to be losing the trade. Drax with a double kill. 4-2 advantage now for Rhythm in a big round here. And it's down to just Sogs remaining in a 1 versus 4. Rhythm are quite beat up in terms of health. No one's at full health. Sogs, though, is not going to win this fight. I said it. Did I not, Cars, at the start of this round that Rhythm would win? Expect the unexpected. Match point.
Yeah. Ooh. Again, though, there still is a significant chance that we still go to overtime, right? Because LFO now, they can go back to basement. If they win that 5-6, then they can go over to CC. If they win that 6-6 OT. So Rhythm still, of course, need to find another round that historically, at least within this match, probably wouldn't have been theirs. But, I mean, they did buck the trend in the last round, right? They won Church and Arsenal convincingly as well. Convincingly. I think it was, what, 4v1? In the end, we saw the likes of Bouncin pushing Blue. Despite maybe not having a big impact on the scoreboard, he only found the 1 pick, but he wasted a lot of time and a lot of the energy, I feel, of LFO, who maybe got a little bit caught off guard as the rest of the push came through.
Attackers need to locate
Good round there from Rhythm, but they need to back that up with another.
Well, it also means, at the very least, for Rhythm, that they won't have to face any sort of match point scenario where it could have been 6-5 to LFO had they just sort of kept on keeping on. That, at the very least, now means that OT a minimum for Rhythm. For LFO, basically season on the line now. Match point, but it kind of feels like season point.
10 seconds
You lose
left
any
before
round
insertion.
here, and you're done. There's no coming back. There's no
5 seconds
playoffs.
to go.
And questions then, I guess, are going to be asked, really,
Attackers are moving out to
of
locate
this
a bomb
roster.
and defuse it.
Hopefully they get rid of Enigma first.
Oh.
Nah, just joking. Just joking. I love Enigma. It's pretty cool bloke.
I think Enigma would actually make a very good analyst, and more than happy to join us on the broadcast.
Yeah. He knows how to talk, which is always good.
Good
Because you need to be
attire.
able to talk. Yeah, true. Although we don't wear suits on the broadcast, but maybe that'll have to change. I don't want to bury his grave too early. He's not gonna become a washed talent like us yet. I'm sure there's still hope in his career as a coach. Unlike Raven, who, yeah, we all know what happened there.
Can't coach, you cast.
Well, if you can't play, then you coach, then you cast. Because
Yeah, well, I was just making the shortened version.
No,
okay?
we got the long version. We got to rub it in, right? Probably in
Still got
chat.
2 minutes. Still got 2 minutes in this round, so plenty of time apparently. Well, match point for Rhythm here on their attack. Go to Arsenal again. Do they just say, well, what we did last time worked? Let's just try that again. Bounce, it'll probably put the pressure on here from the east side.
Oh, King
Oh
2.0.
my! Pixel perfect onto Hills' head. That could very well be the match. It's 4-5 now in favor of Rhythm. It's not over just yet, of course. Very easy for LFO to find one back somewhere in the next minute and a half. But what a start to the round. Sogs is probably going to have to be the one to get something here, sitting in this cash position.
We did see him get a 4K in the last occasion, but he had a bit more support on the roam. With only a minute to go now, he needs to make the decision. Does he stay? Does he try and rotate back? He makes the decision to rotate. Bounce and shuts him down. It's now a 3-on-5. Rhythm edging closer and closer to winning this map, and LFO edging closer and closer to ending their season on a low.
A big low. LFO will still have a chance, 2 more play days to try and avoid finishing dead last. Try and still find that win that they're looking for. But doesn't seem like it's going to be here. It doesn't seem like they're going to win the battle of the bottom. Rhythm certainly have been the better team this season. From the matchups that we've seen in-game, they've been performing well. They just haven't been able to execute down the stretch to find the win. They haven't been in a winning position for a long time. Back when they were Kangaroo 6 Masters, now is Rhythm for Oceanic Nationals, but they certainly are. They went through it from here. The Vax is down, but 13 seconds left. Nate, Angmo, Mims would have to come up huge. 3 versus 4 now. In fact, both and the Vax are both down. It's just Drex and Leb here, but they've come up clutch at the end. Drex and Leb is all you need, and Rhythm find that elusive win. They're on the board for Oceanic Nationals.
They did what I thought was the impossible. 2 attacking wins on Church Arsenal to close things out. 7-4. Wow, Rhythm, what a great performance from them. They shut down LFO when they could. They set the pace. They set their own momentum. And look at that result. Drex with 14 picks. Ooh. Oh, and I was right. That's the most.
You were right.
Yeah, let's go.
That now means as well that 3 of us are tied on 12 points for the
that could
snowball
change.
predictions.
That could still change after the next match.
Well, it's going to change after the next match regardless, so that's going to be cool for us. But this is even better for Rhythm. 7-4. First win on the board for this particular season of Oceanic Nationals. And man, hopefully you'd think that they're going to be delighted with that. Wasn't quite the 7-1, but it does mean we've now had 7-2, 7-3, 7-4. So 7-5 maybe coming up in our next matchup. It's great for Rhythm, but you've just got to feel that LFO. Where to from here, guys? Where to from here?
I mean, do we start? Are we allowed to say the R word yet? Relegations? Is it a little bit too soon to start talking about that? Because that is inevitably something that they're probably going to have to start preparing for. Some of the tier 2 teams rising up will be taking them on for their spot here in Oceanic Nationals. So, yeah, unless we have done a blunder in the math or some miracle happens or whatever, LFO will be staring down that barrel. And yeah, that's not a great position to be in because their confidence now will probably be at an all-time low. And they'll be looking to bounce back quickly in time for those relegations.
Just quickly before we go to the interview, I think at best, maybe, don't get me wrong here, but they would have to beat Elevate and then beat Ferox and hope Ferox doesn't lose at all. Sorry, doesn't win from here. So Ferox has to not win. Alpha has to then beat Ferox. I think that's their only chance. So maybe they're actually not out of it just yet. Either way, let's go to our set of interviews, starting off with a happy one. It's Yoshi. It's a big, big win. Well done. Yeah, the boys. Congratulations, firstly, on your first win for Oceanic Nationals, mate.
Yeah, man. It's feels good. Feels good. You know, they gave us our only win last season. It was only fitting that they give us one this season. So, you know, yeah, it feels good.
Yeah, and that's actually perfectly leads into sort of what I want to talk about. It's been a long time between drinks for you guys, and as you mentioned, your last win was against them. That is way back at the very end of the last season of 6 Masters. How does it feel to actually be in that position to close out a map? Because it's a term that sometimes gets flown around that teams find it difficult to win a map or close out a map. How did you guys feel in sort of the last few rounds there, where that pressure was rising a little bit?
I think it's still an area where we lack experience. As you could see, like, you know, we were on 5-1 for what, like 4 rounds. So, you know, 3-4 rounds. And, you know, the boys were starting to get a little bit antsy. But we managed to rein it back in. I think we had 1 round where, you know, it really kind of turned the tables for us, and then we just kind of turned up the rest of the last 2 rounds, you know. Be easy. So
big win obviously for you guys who are on the board. Obviously playoffs might still be quite difficult, but you guys as a team this season, it's fair to say that your in-game performances have been absolutely far and away better than, say, it was under Kanga in 6 Masters. This just feels like a bit of that reward.
Yeah, I think like we took a step back after last season and really kind of looked at our gameplay as a whole. And, you know, I think the boys have just really started backing themselves with confidence because they're all absolutely amazing players. Like, we go toe-to-toe with all the teams, but, you know, it's our confidence that lets us down when we get in the comp. So it's really good to see that kind of shining through now, all that hard work, you know. So yep. I'm looking forward to the next couple of games. It's going to be really interesting. You know, we've got a few things up our sleeves, so hopefully, you know, take home the next couple.
Well, hopefully so. You've got obviously 2 tough matchups against Noble and Pittsburgh Knights. Wish you the best of luck there, though, and the best of luck for the rest of the season.
Cheers, gents. Have a good one.
Happy days, guys, on the board.
Ease, Yoshi.
Ease.
Was it really?
Ease.
Come on. Was it? I don't know.
Well, 7-4, I guess.
I mean, like I said, they did manage to.
At one point, it was
5-1. So, yeah.
I mean,
taking the mickey a bit.
You did tip them, right? So I guess
yeah, because I knew they were going to win.
Yeah,
and I knew they were going to win. What was the scoreline in the end? I forgot.
7-4.
Spreadsheet load 7-4. Yeah, I knew they were going to win 7-4, right? So yeah. It was a closer match. I think, bring it back, it was a closer match, the end result, than what we were probably expecting off the back of the first, like, 4 or 5 rounds, right? It felt like Rhythm were just completely over the top of LFO. So I give LFO full credit to fighting it back the way that they did. It was in, I think they lost in a good fashion, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah. Well, we've got the wonderful coach for LFO, and I'll just say this firstly, Enigma, it's not, you're not out yet. You still got a path, very very tiny, like, little alleyway towards the playoffs. There's a light at the end of the tunnel. You can still reach it, but boy, you guys have got a bit of work to do.
Yeah, like listening to what Guz just literally just said about, you know, how do you say it, about, you know, with how we went out in a good fashion up against Rhythm. I don't think we did at all. I think we played horribly, to be honest with you. I think it's unacceptable how things went between, like, us and for what we prepared, because, you know, it was our choice to choose that decider map, you know, thanks to those map bans. So we were in that position to be able to do something. And just, I don't watch the video while they're live playing, right? I tend to just listen to comms, and now I'm watching back what happened, and I'm thinking, okay, there's clearly some sort of, you know, fundamental error that we just need to address nonetheless. And I mean, there's so many times I've said that already, but it still hasn't been addressed. So it's whether or not I have to, you know, fix something internally, bring in a sub instead. There's got to be something to get to that tunnel. You know? It's just the way it is. There's no more excuses, sort of thing.
Yeah, you're sort of half answering my question there, right? Because you've got 2 games left, you're staring down the barrel of playoffs. Something needs to change. Like,
exactly.
What are you spitballing in your head? Like, how do you actually approach these next 2 weeks and go, we need to completely do a 180 in a sense?
Well, the thing is, like, we're coming back, like, it's not even 2 weeks, it's tomorrow. I mean, sorry, this Friday, right? And then, next Wednesday, right? So, I don't know. I have to really think about whether or not it's some sort of a roster switch, or whether or not, you know, just players on different roles. I don't know. There's just something that I'm just gonna have to have a sit down with the analyst, me and him, and then we're just gonna have to go through it all together. There's nothing more to say, really.
I just want to ask you. You kind of touched on it a little bit in terms of the map decision there. I actually thought you guys might in that situation would have probably taken the Oregon, and yet you actually took the clubhouse. Was that maybe a mistake?
Yeah. No. I don't think it was a mistake at all. I don't think it was a mistake. The mistake wasn't taking them to clubhouse. The mistake was just us and the way we played on clubhouse. You know, from the very first round, it already set the tone. You know, in the comms, what was being said, was, all right, we're going to go for a rush. It seems free. You know, there was a bit of droning happening in Schmed and all that area. Yeah, it's free. There's just one person playing downstairs. Then when I look, I see two people there. Then the diffuser's been left outside, and people are coming down main stairs. If we're gonna say something, we got to stick to it. So I have no problems with the fact that we took him to clubhouse. I have a problem with the fact that how we played on clubhouse. It's not good enough. That's all I've really got to say for that. But it's still a learning curve nonetheless.
I definitely love and appreciate your honesty, and just from my own quick little calculations, essentially you guys have to beat Elevate, and then you've got to beat Ferox and hope that Rhythm and Ferox don't win again this season, and that's your pathway forward there, I guess, just to give you a bit of clarity there.
We've got those scuff sort of things like last season, right? Like, I mean, if we had beaten Knights or if we got in a better map differential, like we might have been 4th, and now here I am, like hoping that both Ferox and Rhythm both lose their games and we win our next games. Again, like I don't like that. I'd rather just set it to be that we put ourselves there rather than having to rely on other teams to get there. But you know what? If it works, it works. I don't care. I'll take what I can get.
Yeah,
the way it is.
Definitely. Well, best of luck, I guess, in the remaining games, mate. It's certainly going to be intriguing to watch you guys finish off the season.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot for your time, guys. See you later.
See you, Matt.
Yep.
Oh, gee whiz.
I felt like I just
I
got
feel the
schooled.
tension. Woo! Gee whiz, I need to change your shirt after that. He called me out on the first question. I was trying to be a bit nice to them, and he's like, no, we played shit. Like, oh well.
I feel like I feel like we just got a scolding. I almost don't want to. I almost don't want to listen into the comms that he's going to give to his team, because I mean he was pretty blunt. They just weren't good enough. And look, I like the answer to the Oregon question. Should have they done Oregon? Like it shouldn't have come down to that, right? Like if they had gone Oregon, do they perform better? Maybe they win, but they shouldn't have gotten down 5-1 on Clubhouse. And as he said, a lot of the comm issues and stuff as well, and just spot on, absolutely spot on. And I think that's what you want from a coach as well. It's going to give you that honesty, not the pat on the back and good luck, let's try again. Like if it's not good enough, it's not good enough. But
yeah, exactly. There's no point in doing that. There's no participation award for coming in the bottom 2, right? You need to finish in the top 6 to not only save yourself from the relegations, but also to make the playoffs. So hopefully these changes, or if they do occur, actually do reflect in their gameplay, because they need something desperately.
Exactly right. Well, we are desperate for a close affair. We might just have one on the other side of the break. It's the Battle of the Giants. It's Wildcard versus Pittsburgh Knights.
Attackers have recovered their defuse. 15 seconds left.
down and never did.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's been an amazing play day number 5 so far. I'm at 0 out of 3 correct. That's me. But you guys have generally been doing pretty well with the predictions. And this man to my right, technically, has been doing very, very well. Cuz we head to the big one, though. We've saved the best till last. It's Wildcard versus Pittsburgh Knights. Doesn't really get bigger than that, does it, for Oceanic Siege?
Yeah, and on a bit of a lighter note, my back is actually super sore right now, and I'm not sure if it's because I've been standing up for probably the longest period I have in like 6 months because I haven't been anywhere, or if it's because I'm carrying the predictions. But either way, this last match is going to be a banger. Stop shaking your head; it's going to be a banger. I want to see some nods.
It's definitely,
Okay.
I agree that it's going to be a banger. Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Let's go and have a look at the lineup for Wildcard Gaming here. They were the champs, weren't they, in Six Masters? They were undefeated, and yet they dropped a map to Noble in Playday 2. Since then, they've of course been pretty much faultless. They had a close run-in with Rhythm 8-6 in Playday 3. They brushed aside Elevate 7-2, and here they are now going up against Knights. Vince, of course, has slotted in perfectly though for this roster.
Oh, perfectly. I mean, they didn't have the best performance against Noble. I would say close to perfect. He's probably
I'm talking about Vince. That's all I'm talking about. Just Vince.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying I don't think Vince has fitted perfectly into this squad. I'd say near perfect. I'd say considering the circumstances, the amount of time he had to prepare for this roster, he's done a really, really good job. Fulfilled that role that we expected, and I'm sure look, the team of course would still be massively missing Ethan, but having Vinny to fill that role, it's probably put their mind at ease a little bit that he has been able to fulfill it pretty well thus far, and that's only going to continue to grow. Wildcard is a team that takes once they sort of cohere together and like looking into the future, these guys are gonna be nuts if they stick together.
Yeah, Jer has been the star player for Wildcard as well, at least in my eyes, and has constantly polled pretty well in the MVP voting. Pittsburgh Knights, we'll go and have a look at their roster, of course. They also had a change. No more Strider, Sagion, maybe Strider was the problem because this Pittsburgh Knights team is flawless at the moment. No, Strider wasn't. I love Strider. They're plus 14 map differential. They're 4-0. They couldn't have had a better start to this season. But now, of course, they have a pretty big matchup against Wildcard. They did play Noble last week, though, 7-3, and a pretty comfortable win in the end.
Yeah, which is funny, right? Because we look at Noble, and they're the team that have managed to take down Wildcard. So if you were to put 2 and 2 together, and again, just base it purely on statistics, which again, I just want to reiterate, isn't the full picture, you could go into this and say, oh, Knights are going to like smash this, right? It's going to be like a 7-2, 7-3, but surely not, right? But we probably said the same when it was Knights versus Noble, so who knows?
Yeah. I don't know. I personally have gone for Wildcard. I know you've gone for Knights, and all I know is that one of us is going to be leading the predictions by the end of it, so it's going to be an intriguing one. But what I do know is tonight has been all about the maps. It's just been the talk of the town. You know, Oregon's been involved. We've seen Clubhouse twice now. And what seems to be a bit of discussion typically about the team that does ban second, guys, in their decision on whether or not to go to map A or map B. In this case, of course, map vetoes, super important here between Wildcard and Knights. Where are we heading?
Oh, big loaded question to kick things off. I mean, both of these teams have dabbled a little bit in Cafe, and I mean, following the trend of OCN, we're probably expecting to see it at least once tonight. That would be a little bit strange if we didn't. Outside of that, they haven't actually shared any maps together. So if it isn't Cafe, I'm not too sure what it would be. I would still expect it to be within that Holy Trinity, right? So you got Cafe, Consulate, not Consulate, sorry, Clubhouse, and whatever the third map is, and that might's called Blake.
Theme Park?
No. It's
no, you're talking about the Trinity.
Yeah, the Trinity.
Cafe, Clubhouse. Well, Villa's not really part of the
Villa, but we haven't seen a lot of Villa recently, so yeah, I'm going to say Cafe, but it's up in the air.
Right now, it kind of feels like Oregon has become the part of the Holy Trinity. Let's go and have a look, though, where we're going. Because Wildcard are banning second. They will get the choice. And we're going to Clubhouse for the third time in a row tonight. We've literally clustered 3 Oregon into 3 Clubhouse.
Yeah, I mean, at least we're consistent, right? I mean, let's delve into these bans a little bit deeper. Oregon, you teased it that we might see it. I was probably expecting to see that actually switched around with the Cafe. I'm surprised that Cafe was insta-banned by Wildcard, maybe expecting Pittsburgh to be quite strong there. They did then elect to use their second ban on Oregon, which isn't a big surprise. Wildcard haven't been great on Oregon. Well, that said, they've only played it once in an official, and that was against the Pittsburgh Knights in the major, where they lost. So they're probably just keeping that in the background, scrimming it and practicing it, getting good at it, getting better at it for the future. Outside of that, nothing else is really sticking out to me massively. Clubhouse is going to be a banging match, that's for sure, though.
Yeah, and obviously Clubhouse is the proverbial home of Oceanic Siege, isn't it? And what better place to sort of send these two teams? And we've had our fair share of matches on it tonight. Ferox Elevate was Clubhouse, and LFO Rhythm was also on Clubhouse. And we've just, I guess, I almost feel like, though, those matches are just completely irrelevant here. These two teams are just so much more methodical and clean in their approaches that it's hard to sort of look too much at those other matches and try and apply it to what we think is going to happen here. Of course, for Wildcard, they did have the decision between Clubhouse and Villa. Are you happy with that? Do you think Wildcard have made the right choice, or do you think maybe Villa should have got more of a look in?
Let's have a look at the stats, well, shall we?
Why not?
Villa, from all the history I have, 8-4 in favor of Wildcard, but I don't think they've played it recently from memory. The last time they played it was actually against Okami. It was actually in the Six Masters 20 Grand Final, and we all know how that went. It was actually a pretty good performance for them. So yeah, I don't know why they didn't go there. Maybe saving something. Maybe they think that Clubhouse is probably a little bit of a better map in the fact that it's super structured. I mean, they're both super structured, so that's a little bit of a little bit of a weak argument, really. But against the likes of the Knights, who they themselves have become super structured this season and super regimented, maybe they just feel they have a slight edge heading into this map.
Potentially also maybe want to just keep Villa in the back pocket for the playoffs. Let's go and have a look at the Snowball expert panel predictions, which currently now is actually led by myself, yourself, and Raven, technically. Just hasn't been updated. And we do have a split, which I thought actually pretty much all of tonight was going to be like this, like 4-3, or 3-4, like however you want to look at it from either side. Now, what this means is I will either be solo first, or yourself and Raven, the old dynamic duo, will be in top spot.
Yeah, I mean,
And
it's only rightful. It would only
Ducky
be
would then
rightful.
be almost making the big comeback, apparently, too.
And then Sky's actually a threat of the wooden spoon, maybe.
Yep.
Which wouldn't be great. So, yeah, I mean, like we said, split results, split prediction, anyone's game. It's a tough one to call. I'm personally, honestly, picking Pittsburgh as a bit of an underdog heading into this one. I do truly, deep down guts, feeling, believe that wildcard are probably the better team.
Well, we're about to find out. No more waiting around. We head back to Clubhouse. It's the home of OCE's Siege. It's the two big dogs. Wildcard, Pittsburgh Knights. Pittsburgh undefeated at the moment, 4-0. They've got a plus 14 map differential. The next best, it's Wildcard, plus 9, who are 3-1 at the moment. So technically, the winner of this game, guys, they will be in first place and may very well remain there for the remainder of the regular season.
Yeah, may well be the case. And of course, heading into playoffs, having that first place seeding will put yourself in a very favorable position. So I don't think either of these teams will be leaving too much in the tank. Yes, they're going to leave strats, yada, 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 but they're still going to be giving it their all to get that dub. On the topic of bans, though, Maverick cap off the board first. We saw that on the previous matchup, or at least one of the matchups tonight, if my memory serves me correctly. So no surprises there. But the Pulse, that's taken off by the Knights. Now, I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, again, relying on it way too much, but Pat, I believe, typically plays the Pulse. You can gain a lot of intel below. C4 denial's massive on this map as well, particularly on sites like Gym Bedroom and CCTV and Cache. So that's a really nice target ban there from the Knights. And Wildcard will close it out with Valk. So Valk actually getting banned out in all 3 of the matchups tonight here on Clubhouse.
I think also Maverick was banned out in the other 2 as well.
Probably, yeah.
Which is, I mean, not a surprise, really. But yeah, the Valkyrie, the ones is interesting there, because was it not Digital who said, you know, and we kind of touched on it a little bit in the last match, but was a bit surprised by the Valkyrie ban, and yet here we go. We've seen it 3 out of 3 now, so there's obviously something to it. Church Arsenal, no surprise, and for what is now the 3rd time, we are going to be starting down there. It's harder to look back at the other matches when you're looking at Wildcard Knights, but typically, statistically, you know, defense, basement, it's usually go hand in hand. Wildcard, the favored community vote, which the community is usually spot on the money.
Not
so
on this one,
I
though.
feel a
Not on
lot
this
more
one.
confident. Don't listen to Guts.
I refuse to believe that. Haven't you seen the script? The script's already written. That's a joke, by the way. There's no script. Or at least if there is, I haven't seen it.
Obviously, Ducky has, though.
10 seconds to go.
Well, not for the first game, he didn't.
No,
No, it was the throw off the scent. It was the throw off the scent,
5
that one.
seconds
Yeah.
left before insertion.
So no roam strat here for
moving out to
Wildcard, or at
locate
least
a
no
bomb
SSG
and
roam,
defuse
but I'm fine with that, I think. I don't know, Knights is the sort of team where you don't want to take too many risks, right? I mean, you got to give them the respect that they have well and truly deserved, so this might end up just being a turtle.
Yeah, I think roaming would be more risky for Wildcard than Knights. They've proven that they can be quite regimented in their clears and quite precise. So taking them on a roam would be very, very, very risky. So maybe if Wildcard struggle here on the turtle, we could see it come out later in the map. But so far, nothing's really catching my eye in the first round. It's nothing too ridiculous for the start of this map. How will the Knights approach it, though? That's the question. Hayward getting early third, trying to put some pressure maybe on these members. We see, of course, Sage on the Thatcher, Dino on the Habana. They might be able to get this work done pretty quickly here. This is a good, solid start from the attack.
Hayward's probably the key, right? The Snowball MVP for week 2 was completely dominant last week's Playday matches. And I sort of made the same, not assumption, but the same argument for Mims and LFO. If Mims does well, LFO does well. I think for Knights, though, they're not obviously as reliant on just Hayward. You know, Josh has been amazing. Sajon's come in and done really good things as well. So, and you can never count out Juicy and Dino. So, while Hayward Hayward was definitely amazing last week. They've got so many pieces they can rely on here. Same can be said for Wildcard, though. Dino just in a bit of a tussle. There is Hayward, though, to get the opening frag onto Geo. Who Geo's probably been the best player for Wildcard this season.
I mean, if you take a very quick sit rep, it's actually a 3-on-5 now. Amorin down, over a minute still for the Knights to work with. This has been a very, very strong start. In fact, it's a 2-on-5. This has been a disastrous start here for Wildcard, and the Knights should convert.
Should and could and will. Flawless start for Knights as well on the attack down in basement. I mean, you couldn't get off to a better start, really. You literally can't on Clubhouse. That's as
Exactly.
fast as you
It's
can
in the
go.
name. It's in the name, right? Flawless. I mean, actually, technically, you could be downed and then still win flawlessly, but I don't want to get too technical here, you know. Don't want to, you know, any 5-head spam in the chat or anything.
Good start, though, and I wouldn't say that's exactly what Knights need. I mean, it's still got that really weird feel, and you even kind of said it yourself. You kind of feel like Knights coming in as underdogs, but should they? I mean, they're the ones who are undefeated. They're the ones who've got that high map differential. No one has really come close to them so far. I think their best maybe a 7. I think 7-5 is the closest it's gotten for them.
From being defused by attackers.
So is it fair that they are the underdogs and Wildcard who have dropped the map, who have been more shaky?
Yeah, well, this match will give us that answer. I'm still, it's so early days, I'm still standing behind the fact that I think the Knights are the underdogs, but maybe that also links back to the context as to which this game is taking place. If this was the final, then you could probably say with good confidence that Wildcard are the favorite, Knights are the underdog. Maybe the fact that it's regular season, maybe Wildcard's form against Noble raises a couple of question marks, but I feel like that's a little bit of a stretch. I still think overall Wildcard are the better team with the most experience. Or actually, do they have the most experience? Probably. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say they do. So they are the favorites in my book still.
Yeah. But I think for Knights, this is so far been an amazing regular season. Diesel's just been chunked extremely low. I mean, that's like a sliver of health. It's almost better to down him and then pick him back up again.
Oh, it would have been back in the day when you could
back in the day, yeah.
Get them back up to 50. I think it's only 25 now, right? So, or 20. So. Unfortunate for him. Might still hit a res, but I mean, there's so much chaos going on that Wildcard won't even find the opening. And on top of that, Diesel's a long, long way away from sight. Now, there's an interesting dynamic playing out in this map. We often see Emo-Rin here, actually Bandit tricking the wall, and this isn't new. Yes, this is 2020, and Bandit is still tricking walls even with the Thatcher rework. Emo-Rin, very, very proficient at that role. Not sure how much time he's been able to burn so far. It's been quite a bit. First charge goes on the wall, Emo-Rin doesn't hit it. So yes, the Knights spent a little bit of time preparing it, but it was a clean execute on the breach in the end.
Minute 40 seconds remaining. And Wildcard definitely don't want to go down 2-0 because it hasn't gone well for teams so far tonight who have started off slow. I think in all our matches tonight, it's gone at least 2-0. And the team that did start off 2-0 went on to win the matchup. So potentially more circumstances there that could be between the matches. I mean, what does Diesel even do from here? Just play super defensive, I guess.
Yeah, probably just maybe try and find a pick. I would expect that the mentality for Wildcard is now to probably play it like a 4v5. That would make the most sound sense to me. And if Diesel finds a pick, that's great. If he gets taken out, well, that's expected. Now we have this battle going down inside of Garage. It's Geo holding the rafters, gets flashed out. That's a very dangerous position he finds himself in, and it gets capitalized on. That's a huge pick there. Hayward onto Geo. Pat does find one back, but remember, Diesel is still so low. So you could technically say that this might be a 4-on-3 come the exit.
But Diesel could still just pop up out of nowhere and have an impact. Dino does get the elimination onto Diesel. Juicy will get Emo-Rin, so trades back and forth right now. Josh will just push through Kennel's wall. Got Rafters as well in control right now. Knight's looking good. Vince and Pat remaining against the 3 members of Knights. Pat just down below. Vince over towards top red. Oh, nicely done from Pat, though, from down below. 2 versus 2. Diffuser just picked up by Hayward. Now going to go for the plant now. Can it be stopped? Going to be denied. Josh in a really good position. Doesn't actually get one. Actually, never mind. Did get the down onto Pat.
Oh, Vinny
Vince comes in. Vinny with a big play. Does get Josh as well. It's a 2v0 double kill for Vince. He gets the defuse. And Pat just crawls in to celebrate. Like he's got an itchy butt.
Oh, Vinny. Vinny. And this has probably been an issue that's lingered for the Knights for quite some time. There has been occasions where they've been a little bit sketch in the post plant, and that's an example right there. I think what threw, was it Hayward off that went for the plant on the thermite? It was, right?
Yeah, Hayward was planning.
Yeah, so what happened was he got it down, his teammate was covering him, but had to reload, and that probably caused a little bit of chaos in the comms zone. So here we have Josh. He has to reload now, or jump to the pistol. And they've probably panicked a little bit, saying, oh, we probably need to find a kill. And yeah, Vinny already mopped up. In fact, I'm probably overthinking it too much. So
Yeah,
Vinny probably killed them. Vinny probably killed them before they had a chance to say anything, to be completely honest. So yeah, a little bit unfortunate, but yeah. Look,
we don't make mistakes.
I've got to back the Knights, remember? I'm a biased caster for the Knights.
Well, the good news for Wildcard is that they at least don't have to worry about the 0-2 curse that we've seen so far tonight. Hanging up 1-1 now. We head to Gym Bedroom. It kind of feels like they win Gym Bedroom, and they've kind of like, they lost the one round you kind of expect them to win, and then they've won the 2 50-50 battles. Which is a good little turnaround there, I guess, for Wildcard at the end of the day.
I think it's going to come down to how defend decided in this map, because we've seen it before that even 1 or 2 lapses in concentration or 2 losses in a round on the defense can prove quite costly, particularly when it's on sites that you're expected to win. Wildcard didn't lose here on Gym or Bedroom. They lost in Basement, which we've seen, I believe, outside of the last game when Rhythm closed it out, have basically been strong wins across the board for all of these teams. So I'm not saying that one round is disastrous and Wildcard are going to lose it, but it could come back to bite them a little bit as this half progresses.
This has got at the very least 180s there.
Oh,
that's going to be denied.
I thought he was going to impact Tricket from below somehow, and I was freaking out, but no, it was just the classic over the reinforcement. But what was that from below? It was a second impact.
I don't think there's anyone below.
How did the X-Kairos get taken out then? What was that? Did it get shot?
I don't think it did it? No, it was successful.
Can we see the breach?
Unless it went through.
Yeah, see? One of them got taken off.
Yeah.
I don't know how though.
Wow.
Not sure.
It must have been from Con. Surely it had to be from Con.
Yeah. No, you can't get the angle, so I think it was below. Maybe it was Geo on the room. I don't know.
Like through the door? No, I don't know. I have no idea. I think we're both just gonna...
Too big brain for us smooth brain casters.
But this is good time wasting from Diesel right now with a bit of help from Geo as well, sitting in Con. That is just keeping 2 stuck over at CC. Minute and a half remaining. They still haven't flushed out Diesel. Diesel gets 1 kill here and it's just like mega job done. I think even already it's job done in terms of time wasting, but this is being 2.0. Like, yeah, okay, we know where he is. Diesel does take a bit of damage and probably starting to feel the pinch and the pressure here. But by the time Diesel goes down, there's going to be like a minute left on the clock.
Gets taken down eventually, 3 on 5. And as you mentioned, only a minute left on the board. And this is where the site becomes really difficult because all the players are trying to work out where can I safely sit. Geo's running around, Emorin's running around. They're trying to find a safe position to try and find the frag back, try and find themselves back in to this round. But it's going to be so challenging. The Knights, they are very well versed in these scenarios. They're well disciplined. And they should be able to close this one out by refrag.
Well, Hayward's got the diffuser though. If Hayward loses this fight against Pat, that's diffuser down over at Logistics. Well, Pat now has been eliminated, so obviously a bit of reinforcements there. Dino was able to get that frag, and yeah, look, they've cleaned up. There was a small little frame where Wildcard, had they been able to get Hayward, but flawless round in the end from Knights. It was probably not actually as flawless as the first flawless round. That was a little bit more messy. I'm surprised they didn't lose any players in particular.
Well, we've been through 3 sites now. We had Church, then Cash, then Bedroom. Two of those, of course, went in favor of the Knights. The only objective that Wildcard did successfully defend was cache CCTV. Unfortunately for them, that's going to be blocked out, of course, because of the 3-round rotation, and they'll head back downstairs. Makes sense. The favored site, of course, here on Clubhouse. This is a huge, huge round, I think. If the Knights manage to win another basement attack, that puts a lot of pressure back on Wildcard.
Yeah, but on the flip, if Wildcard do get this, then it's just 1-for-1 continuing on, and it's 2-2, and it's pretty much still not really feeling like any team has an advantage here. So yeah, like Knights have definitely got more to gain in this round. They win it 3-1, and as you said, the pressure mounting and 2 basement round wins on the attack is amazing. If Wildcard win it, it's kind of just like, okay, job done. Now we've got to keep going forward and try and close the half off in a winning style. So it seems as if they're going to just turtle it up again. I would like to maybe see a little bit more presence up on that first floor, or just try and buy a bit more time, because Knights just last time out were having a field day above it on the first floor.
Yeah, I'm sure Wildcard are aware of the amount of ground that was gained. I guess maybe they're just weighing up the pros and cons of whether or not that roam really is justifiable against the Knights. I would say that it probably isn't. We see Emma in roaming late, but it's probably just to find drones, unless they're going to commit to it without a castle. So maybe Wildcard are willing to roll the dice, take that gamble. If it pays off, they might be able to secure this round.
So much riding on this round.
Oh, this is going to be an early engagement. Early engagement.
Emarin does win it in the end. Pat was also there as well on CCTV. Dino taken down just makes things a little bit more difficult now for Knights, and I like the roam back down. Geo though getting Sage on, and while just sitting duck. Don't you just hate that? I mean, you haven't got eyes in the back of your head, and for good reason. And that's so much better from Wildcard. And I mean, I don't want to say I told you so, guys, but I did say a bit more presence up on that first floor, bit more aggressive compared to the first round on basement, where they literally just turtled, and Knights had a field day, and well, this was much better.
Yeah, I got caught off guard a little bit, and it seems like the Knights did too. They were trying to establish really quick control, but maybe didn't have enough info. We know the drones got taken down, and maybe the Knights just a little bit too brazen, just sort of shook it off and said, oh, the drones are down, whatever, we'll still push it. Obviously, that didn't quite work out. Not a bad pick there from Hayward. Does leave it in a 2-on-4, but Wildcard, just like the Knights, are one of those teams in these scenarios we very, very rarely see them throw. So it's going to be a very difficult comeback for the Knights.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Pretty certain that Wildcard have also got diffuser. I don't think Knights do have it. Unless they've dropped it, unless Hayward's just dropped it behind him with dirt, maybe. Yes, okay. Regardless, I mean, what, a minute left. Hayward's so low here as well.
Hayward's just trying to pad his stats, right? Because I believe from the Siege GG stats that are out so far, he's actually the top-rated player in the entire league. So this is a big match for his stats.
Should have just saved.
Stats don't matter, right? Because it's a team game, you know. Obviously.
Yep. Could have just run away. Timed out the round. No. 2-2. And also, if you do play like that, guys, then it actually inflates the stats than what it should be. And so if Hayward does play normally, then it makes those stats even better, really. So no reason to play like that. Fortunately, didn't. And so far, we do have a back and forth. Knights wildcard, Knights wildcard. Do we go Knights? Once again here in Cache CCTV, although last time out, it was actually Wildcard who did pick up this site. So Wildcard have won Cache CCTV, they've won Church Arsenal.
Attackers need to locate,
haven't been able to win Gym Bedroom just yet. Obviously, we only had the one round on that. If they can win Cache CCTV again and rectify their issue on Gym Bedroom, 4-2 is amazing for Wildcard here.
No. My sources are telling me that you know how the Havana Palace would trick that round. It was actually like the Oregon Gainesville-esque under the wall, through the floor styled trick. If that kind of makes sense. I think
Under the
that's how-
wall, through the floor.
Yeah, that makes sense, right? Like you lob it under the wall by destroying it.
Right.
Yeah, I can't really explain it without it going into a custom and actually showing
5
it.
seconds left before
Yeah,
insertion.
we've got time.
Pretty big brain stuff. Oh, do we? Do we have time? These two teams are playing
Locate and
Xenox.
defuse a bomb.
We don't want to keep them waiting. I don't want to be waiting any longer. My feet are getting sore and my back, remember?
Okay.
Carrying these predictions.
Well, this Rafters position is going to be pivotal. Looks like it's going to be Geo to take that position. Pat was also really important from that position to get that refrag in the earlier round on cash CCTV. What?
Attackers have located.
NS. That's my analysis. NS. Rough one for Diesel. We've already seen him have a little bit of a hard time in the early rounds of some of these engagements. Where he's either gotten away with low health or, unfortunately, in this occasion, taken down completely. On top of that as well, no real intel gathering on the board for wildcard for Diesel to now sort of fall on. So he'd probably just be shot calling and giving any sort of intel that he does have available.
Did he get him through the drone hole?
I didn't see. I looked away. Need
Anyway,
we need a replay on that.
Kind of feels like, so the last time out on cash CCTV, Diesel got taken down to that like little sliver, right? So it's kind of like the same thing again, except this time it's not an actual hypothetical where you kind of like, Zimmerans should be able to trick this. No. Unsuccessful. This time you don't have Diesel. Geo taken to half health as well. He's having a rough time over at Rafters, being pressured quite extensively by the Knights. Zimmeran just holding position in cash and looking into CCTV. Yeah, there is Geo, half health. Matter of just staying alive for as long as possible.
Well, there's only a minute to go, so they don't need to hold out for too much longer. But the Knights, again, 5-3 advantage. Should be able to collapse onto site. Dino gets lit up. Pat with a run out. Doesn't quite hit the mark unless he was doing some damage there to Dino, potentially. Wasn't quite sure where he was positioned. Either way, 4-on-3. Couple of the members of Wildcard quite low here. So this should be a Knights round. They just need to clean execute in towards side. It looks like Juicy has already progressed quite deep. Now they need to try and cover the line.
Geo, so important from this position. Still one down below as well to the right. Imran's found two. Geo can get another one here as well. And it's only Dino that remains. And Dino's extremely low and still has to contend with Geo. Imran will then be able to just play from sight with the diffuser on the floor. That's it. Emo can also just come in as well and provide backup. So much for Knights should win. Knights have lost.
Yeah. They went so deep into sight, but didn't properly clear the garage rafters, which caused a lot of issues, and was ultimately the headache that cost them the round, in my opinion. We saw Geo he was just chilling there. Dino was in bot garage, didn't pressure it, maybe off the back of the Banshee, giving away that sound cue. Maybe thought it would be a little bit too risky. Either way, though, it was a misplay from the Knights. They didn't clear that position effectively, and they were made to pay. And Wildcard is a team that will make you pay for your mistakes. They exploit them. They make the smallest mistake look like the biggest mistake, like they did in that round. And unfortunately, the scoreboard reflects it. Wildcard, out of seemingly nowhere, I would say. A little bit of a stretch, but seemingly out of nowhere, now in a position to actually have a 4-2 lead. That's big.
Well, potentially, yeah. 3-2 now for Wildcard. And the only two rounds the Knights have won have actually been both flawless rounds. So they have been either clean as a whistle, or they can't get the job done. Diesel yet to find a frag has certainly just felt nothing but pain in these first 5 rounds. But has actually had some influential moments. Sitting in cash earlier, was able to buy a lot of time for that actual gym bedroom defense from last time out. Might like to do so here again. Maybe, we'll see. Of course, gym bedroom Knights were victorious last time out on this site. Wildcard will be looking to buck the trend here, which so far the trend so far tonight has been attacking team wins gym bedroom first time out, then they lose it on the second rotation of it. So we'll see if that continues.
Indeed we will. Nothing sticking out in the lineups. Both teams taking universal lineups self-explains. Same lineup for most of the sites because they transfer across. The only thing that really sticks out is this alibi, I guess, from Diesel. He preps the floor and he can actually impact trick under it. So hopefully we actually get to see him do it, because obviously if you impact trick the top of the wall, the explosion radius isn't quite enough to get the pallets down at the bottom. So this is a nice adaptation for Wildcard. First time I believe I've seen it in an official, at least in OCE. Clean trick on the first, but that means that he doesn't have any impact nades left. So getting this wall open should be a pretty achievable task now.
Wait. Does that mean we won't see it under the wall?
So where Dino's drone just got taken out is where it gets thrown, from my understanding. So yeah, we don't.
I just wanted to see it. That's all.
Oh well. We'll see it one day. I'm sure most teams will be doing it now. You watch.
3-2. It was a 2-1 start for Knights, and since then, 2 in a row now for Wildcard here for the final round of the half. You definitely would feel a little bit more comfortable going into their attacking half, up 4-2. Slow start for Sageon tonight as well. But Jacuzzi wall open. Minute 10 seconds left, plenty of time. They've got a couple over at subroof as well. I'd imagine, is anyone going for logistics hatch as well? No.
Yes.
It's up there. Minute left.
Yep. Main Jacuzzi wall is open, so that's great for the Knights, but the next step will likely be to try and get bathroom open, but that's going to be near impossible. Even with the impact nades can trick that. It's really going to come down to some bare knuckle brawling almost. They need to just head themselves in towards the side, try and find picks is probably going to be the best option. Maybe if Emo peaks this rather than Dino can find the pick, that'd be huge in this round. But both players playing quite passively, and now push comes to shove. Geo finds 2. That's a huge way to set up the round.
Critical execution from Geo. He was able to find a frag though, at least onto Vinny. Juicy now from Jim, although just a pixel of his body was shown to Geo. That's all Geo will need. Pat will get the gas canister elimination onto Hayward, and 4-2 will finish off the half.
Yeah, I mean, you look at that scoreboard just on paper and you would say, yeah, not bad from the Knights. You'd probably take a 2-round attack on this map against Wildcard. But I would argue that a 3-3 should have been possible, if not even higher, based on the fact that they had a strong start. I mean, they successfully attacked basement, then they 2 rounds later successfully attacked gym bedroom, yet they didn't win either of those sites in the back half of that first half. So maybe that's a testament to Wildcard's ability to adapt on the fly. Maybe Pittsburgh Knights just not quite as sharp in that second half, potentially. Either way, though, they can't change it now. They'll have to be really strong on their defenses to keep themselves in this one.
You just wonder as well the mental pressure potentially on Knights as a team, not coming in as heavy favorites or anything. And I know we discussed this, but you are the team that is still undefeated. High map differential, and obviously you want to beat a team like Wildcard to stamp your credentials. So now that you're down 4-2 in this matchup against the team that you kind of need to beat, not only that, but first place seeding on the line as well with this match, right? Because if you lose this to Wildcard, they're going to have that head-to-head. So there's a lot on the line here for Knights outside of just bragging rights as well. And you just wonder, does that get to a team like Knights if say Wildcard do win this opening attacking round and make it 5-2, which is a pretty decent deficit?
Yep. Pose a risk, but again, Knights won their first attack on this side as well. Wildcard had no real issue is bringing it back in the end. So again, comes back to that mentality of, can you keep yourself mentally in the game? Because even if the Knights do drop maybe 1 round, they're still far from really losing it. Anyway, round 7, first of the second half, as we've already established. Geo getting some nice early control above, creating some nice verticality. We saw the Knights do that quite quickly on their first successful attack round win. And so far, the attack is shaping up pretty similarly, and the Knights just sit back and wait almost inside of sight.
Yeah, good presence already, at least on this first floor for Wildcard. Be pretty happy with this. For Knights, it's going to be more of that turtle play style, which didn't bode well for Wildcard when they went for it. The very opening basement round. Minute 30 seconds, so you've got presence, you've got time. I mean, I think Wildcard should be pretty happy with the way that this is playing out right now. If they can find that opening pick, it's the holy trinity, essentially, of the round.
Yeah, Wildcard always take a long time to set up for their attack, so don't be too afraid as that timer ticks down. They are progressing, they are completing that checklist as Vinny opens up the angle in towards Black Box. So that's likely where Wildcard will start up for plan. That said though, it's still 5 members left on the board. On the defense, it's going to be quite a chaotic finish. This probably won't be a clean plant for Wildcard. Oh, that's a great denial as well. That does not help.
Good denial. 45 seconds. It doesn't help, but it's not the end of the world as well, though. For Wildcard. Geo still from Kitchen. There's the ping 2.0 coming into effect, although the nade's still not going to be successful. Just hoping that it bounced the right way. Doesn't again. So 2 nades almost essentially, unless it was trying to clear the electrify on the wall. But even then, there's only, 20 seconds left. So, I mean, how much time do you really have here? Pat opening frag onto Haywood, and they can now start to push in. Vinny finds a second one here as well now for Wildcard, and all of a sudden, there's that 20-second meta. Wildcard just do it so perfectly, don't they? Diesel's going to give the plant. Josh will at least get one, but that's all it will be. One and done in the end for Knights, and Wildcard do take that 5-2 advantage.
Ooh, it was a scary round, but it was also a scary first round in that first half, right, when the Knights actually won it flawlessly. So there's still a window for the Knights to bounce back, but they are going to need to win this next round. This is a big one. CCTV and Cash, if they lose this, not only will they be against the match point, but they'll also have lost the 2 most successful rounds statistically on the defense. So the pressure's on now. Will the Knights rise to the occasion?
Well, they have to. They absolutely have to, heading over to Cash CCTV.
Attackers need to locate and
You almost have to look at this as its match point already. In this round in particular as well, because you lose this and it's 6-2 and it may as well just be match point right now, right? So they got a lot of work to do. It's not like they can fall back on Church Arsenal. It's not like they can go back and say, okay, we can win basement. Like, that's already now been accomplished for Wildcard, being able to win that against Knights' defense. So Knights don't even have that. They don't have that in the back pocket. Not only that, but Gym Bedroom has proven, at least tonight, to be something that attacking teams have been kind of successful with attacking. So you lose this, and then you potentially Gym Bedroom is next in line, isn't it? Right? So obviously you could go back down to Church Arsenal, which is probably what you would do instead of Gym Bedroom, but yeah, Knights need to find a lifeline here in this 8th round.
It's time for the likes of Haywood as well to go big. 6-5, not a bad result by any stretch, but there have been times where the Knights have leaned quite heavily on him. Maybe leaning a little bit too much, some might say. I probably wouldn't, but some may be of that opinion. The supports for Knights as well need to hold firm. Josh playing the Bandit on this occasion. We saw Emo Rin try to trick the wall on a couple of occasions. Didn't have a lot of success, but maybe wasted a little bit of time. And now it's really a reverse of fortunes. We're going to see Emo Rin now set up to deny this trick. Of course, he can use the lifeline concussions to stop that animation, and it's incredibly difficult for Josh to get it off, if not impossible. Taking a little bit of time though. Diesel though, he'll initiate things. Concussions go out as well. Vincier off screen to find the first pick. And this is a pretty clean start to the attack for Wildcard.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Vinny's been great. Again, has just slotted in to Wildcard perfectly. Okay, yes, maybe they've had some kind of down moments this season compared to last season, but overall, as a team, they've still been impeccable. And right now, this is sort of just putting, I guess, on notice the rest of the competition here with a pretty sweeping victory over Knights. Not over yet. Hayward up in rafters, good position still to be held. A lot of members of Wildcard as well loitering around this side of garage. Imran's going to go back up onto Kennel's wall for the eventual push. 1 minute to go, which is a lifetime in terms of Wildcard's time economy.
What?
What? Why did Vinny kill Pat?
I don't know. Clicked his head, I guess.
He's just in that sort of mood, clicking head mood.
Yeah, I don't know. Either way, 4v3, diffusing in hand. Full garage push by the looks of things, and Ingo being tasked with the very, very critical job of holding this cross. Wildcard will try and go for the default plan, and Emo needs to deny any of the player paths. Geo as well will watch the bottom main stairs, and that's to protect from a C4 below. So it's a really nice setup here for Wildcard as Diesel goes for the plant.
Yeah, and then they've got every angle covered right now, don't they? From rafters to Kennel's wall. Sage on there with a nice C4 onto Diesel. Of course, Diffuser's down 40 seconds on the timer there. Josh does get Geo. 2 versus 2. It's not impossible from here, but of course, Vinny, who did get the elimination onto Pat, needs to at least make up for it. Has 3 kills in the round in particular. I mean, Juicy just literally just walks into the sightlines and Vinny gives him a 4K. Vinny says, sorry, Pat, but I won us the round.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this one's starting to fall out of the reach of the Knights. Wildcard now on a match point 6-2. And I think my prediction might be wrong, because that now means that the Knights have unsuccessfully defended or attempted the 2 most popular sites. And in fact, they're actually going to head over to Gym Bedroom. So I think that they're probably just at this point willing to take that risk. It might not be the most favored for them statistically, but when you're at this point, I mean, you haven't, again, defended either of the other sites successfully, so you might as well take a bit of a punt.
There's so many questions. I could sit here probably for hours and just ask question after question in regards to... More so, I'd like to ask it to Knights, but at this point, do you just literally just say, you know what, bugger it? Like, 6-2, they got match point. Obviously, this has not gone our way. Let's save everything we can in terms of strats and performances for playoffs against these guys. Let's not give anything away. We just play stock standard. We don't try and do anything special. We don't try and do anything cheeky. Which means you're not really playing to win, essentially.
Yeah, don't know. I'd hope not, but...
Well, I mean, I'm saying right now. I'm not saying from the very beginning coming into tonight,
no,
but I'm just saying at this point now, it's like...
10 seconds remaining.
Who knows? Either way, though, I still think they need to put up at least somewhat of a fight here. Keep things a little bit interesting. I, again, would not be surprised if it is closed out in this round. We don't know. That said, we don't know what the Knights will necessarily bring to this side and how they will play it. Maybe it's going to be tricky to defend. Wildcard have been pretty damn clinical so far, so
yeah,
shutting that down is going to be tricky.
I think unfortunately for Knights, Wildcard's doing to them what Knights did to Noble last week. Just a clean, clinical performance in a matchup we thought would be close. You know, I think we all thought Knights Noble last week was going to be very entertaining, very close, and in the end it was very one-sided. And it's going to be the same here again, it seems, unless Knights can somehow bring it back. It's going to be very unlikely. Wildcard's just not that sort of team you feel that, you know, ultimately is going to give up this sort of lead.
Jeez, Hayward actually almost pulled off that bandit trick by shooting the end battery and then being able to place the other one or the next one down fast. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work. Jacuzzi wall now open for Wildcard to progress through with drones, 2 drones in fact, to scout outside, and they're probably going to see that it's pretty clear at the moment that this could be a very, very risky point in the round. It's still not even the halfway point, and Wildcard are already probing site.
Yeah, this is where now Vinny can just open up in the bathroom and the sightlines from Jacuzzi wall basically goes straight into bedroom. Minute and a half remaining, and like just in terms of comparison, right? Usually it would take about a minute on the clock where we were seeing teams like Ferox and Alifo just to get the Jacuzzi wall open. I mean, Wildcard's already opening up bathroom by this point now. So there's the sort of time difference. They got one over at subroof, so Pat can obviously just look straight into Jim and Bedroom as well. I mean, they've played this flawlessly this round too. And a lot of the rounds have been flawless from Wildcard here tonight.
Yeah. Expecting another Wildcard special here in the execute with 50 seconds left. This is about the time frame where they do their final checks. Just make 100% sure they know where everyone is, and then they can try and execute in towards the side. A lot of presence on the windows, presence over towards Jacuzzi. And as Pat gets that first kill, that will probably start to open the floodgates a little bit. And unfortunately for the Knights, that's Haywood down as well, one of their top fraggers.
They can just plant in Gym though. They know it's completely open. They know no one's in Gym. They've got all the angles covered. There's no way in to Gym at all, and that's basically it. It's going to be a flawless 7-2 in the final round. It was even a flawless round for Wildcard. That was quick. Blazing quick. I don't know what to say there. Wildcard just sweeping aside Pittsburgh Knights.
Yeah, the first 3 rounds, it felt like the Knights game to lose it to some extent. Of course, the rest of the half painted a different story. It was Wildcard winning the next 3 defenses pretty cleanly, and then they carried that into a 6-round win streak by taking 3 attacks in the half. So that was a very dominant performance in the end. The Wildcard of old is really starting to show now. That's 2 smashings, if you would. They smashed Elevate, they've smashed the Knights. Yeah, they might be wearing that crown of OCE once again.
If there were any doubts as to who, I guess, the favorites are going into the playoffs, those doubts should be cast aside, because it's certainly Wildcard, that's for sure. I mean, after that clinical performance against the team, that surprisingly, it feels like if you've just tuned in, Knights were undefeated. They were 4-0. They had a +14 map differential, the only team to be in double digits in that category. And it's like...
Yeah, I mean, 100%, I agree. And Wildcard will now, I believe, take first place in the standings. They'll probably stay there as well, albeit some crazy result happens elsewhere in the last couple of playdays for Wildcard, but we're expecting them to probably finish cleanly. I think they have, Ferox, and then... is it Okami? I could not tell you. I don't feel like they played Okami yet. You could probably double check that for me, but...
Ferox and Okami, their last 2. And of course, even though they did lose to Noble losing to Okami tonight means that it's very unlikely we're going to have that tiebreaker for first between those 2, which would have gone to Noble. So ultimately, in the end, I think that just about, provided, of course, Wildcard do beat Ferox and Okami, should lock them up first seed for Oceanic Nationals. Let's get to our interviews, though. It is going to be Silex first up, which I don't even know what to say right now. That was so clinical. 7-2 against Knights on a map that I think both teams would have been pretty happy to go to.
Yeah, we're really happy to get Clubhouse. We kind of anticipated it, just looking at their past vetoes and stuff. And yeah, we've got a really good history on them. That's why we chose that one over Villa, since we had the final ban out of the 2. We didn't have any intel on Villa, so we picked Clubhouse. And the last 2 encounters, actually the last 3 encounters we had against them, we won. The last 2, I only remember it was like 7-0 and 7-3, I think. So yeah, we've got a pretty good history against them on Clubhouse.
Yeah, now in this matchup tonight, it was probably safe to say that the first 3 rounds would have been a little bit scary for you watching. Of course, the first one was a flawless attack by Pittsburgh, and then they managed to win Gym Bedroom as well on the attack. But then you just flick the switch, right? 6 rounds straight after that. How does a top team like Wildcard go from having a couple of iffy rounds to being able to bounce back and just smash their opponent like that?
So we're just getting our mindsets into the game. Just like early on, still just kind of warming up. Made a couple of minor errors. And then, in the second the second church defense, you saw us roam, and that was like probably an accident, because we accidentally opened up the kitchen hatch when we were shotgunning holes for between sites at the long wall. And we're like, well, that's going to have to cause us to maybe roam. So yeah, we sent 3 players up, and you could see the coordination there was just like on the fly sort of stuff. Got us 3 frags. Positional play really worked out for us there.
I feel like you guys are peaking at the right time. Do you get that same sense after what was kind of shaky first week and a half where, you know, you 7-4'd LFO, but then you lost to Noble. Rhythm pushed you all the way on Coastline. Since then, though, it does feel like, you know, 7-2 against Elevate, now 7-2 against Pittsburgh. It feels like you're peaking at the right time here heading into playoffs. Do you get the same feeling?
We're getting better each week. Well, I think and I hope. But we have to take each week as it comes. We don't really want to like talk down on any of the other teams. They're playing well. Talent's improving. But yeah, they're best of one matches and it can go either way. So it's just whoever shows up on the day, I guess.
Certainly can agree with that sentiment. You guys are in first place, and provided you win your remaining matches in the season, you'll hold on to that first place. So wish you the best of luck for the rest of the season, mate.
Thank you. See you guys next time.
Well, we won't see you next time because we're not casting. But that's all
Well,
right. You'll have to
we'll
put
see
up with
them-
Raven and Rob, I guess.
We will see them in the playoffs. We'll see them in the playoffs.
Oh yeah, we will. We definitely will. 100%.
Definitely. Yeah, look, so wildcard, I think obviously Silex sort of playing it down a little bit, but I truly do believe they're peaking at the right time here. Slow start, you know, obviously Vinny coming into the roster gives them that little excuse that for the first week or so, sure, some growing pains there, but now they kind of look like the wild card from Six Masters where they're just brushing everyone aside, even the teams that, well, in this case, was above them.
Yeah, they're just so clean to watch. Like the only 3 attacks in that half were just so on point. It just felt like the Knights had no opening at all into these rounds. It was just completely dominant. So yeah, I'm scared. I'm scared for all the other teams. We know that Wildcard traditionally have been very strong in OCE. They of course won the last 6 Masters. They've won the OCE Major, and it's looking, I don't want to cast a curse them, but there might be a repeat on the cards.
And, you know, I tend to agree with you here. And the team that was meant to challenge them was Knights, maybe Noble. And, I mean, to be fair, Noble did beat Wildcard, but as Silex said, you know, best of ones can throw things out. If that had been a best of 2, Wildcard probably win the second one because, I mean, it was an 8-7. It was still the closest match we've had this season. So you go to a best of 3 Wildcard, do they pull away and technically then get the win? Yeah, probably. So I would say, though, in terms of competition, it's certainly closer to Wildcard this season compared to 6 Masters, for instance, where, you know, we didn't have probably Pittsburgh in this sort of form. And we didn't... Noble, okay, yeah, back when they were Sinister, did well in the regular season, struggled in playoffs. They better hope that maybe some of these early struggles in the back end of the season won't translate to the playoffs. And now maybe we'll be able to give Wildcard a run for their money.
Yeah, it's going to come down to if those teams peak at the right time as well. I mean, maybe the Knights will look at this as just a slight dip in form. Then they can find some confidence in their last 3 matches, or last 2 matches rather, and head that into the playoffs. We really just don't know. Again, best of 1 format throws that spanner in the works.
Well, someone who definitely should know, or at least would have more of an idea than us, is Picnic, the coach for Pittsburgh Knights. Really, really rough one, but a great start. I mean, the opening rounds actually were pretty good. I mean, in fact, 2 of them, the only 2 rounds you did win were flawless. Just talk us through, I guess, maybe the start and then where it all went wrong after the first 2-3 rounds.
The start was really good. I think we were playing really adaptive, and we were kind of just, if things went wrong, we were able to adapt on the fly, which is good. It's just, I felt like, I don't know, there was communication issues. There was, especially on defense, just fundamental issues like what we should be bringing and how we should be playing the map with those bans, and we just weren't doing it. And also, I also just feel like we were just playing scared, almost like it just felt off. We weren't switched on.
Yeah, and that sort of leads into my question is, I know obviously you're not in the server, you're coaching, but you are listening to the comms. What's the sort of environment, the team environment like when you are taking on Wildcard, particularly on those last few defenses? It's such a challenging environment that you find yourselves in because they are so strong. What was sort of the sentiment in the team? Like, how are you guys coping with that, or did you cope at all with that pressure that was being applied?
It was definitely hard to cope. It was hard to listen to and it's definitely something we have to work on in the future. I think that's one of our biggest weaknesses against Wildcard specifically, is just like communication. And when we're down at a deficit, we kind of just get stuck.
you guys have been amazing pretty much for all of the Oceanic National so far. Obviously, this is very much sort of like a bump in the road. You've got Kami to finish off, and then you've got Rhythm to finish off. Obviously, you're not going to take them lightly. Both teams have shown good form. But is it very much now just looking towards playoffs? Obviously, you'll look at those games, and it's all about one game at a time usually. But say wildcard, for instance, now, right? You got to take what you learned here and apply it to playoffs, and that's the ultimate goal.
Yeah, definitely. We're definitely going to learn from this loss.
But like in terms of this, is it just like where you guys went wrong? Because you're kind of saying like comms issue. Is that simply because of your opponent? Like, or do you feel like you could have been playing against anyone tonight, and because of the way you guys were playing, that's why you were off?
I kind of feel like it was because of the opponent, and I think that's something we have to work on. It's also like a case of just kind of playing the same strategy almost, and it felt like they were kind of countering us, and we weren't adapting.
Well, at least you've got some good footage from that game, a couple of good rounds to go over, and obviously a couple of things you can work on for a maybe potential playoff matchup against Wildcard to come in the future. Wish you the best of luck in the final 2 games of the season to come, and we'll see you in the playoffs eventually.
Thank you. See ya.
Oh, poor Picnic, man. Oh, I thought he was gonna cry, dude. That was that was rough. That was rough. Oh,
Now,
I feel so bad.
you know who's not going to be crying tonight? It's the person who's on top of the snowball predictions. That's me. Solo first. There's no dash next to my name this time, like last week with Raven. I'm not tied anymore, okay?
You love yourself, don't you? Jesus. I mean, I'm actually going to talk about the Knights here because that's what you folks at home are here to actually listen to. Yeah, rough one. And if it is their opponent, that's a big issue. If they head into playoffs and they have that mentality, it's going to be very, very difficult for them to progress deep in towards the bracket. And it'd be interesting to sort of get a perspective on that compared to the major, because that's where they managed to take down Okami seemingly out of nowhere. They also gave Wildcard a decent run for their money as well in that event. So maybe then the pressure wasn't on them as much and they sort of just went into it without much to lose. Maybe that's flipped a little bit in this season because the expectation has risen. So hopefully they can meet that and then try and exceed it, because they'll need to if they want to actually take on Wildcard and beat them.
And let's go and take a look at the schedule for Friday's matches and see what's going to be ahead of us to come. Well, firstly, actually, this is today's matches. So Noble, Okami, that was the big disappointment that Noble laid a bit of an egg against Okami, who kind of looked like their old selves. For Ferox Elevate, it was Elevate who just, I don't know, looked like the Elevate of old, guys. They made Ferox look like Six Masters Ferox.
Yeah, Elevate, that's a big matchup for them, one that some were not expecting them to win. But of course I was, because Elevate are just absolutely amazing. But in all seriousness, yeah, that was definitely an off night for Ferox. They'll be looking to bounce back. And then I guess looking forward, we had Alipho Rhythm managing to jump out on top of that one as well, which I'm a little bit happy about. And then Wildcard Pittsburgh, where the Knights just, yeah, I don't think they woke up today. Not sure what happened there, but yeah, Wildcard looked clinical. Very scary.
Let's go and have a look at the standings and see where everything is currently wrapped up. Well, Wildcard are now in first place, and barring a miracle, should very much finish in first place for the regular season with only 2 games to be played. Pittsburgh, you'd think from here, will hold on for second place. Somehow, Elevate have jumped up into third, tied points-wise with Okami and Noble. So you've got a bit of a pack forming there in the middle bunch. Ferox, 6 points. They're by no means safe. Rhythm have got 3, but they've got 2 really tough opponents to play, which is Noble, and they've also got Pittsburgh Knights. I don't know if I see them getting any more wins. And for LFO, guys, can you believe it? Even though they're still on 0 points after 5 play days, as long as they win their last 2 matches, and Ferox and Rhythm both do not win, they'll make playoffs. Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nail-biting season. It's a short one. It's a compact one. And all these matches do build up to sort of an epic finale come Friday night and then the Wednesday night after. It always feels, in a sense, like that mid-table to bottom table is like a mini finals series in itself, right? Because the teams are battling it out to make playoffs or relegations. There's no in-between. There's no like safe middle ground in this season. Playoffs or you're gone, or you're battling for your relegation position. So lots of pressure in these last couple of days.
Certainly. And look, I'm not giving up on LFO just yet. Hopefully they haven't given up on themselves. And just before we close, I just want to say that if it does happen, it means that LFO Ferox, which would be the very final game of the regular season, essentially the winner of that would go playoffs, the loser would go relegations. The ramifications. That's, of course, still a week away. Friday, though, of course, will be our next play day, which is hopefully going to be also jam-packed with action. But that's going to be us done tonight. That's also going to be us done for the regular season. Myself and Guz wish you all the best over the next week for the final 2 play days. We'll, of course, though, see you in the playoffs. So make sure you tune on Friday, though, for play day 6.
I just want a little bit of company. You acting like you really wanna fall for me. But baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? Talk to me. I just want a little bit of company. You acting like you really wanna fall for me. But baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? I left my demons to my best. I still want something that can last. You make me feel like I'm okay. We both know that you feel the same. Baby, I got nothing else to prove. You're talking about your best, I don't move. Remember that you always get to choose. Talk to me. I just want a little bit of company. You're acting like you really wanna fall for me. But baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? Talk to me. I just want a little bit of company. You're acting like you really wanna fall for me. But baby, can you tell me who you wanna be?
Attackers have recovered their defuse. 15 seconds left.
Yeah, I guess you got my intention. Got no closer on the bridge, feel like another dimension. I don't wanna talk, baby, you should let it go. I don't wanna go, let me stay a little more. Talk to me, I just want a little bit of company. Acting like you really wanna fall for me. But baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? Talk to me, I just wanna light years in the making. Up, 1,000 miles a lot. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement. When we go up, 1,000 miles a lot. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand. Just the motion of your hand. Travel lightly. Just your hype man. Just the one. Just a believer. I don't care. I see you loading up my mind. Place me on the sidewalk. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me. Trying to be weightless. Like we're the two surviving. Pieces of something. Always you and me, trying to be weightless, yeah. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Up, 1,000 miles of luck, yeah. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, when we go up, 1,000 miles a lot. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand. Just the motion of your hand. Just the dust, just the sand. Yeah. Travel like traveling. Just the dust, yeah. Just the sand.